Chapter 24:30. How dare you speak like that? How dare you talk to Elder Yun like that? Who do you think you are? Do you have any respect for the elderly? Apologize. Apologize right now. I really don't know why the college would accept someone with such low morals like you. After a moment of silence, all the lecturers present started to make things difficult for Lin Fei. Apart from a few who remained silent, most of the rest started to speak up. Everyone in the Capital Institute knew that Lin Fei wasn't liked by the two deputy principals. It wasn't a secret to them. Coincidentally, Elder Yun Zhongtian was on Deputy Principal Li Fengzheng's side, and Li Fengzheng and Chen Yuanshan had a conflict. Yun Zhongtian naturally knew that Lin Fei had messed things up. Without a hint, the people around Yun Zhongtian started to make things difficult for Lin Fei. Without Yun Zhongtian's approval, it would be extremely difficult to teach in the field of formations and restrictions. As the deputy principal, Chen Yuanshan had a lot of authority, but there were still some things that he couldn't do well within his jurisdiction. For example, Yun Zhongtian, who was supported by Li Fengzheng. This time, the invitation for Lin Fei to teach was more or less related to Yun Zhongtian. Although Chen Yuanshan was very good in the field of formations and restrictions, there was still a gap between him and Yun Zhongtian. Even though the gap wasn't huge, he was still inferior to Yun Zhongtian. This was also why Yun Zhongtian had such a huge advantage when he wanted to become the deputy principal. If the old principal hadn't spoken up and succeeded, Yun Zhongtian would have been the deputy principal now. Shaolin, don't be so angry. Elder Yun is your senior after all. Chen Yuanshan chuckled as he said to Lin Fei. There wasn't a hint of reprimand in his tone. Everyone was in a dilemma. Lin Fei could already tell that President Chen didn't seem to have reached the level where his words were spoken. That Yun Zhongtian baby was a potential enemy. Although Chen Yuanshan was suspected of using Lin Fei wasn't angry at all. Chen Yuanshan invited him to give a lecture, so it definitely wouldn't be a simple matter. Lin Fei didn't want to know about the academy's affairs. If there was a vice dean who could speak for him in the academy, that would be a good thing. In an instant, Lin Fei sorted out the situation and knew how to deal with it. Lin Fei said, "Dean, you should know that young people have bad tempers and can't take any provocation. Moreover, this Elder Yun's tone is not small at all. You, the dean, haven't said anything, but he has already taken the initiative. Those who don't know might even think that he's the vice dean. And these people, they seem to have become lackeys, barking everywhere." Sigh, as he spoke, he shook his head. Chen Yuanshan almost laughed out loud. He had been unhappy with Yun Zhongtian for a very long time, and he had never found a chance to deal with him. In addition, he had been in charge of the Tao of formations for a very long time, and could be considered a senior. He had a very high status in the academy, and it would not be easy to deal with him. "Bastard, who are you calling a lackey? Kid, apologize and admit your mistake at once. Admit your mistake now. Kneel down and admit your mistake." Lin Fei's harsh words provoked these people again. They glared at Lin Fei, as if they were ready to attack him at any time. Yun Zhongtian was a senior of the academy and a great grandmaster of restriction arrays. When had he ever been ignored by a junior like this? His face was gloomy and his eyes were as sharp as knives. What a sharp tongue. Just based on your words, I don't think you're qualified to teach here. Isn't that right, everyone present? Everyone immediately agreed. Yun Zhongtian then said to Chen Yuanshan, "Dean Chen, you see, no one agrees. Do you think he's still suitable to teach here? What's more, he doesn't know anything at his age. Dean Chen, if you want to recruit some talents for the Tao of formations, why don't you tell me? I have a lot of young talents, and any one of them is better than this guy. That way, people won't say that we accept all kinds of mediocre people. That would be a disgrace to Imperial College." These words were actually for Chen Yuanshan. Yun Zhongtian didn't think that Lin Fei was that capable. As for what happened at the Emperor Peak, he had heard a little about it, but he didn't care much about it. As long as Yun Zhongtian stopped Chen Yuanshan from bringing people here, it would be a big victory for Yun Zhongtian. After that, he would undoubtedly deal a blow to Chen Yuanshan's influence. Chen Yuanshan had expected that Yun Zhongtian would not be easy to deal with. No one knew Lin Fei's ability better than him. Even he was not as good as Lin Fei. No matter how powerful Yun Zhongtian was, he was not the same. He, Elder Yun, you can't say that. Chen Yuanshan said seriously, who said that young people are useless? It's the world of young people now, and each generation is better than the previous one. Elder Yun, you haven't seen Lin Fei's ability, so how do you know Lin Fei's ability? He's the newcomer king this year, and he's His Majesty's little junior brother. Do you think His Majesty is blind? That was serious. No matter how bold Yun Zhongtian was, he wouldn't dare to say that His Majesty was blind. His Majesty had admitted that Lin Fei was Lin Fei's little junior brother. If he dared to say anything, he would definitely suffer. Headmaster Chen, since His Majesty has admitted Lin Fei, he must be outstanding. How about this, if Lin Fei wants to come in and teach, then we'll do things according to the old rules. As long as he can defeat the 10 teachers here, this old man will not have any objections. Yun Zhongtian immediately had a new idea. Chen Yuanshan knew that Yun Zhongtian, this old fox, would bring up this matter. He turned to look at Lin Fei. Little Lin, you do have the ability. Right now, they don't know you very well. I wonder if you're interested in exchanging a few blows with them? How could Lin Fei not know what they were planning? Isn't it just exchanging pointers? I don't have any objections. However, as the newcomer king this year, exchanging pointers is meaningless. I heard that Elder Yun is a senior and thinks highly of himself. I wonder if you're interested in making a bet with me? Let's use 20 black crystal cards as the wager. Does Elder Yun have the guts to accept it? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. 20 black crystal cards. How much of a fortune was that? The teachers here all had high statuses. They definitely wouldn't be able to take out 20 black crystal cards. Furthermore, as a formation master, their expenditure was much higher than ordinary people. For example, buying various materials was definitely a huge expenditure. Hearing Lin Fei's words, they couldn't help but feel envious. They had lived their entire lives. Not to mention 20 black crystal cards, they wouldn't even be able to take out 5. As a senior, Yun Zhongtian did have a certain amount of wealth. 20 black crystal cards was still very tempting. He thought, this old man has been lacking money to buy materials recently. This brat actually dares to take out 20 black crystal cards for a bet. Does he really think that he's the newcomer king and that he's invincible? Chapter 24-31. Array Formation Training Field. Inside the Capital Institute, there were several subjects, and each subject had a specific square. Each square was decorated with special materials. Array formations naturally had a specific practice square. Array formations were a very taxing subject. Not only did they have to learn how to calculate and analyze, but they also needed time to set them up. When Director Chen brought them to the array formation training field, the students who were practicing stopped and looked at them in surprise. What's going on? Director Chen is here. Elder Yun is here too. Is he going to teach us a new array formation or is he here to inspect it? Look, everyone. Isn't that the newcomer king, Lin Fei? Is he going to join the array formation department to learn about restriction formations? The group of people arrived at the delay square. Everyone, stop. A lecturer said loudly, you're in for a treat today. The newcomer king, Lin Fei, is going to challenge 10 lecturers from our array formation department. Even Elder Yun will be participating. This is a great opportunity. Don't miss it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This lecturer was from Yun Zhongtian. He announced the news as soon as he came up, not giving Director Chen and Lin Fei a chance to regret. Chen Yuanshan sneered in his heart. Humph, let's see who regrets later. Sure enough. As soon as the lecturer's words fell, there was an uproar. The newcomer king was going to challenge 10 experts in array formations? Even Elder Yun would be participating? This was definitely a sensational event. Apart from being shocked, everyone was more suspicious. Was this junior brother of theirs not knowing how to appreciate favors? What right did he have to compete with 10 experts in array formations? The students who were able to enter the formation department were all geniuses of the previous years. They were especially talented in the Tao of formations. Compared to ordinary people, their comprehension ability was extraordinary. A month's worth of study for others was only a week for these geniuses, and some might not even need a week. The field of array formations was not something that could be achieved by immersing oneself in hard work. The important thing was to learn and comprehend. Once comprehended, array formations would become very simple and easy. Elder Yun, what right does Lin Fei have to compete with us? He's just a second-stage professional. A young man with a feminine aura stared coldly at Lin Fei. If he wants to challenge the lecturer, he'll have to ask us first. As soon as the effeminate young man stepped forward, a group of people behind him immediately echoed. Yes, the newcomer king is nothing. Our brother Sen is the best. How dare any Tom, Dick, or Harry spar with the lecturer? Do they really think they're the best? The effeminate young man was one of the geniuses in the array formations course. His name was Lin Sen, and he was ranked in the top 5. Lin Sen's words had a lot of influence in the array formations course. In addition, Lin Sen was one of Yun's personal disciples. Yun Zhongtian said angrily, Xiao Sen, how can you say that? This is something that we discussed with President Chen. What are you doing here? Although he said so, there was still a hint of pride on his face. Chen Yuanshan, let's see how you fight with me. 4 of the top 5 geniuses in the array formation course are my people. Today, I will make you suffer a crushing defeat. Yun Zhongtian was secretly proud of himself. If not for the old dean's words, Yun Zhongtian would have become the vice dean long ago. Yun Zhongtian would definitely not miss such a good opportunity today. He wanted to let Chen Yuanshan know that he was the one with the most authority in the array department. Chen Yuanshan's complexion didn't look too good. He didn't have a good impression of this Lin senator. His innate talent wasn't bad, but he had a flamboyant temperament. In addition, he was one of Yun Zhongtian's direct disciples. He had become very overbearing and wouldn't listen to ordinary lecturers. Lin Sen said gloomily, Teacher, I'm just sharing the burden with you. Who knows if Lin Fei is really that capable? What if he looks good but is useless? If word gets out, I will be laughed at by the other lecturers. I have some skills, so it's fine even if I lose. I can also test Lin Fei's ability. Dean Chen, don't you think so? I'm doing this for the sake of the array department. Lin Sen was very good at talking. Although he sounded dignified, he was actually targeting Lin Fei and Chen Yuanshan. If Chen Yuanshan rejected Lin Sen's words, it would mean that he didn't respect them, and Yun Zhongtian would have a reason to make things difficult for him. Regardless of whether Chen Yuanshan agreed or not, Chen Yuanshan was destined to lose this time. Chen Yuanshan glanced at Lin Sen and said, Lin Sen, you are very good. No wonder Elder Yun thinks highly of you. You are always thinking about the honor of the array department. However, if you want to fight with Lin Fei, you must get Lin Fei's approval. This matter must be approved by Lin Fei. As long as he has no problem with it, then it's fine. Lin Fei didn't think that Chen Yuanshan's prestige in the array department would be so low. A Heaven's Chosen One dared to use Yun Zhongtian's power to go against Dean Chen. If a Heaven's Chosen One dared to do this, then the other Heaven's Chosen Ones would follow suit. Sooner or later, they would be overthrown by others. Little Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Chen Yuanshan said to Lin Fei, that Lin Sun is the direct disciple of old devil Yun Zhongtian. In the array department, he has the strength of the top 5. He is very good at arranging arrays. Lin Fei disagreed. Elder brother Chen, you don't need to apologize. I am very grateful that you invited me here. It's just a small matter. I will help you deal with it. However, I might be a bit heavy-handed. It doesn't matter. Chen Yuanshan didn't have a good impression of Lin Senator. This guy often used the old devil to show off in front of him. Almost all of his direct disciples were secretly taught a lesson by Lin Senator. Chen Yuanshan had been suppressing his anger. Little Lin, as long as no one dies, it's fine. After all, when you fight, it's inevitable that you can't control it, especially when you have just mastered an array. Lin Fei said in his heart, it seems that elder brother Chen doesn't have a good impression of this Lin Sun. The exchange between the two was very fast and finished in an instant. Chen Yuanshan just happened to look over. Lin Fei took a step forward and released his aura. He looked down at Lin Sun and said, you want to compare notes with me? Do you know that I love to spar? However, there has to be a stake. If there isn't, I won't play. Looking at you, you don't seem to have much money, so I'll just take a loss. I'll bet 2 black crystal cards with you. At this time, Lin Fei's aura was very imposing. He seemed especially arrogant and overbearing. That wanton look in his eyes was a kind of provocation to Lin Sr. What a big tone. 2 black crystal cards are nothing. Lin Sun had received his teacher's words. He wanted to attack Lin Fei in all aspects. I'll bet 10 black crystal cards with you. If you want to play, let's play big. With Yun Zhongtian's support, the black crystal cards were nothing. If they were alone, 2 black crystal cards would be an astronomical figure. As you wish, 10 black crystal cards it is. Chapter 2432. Lin Fei was the newcomer king and the junior brother that the great Yuanzheng emperor had personally acknowledged. Many people were jealous and envious of him. Many people were unhappy too. For example, Lin Senator, his talent was terrifying and his potential was limitless. Before he graduated, many major forces had extended an olive branch to recruit him. His conditions were unbelievably good. Ordinary people would feel extremely happy with such generous conditions. However, compared to Lin Fei, it was a far cry. He was the junior brother of the great Yuanzheng emperor. With this identity and his noble status, who could compare to him? When Lin Sun saw Lin Fei, he could tell that he was challenging him. He directly challenged Lin Fei. He wanted Lin Fei to suffer a crushing defeat here so that everyone would know that this fellow was someone who deceived the world. If it was any other heaven's chosen who won first place, Lin Sun would accept it wholeheartedly. The only one who wouldn't accept it was Lin Fei. I'll let you suffer a crushing defeat today. When Lin Fei threw out 10 black crystal cards without batting an eye, it caused quite a commotion once again. The geniuses present were all quite wealthy. It was not easy for them to take out a black crystal card. On top of being envious, there was even more jealousy. For a brat from a poor family to be this wealthy, it was simply illogical. I'll pay for these 10 black crystal cards for you. Yun Zhongtian said to Chen Yuanshan. Dean Chen, you won't have any objections, right? Yun Zhongtian took out 10 black crystal cards without hesitation. After all, he was just going to exchange hands for 10 black crystal cards. Where else could he find such a good deal? Yun Zhongtian was very clear about Lin Sen's strength. Being in the top 5 wasn't just for show. It was achieved step by step with his own strength. Chen Yuanshan really didn't have any objections. This is a spar. I hope that the two of you will stop when the time is right. Don't hurt your relationship, or you'll become a laughing stock. Lin Sun smiled sinisterly. Dean, don't worry. I'll definitely stop when the time is right. Lin Fei is the junior brother of the great Yuanzheng emperor. If he gets hurt, it'll be a huge crime. I can't bear the consequences. Lin Fei smiled and said, I won't get hurt that easily. Senior, you can rest assured. Since things had come to this, Chen Yuanshan didn't say anything more. After a brief discussion with Yun Zhongtian, they decided on the competition. Since this is your first time sparring, then we will use the most basic sparring method, attack and defend. This is also the most common sparring method in the field of arrays, Chen Yuanshan said. Neither of them had any objections. The confrontation of offense and defense was actually very simple. One side was attacking, while the other side was defending. The side that couldn't defend would lose, and the side that could hold on would win. It was a very simple confrontation. In reality, this kind of offensive and defensive confrontation wasn't that simple. It was a test of one's understanding and mastery of formations and restrictions. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to attack. After that, you will exchange identities, Chen Yuanshan continued. Alright, now you will draw lots to confirm your identities. This time, Lin Sen's luck was pretty good. Junior Lin Fei, I'm sorry, but I've drawn an attack. To Lin Sen, a junior who didn't know much about formations could easily defeat Lin Fei with a flick of his finger. Moreover, it was the kind of defeat that Lin Sen couldn't even defend against. Lin Fei smiled and said, I'm quite interested to see how powerful Senior is. It's best if you can use your full strength, lest you regret it later. Don't worry, I will definitely use my full strength. It's the same for everyone. The martial arts field was quickly emptied. One person stood on one side, facing each other. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to make your move. Chen Yuanshan gave the order, and the battle officially began. In the battle of offense and defense, one couldn't use any martial means and could only use formations to attack. Once other methods were used, one would lose. Junior Lin Fei, I'm going to attack. Lin Sen waved his hand and drew an array in the air. Strange array symbols appeared on his fingers, and with a strange aura, they began to combine in front of everyone. Senior Lin Sen is so powerful. He used a mystic class formation right from the start. That Lin Fei is finished. Senior is indeed a senior. A mystic class formation. This seems to be a mystic class 1/array. It's a very domineering attack. Needless to say. 1/array. I'm afraid that Lin Fei won't be able to block it. Because, Lin Sen used a powerful formation right from the start, especially the mystic class formation 1/array. Its power was not to be underestimated. In the path of formations, they were divided according to the number of formations. For example, a mystic class formation had to be composed of 1,000,000 formations. The more formations there were, the more powerful it would be. An earth class formation required 10,000,000 formations. As for a heaven class formation, it required 100,000,000 formations. As for the more powerful formations, the more formations there were. The more formations there were, the more difficult it was to control, the more powerful one's mental strength had to be. The one-blade slash formation was an offensive formation made up of 1.2 million runes. Yun Zhongtian was very satisfied with his disciple's performance. A mystic class formation was not a powerful formation, but it could be used casually. Its potential was limitless, especially when a formation master grew up. In the future, their combat power would not be inferior to those first-class professionals, and they might even be able to compete with top-notch professionals. After the formation runes were formed, a sharp long blade appeared in the air, flickering with a dangerous aura. With a thought from Lin Sen, it slashed across the air, and the void was cut open. In front of this blade, it seemed that nothing could defend against it. Looking at Lin Fei, there was not much movement. In everyone's eyes, it seemed that he was frightened and did not even have time to arrange a formation. Under this blade, he would lose without a doubt. The only person present who was confident was Chen Yuanshan. During the 3 days of sparring, Chen Yuanshan had seen how terrifying Lin Fei was. Those geniuses in the formation department paled in comparison to Lin Fei. They could not be compared at all. A young man is indeed a young man. His talent is not bad, but he still needs to practice. Yun Zhongtian laughed. The arrangement of a formation depended on one's speed, as well as the ability to control the arrangement. In Yun Zhongtian's eyes, Lin Fei's reaction was a complete amateur, and he could not help but feel a little disappointed. What is Chen Yuanshan doing? He is usually a very smart person, why would he invite Lin Fei? Even the smart Yun Zhongtian could not figure out what Chen Yuanshan was thinking. The fierce blade slashed across the air, and the overbearing blade intent directly cut the surrounding void into a broken void. The astral wind continued to howl, crushing everything around it. Lin Fei, who was in the middle of the astral wind, did not move. Facing the incoming long blade, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled faintly. Not bad, it has some power. A black shield appeared in front of Lin Fei without any warning, blocking the long blade. There was a loud bang, and a terrifying force exploded, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the black shield. Shameless guy, he actually used a treasure to block. Shameless. That guy still has the nerve to use a treasure. Many people mocked. Chapter 2433. Humph. Just when everyone was doubtful, Chen Yuanshan snorted coldly. His words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone into silence. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. To think that you're the elite disciples of the academy. Chen Yuanshan said with a serious face. Can't you tell that this is a defensive shield formation formed by array formations? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They could barely see how the other party had set it up. Shield formation? They had seen it before, but none like what Lin Fei had done. In the blink of an eye, he had displayed such extraordinary power that he had forcefully blocked Lin Sen's one saber slash. More importantly, the other party's shield formation was also formed by millions of array formations. How could that kid set up a shield formation? Defensive array formations are notoriously difficult to set up. How did he know about it? Furthermore, it was a mystic-grade defensive array formation. He must have learned it from somewhere. It's nothing to be surprised about. What Brother Lin did was to break through the shield formation. Although they were shocked, they still believed that Lin Sen had a high chance of winning. After all, his strength was right in front of them. It was not something that an unknown fellow could fight against. Yun Zhongtian narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of surprise. What a cunning Chen Yuanshan. He really has some skills. That kid is really capable to be able to set up a shield formation at such a speed. A mere shield formation wasn't much. Yun Zhongtian did not think that Lin Fei had a chance of winning. Lin Sen's one saber slash was full of confidence. It was more or less unexpected that it was blocked by the other party's shield formation. His expression did not change much, but he was slightly surprised. Not bad. You can actually block my one saber slash. I wonder how many more slashes you can block. Lin Sen drew talismans with both hands, and the talismans were constantly reorganized. Long sabers that exuded a dangerous aura slashed at Lin Fei from all directions. This was enough to prove the strength of Lin Sen's array formation. In fact, Lin Sen's array formation strength was indeed amazing. It was ranked in the top 5. There was no moisture in it. It was a pity that he had met someone he shouldn't have met today. Every time the saber slashed through the air, the void would be split open, leaving behind a scar. The attack speed of the formation formed by the true talismans was a lot faster than usual. More importantly, it was unpredictable and not easy to break. Lin Sen took out 16 formation sabers in one go and pushed the formation to its limit. Die. Where the sword and saber pointed, 10,000 men were invincible. Lin Fei stood still with his hands behind his back. With a wave of his hand, a huge barrier appeared in the sky. The 16 sabers landed on the barrier, causing ripples to appear on the barrier. All the sabers were blocked by the barrier, unable to penetrate the barrier for the time being. Everyone saw a shocking scene. That Lin Fei relied on a defensive array formation to block the attack of 16 array blades, it was absolutely an inconceivable thing. This formation needs at least 9 million formations to form. Otherwise, it won't be able to withstand Brother Lin's slash. How did he set it up? He set up a top-notch profound rank formation as soon as he started. The formation elites who had a contemptuous and mocking attitude couldn't help but start to waver. Facing this kind of defensive array formation, they really couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Elder Yun, what do you think of this formation? Chen Yuanshan smiled and said to Yun Zhongtian. Yun Zhongtian was also surprised. He didn't see how the other party set up the formation. It was as if it was formed out of thin air in an instant. This was very incredible. As a formation elder, he had never encountered such a situation before. The formation is not bad. It is considered outstanding for his age. However, this is just the beginning. Lin Sun has more than just a few profound rank formations. Yun Zhongtian naturally refused to show weakness. In fact, the battle had just begun. He can actually block the attack of my 16 formation sabers. No wonder he is so arrogant. Lin Sun grabbed forward with both hands and the 16 sabers retreated. Combine, not even a blade of grass will grow. The formation reorganized itself, forming a huge black storm. It rolled over and engulfed Lin Fei's position. The storm was actually formed by the sabers. The protective barrier continuously released ripples, and millions of attacks continuously landed on the protective barrier, giving off a series of sounds. This was the strength of a formation master's attack. Especially in the face of such a large-scale attack, it was definitely the enemy's nightmare. Lin Sun didn't stay idle. He drew another talisman and a dark cloud appeared in the sky. It was dark and oppressive, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. 5-blow thunderstruck. With a loud rumbling sound, thick blue lightning bolts descended from the dark clouds. Each bolt was as thick as a water bucket. They rumbled like a storm, one after the other. There were more than 20 of them. This is an Earth rank formation. It seems to be an Earth rank early stage formation. It needs 18 million formations to form. This is too awesome. That kid is going to lose for sure. It had to be said that after Lin Sun used the 5-blow thunderstruck, everyone believed that Lin Sun would win. The 5-blow thunderstruck was a very domineering formation. Even if it was only Earth rank early stage, it was still formed by 18 million formations. It had a strong destructive power. No matter how good Lin Fei's defensive formation was, it would not be able to withstand this kind of attack. What a shameless guy. He actually asked Lin Sun to use such a heavy attack. When Chen Yuanshan saw the appearance of the 5-blow thunderstruck, he knew that it was Yun Zhongtian who had given the order. It was obvious that he was worried that Lin Fei would lose this battle, so he made the first move and did not give Lin Fei any chance to set up the formation. Yun Zhongtian revealed a faint smile. "Sai, I'm really sorry. Your Lin Fei is probably going to lose. Not even a blade of grass will grow, and with the 5-blow thunderstruck, just now, Yun Zhongtian had indeed given the order for Lin Sun to be ruthless in order to prevent him from failing miserably. He had always felt that there was a mysterious aura around Lin Fei. Not even a blade of grass would grow, and with the 5-blow thunderstruck, the attack lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. During this time, Lin Sun did not stop, and his face was slightly pale. He had consumed too much energy. In his opinion, there was no need to use the 5-blow thunderstruck. Under his barren attack, Lin Fei would lose without a doubt. Time's up. Lin Sun removed the formation, and he was in high spirits. Especially when Yun Zhongtian gave him a praising gaze, it made Lin Sun even more proud. He had finally performed well in front of his master. Sorry, I won this round. Lin Sun couldn't wait to give his opponent a blow. Everyone looked at the center of the arena, as if they could see Lin Fei's miserable appearance in the next second. At least for a long period of time, he would become a joke after a meal. But when everyone looked over, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Under such a crazy attack, Lin Fei, who was in the center of the arena, still maintained the defensive formation. Ripples streaked across the formation, and it stubbornly persisted. He is fine. They didn't dare to believe it. Under such a level of attack, Lin Fei seemed to be fine, and his calm appearance was beyond their imagination. Chapter 24-34. The voice wasn't very loud, but it was extremely ear-piercing and clear. I've lost. Lin Sun, who had been smiling brightly, felt as if he had been hit in the head with a stick. His body trembled slightly, as if he couldn't believe that he had lost. You're lying. Lin Sun was unconvinced. Your formation must have been rearranged. Under the attack of my not a blade of grass grows and 5-blow thunderstruck, there's no way your formation could have withstood it. Do you really think that an Earth-class formation is that easy to withstand? Lin Sun didn't believe that he would lose, especially to a nouveau riche. Although Lin Fei had made a meteoric rise in the Capital Institute's elite circle, gaining not only the status of a noble but also a piece of land, everyone in the circle was very disdainful of Lin Fei. They regarded him as a petty nouveau riche who was not worthy of any respect. In fact, the entire elite circle was trying to ostracize Lin Fei. Lin Sun knew that he had lost, and to a nouveau riche at that, so he was naturally unhappy. How could he admit that he had lost? It was absolutely impossible. Someone was unhappy. Chen Yuanshan snorted. Lin Sun, look at yourself. We can tell if you've won or lost. Is there anyone who dares to cheat in front of us? Lin Sun shuddered. Only then did he realize that there was more than one person present. The lecturers, Director Chen, and his master could definitely tell. Xiao Sun, a loss is a loss. There's nothing to say. A cold look flashed across Yun Zhongtian's eyes. He hadn't expected that the disciple he admired would lose. But you still have one more round. Keep your spirits up. Lin Sun came to his senses. Yes, I still have one more round. As long as I hold on, it'll be a draw. At this thought, he recovered from the blow and didn't believe that he would lose again. Junior Lin Fei, you're indeed capable. I've lost this round. Next, let me see your formation. Lin Sun simply admitted that he had lost this round. Activate. A large formation rose up. This was an Earth-level elementary formation called Immovable Mountain. It was a very famous formation, and it specialized in defense. With the previous underestimation, Lin Sun didn't dare to underestimate his opponent anymore. His expression became serious. First, he set up an Immovable Mountain spell formation outside of his body. It could deflect all kinds of attacks. Then, he set up another spell formation inside. It was called the Shifting Stars spell formation. It could divert a portion of the attacks. It was an Earth-class spell formation. With both of them working together, Lin Sun was in an invincible position. As soon as the revolving star passage technique was used, the expressions of many of the lecturers changed. What a good Lin Sun, to be able to master this revolving star passage, that can only be set up with 30 million array symbols, his chances of winning this round are very high. Lin Sun's star transposition already has a 30% transfer effect. It's enough. I wonder where Lin Fei learned defensive formations. He might not have any advantage in offensive formations. I can guarantee that he won't even be able to break through the outermost, Immovable Mountain. That goes without saying. Immovable Mountain is an elementary Earth rank formation, but it still requires 20 million talismans to set up. Moreover, The immovable mountain formation is able to form a connection with the earth to form a main and auxiliary effect that grows and multiplies endlessly. Its defensive effects are extremely powerful. Yun Zhongtian's cold gaze was replaced by a satisfied look. He had set up 2 earth-level formations right off the bat. Although they weren't of high quality, he was quite talented to be able to set them up at such a young age. With these 2 defensive formations, Yun Zhongtian didn't believe that Lin Fei could win. Defensive formations were easy to learn, but offensive formations were a different story. Most of the powerful offensive formations were in the hands of powerful organizations. Among them, the Capital Institute was the leader in controlling a large number of offensive formations. If he wanted to learn powerful formations, he couldn't leave the Capital Institute. It wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Lin Fei was a newbie. The only impressive thing was that he had mastered a few mystic-level formations. As for the rest, he didn't even need to think about it. The only person present who wasn't worried was Chen Yuanshan. Only he himself knew how monstrous this little fellow Lin Fei was. Back then, Lin Fei had learned many things from him. His entire life's worth of knowledge was practically emptied out. This wasn't an ordinary blow to others. The most frightening thing was that after Lin Fei grasped it, he could increase the might of the formation in a very short period of time, gaining a mysterious and unfathomable might. There's going to be a good show. Every time there was something that made Yun Zhongtian unhappy, Chen Yuanshan would be happy for a few days. Who asked this guy to be such a bully? Did he really think that his position as deputy principal was just for show? Elder Yun, I heard that you recently obtained a heaven-level formation. I wonder if you're interested in a little bet to liven up the atmosphere? Chen Yuanshan said with a smile. The heaven-level formation that Chen Yuanshan mentioned made Yun Zhongtian's expression change slightly. It was a formation that he had obtained from a secret realm. Even if it couldn't exert 100% of its power, it could at least exert 70% of its power. It was a very good heaven-level formation. Principal Chen, you're quite well informed. You even know about this. Yun Zhongtian said, however, since you're interested, it's not impossible for us to make a small bet. This old man is quite interested in your killing formation. I don't know if you're interested in taking it out. This old man doesn't care about ordinary things. Chen Yuanshan showed a hint of hesitation. Yun Zhongtian noticed that the killing formation in Chen Yuanshan's hand was a heaven-level advanced formation. It was only a step away from being a heaven-level top-level formation. Yun Zhongtian had been eyeing it for a long time. My killing formation is priceless. Your heaven-level defensive formation is only a heaven-level mid-level formation. You need to add something else. Chen Yuanshan said. Yun Zhongtian could see that Chen Yuanshan was hesitating and worried. He definitely didn't have much confidence. He smiled and said, then I'll add a heaven-level defensive formation. What do you think? 2 heaven-level mid-level and high-level defensive formations. It was definitely a big deal. Yun Zhongtian didn't have many such formations. In order to win against Chen Yuanshan's heaven-level killing formation, he didn't hesitate at all. Chen Yuanshan looked at Lin Fei and said, it's blocked. Both of them took out their respective spirit arrays. The heaven-grade spirit arrays were all sealed by power, but even so, it was still an eye-opener for everyone present. It was not easy to see 3 heaven-grade spirit arrays at once. Especially the heaven-level killing formation. Even through the seal, they could still feel the dangerous aura from it. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Fei. Lin Sen had finished setting up the formation. Now, it was up to Lin Fei to break it. Lin Fei smiled at Lin Sen and said, you're my senior. I won't bully you. Whatever move you use, I'll use the same move. 5-blow thunderstruck. A low roar came from the sky. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket flashed like a light in the dark night. It landed heavily on the immovable mountain formation. With a cracking sound, the earth shook. Chapter 24-35. With a loud rumble, the entire martial arts practice field trembled violently. The spectating students and lecturers unconsciously swayed, as if they would fall at any moment. At the same time, accompanied by a loud rumble, a wave of lightning crushed down, causing their breathing to quicken. This is too terrifying. Is this still the five-blow thunderstruck? Look, Lin Sun seems to have lost. He vomited blood. What's going on? When the might of the lightning dissipated, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Lin Sun, who was protected by two defensive arrays, was now lying on the ground, vomiting blood non-stop. He had completely lost consciousness. Anyone could tell that Lin Sun, an elite array master, had been defeated. Furthermore, the opponent had used the same array formation. Lin Fei, how dare you? Who gave you the permission to kill your senior? After a moment of absent-mindedness, Yun Zhongtian's face flashed with a dangerous light. With a flick of his finger, a blade light slashed towards Lin Sun, aiming for his vitals. People like Yun Zhongtian could clearly see that the five-blow thunderstruck array formation was a top-notch Earth-ranked array formation. Otherwise, who would be able to break through two Earth-ranked defensive arrays at once? Once an expert made a move, it would be obvious whether or not he was an expert. Yun Zhongtian knew that he had been tricked. In his anger, he directly attacked Lin Fei ruthlessly, crippling him first. After that, no one would dare to blame him. Pang! A huge shield appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was Chen Yuanshan who had made the move. With a gloomy expression, he said, "Elder Yun, what is the meaning of this? Are you bullying the weak? Don't forget, you are a teacher of the academy." Yun Zhongtian was furious. "Dean Chen, can't you tell? This Lin Fei is clearly here to kill someone. Didn't you say that he would stop when the time is right? Is he really stopping when the time is right? If we continue to indulge such a person, he will definitely be a scourge to the academy." Chen Yuanshan was very disdainful of Yun Zhongtian's shameless words. Previously, when Lin Sun used the array to attack Lin Fei, did he say that he would stop when the time was right? Absolutely not. Now, he had the nerve to say that he would stop when the time was right. "Elder Yun, you're wrong. What Lin Fei used just now should be a peak Earth rank offensive formation. This type of formation is notoriously difficult to grasp. It's very normal for one's strength to not be able to be controlled. Moreover, student Lin Sun has set up two Earth-rank defensive formations. Could it be that Elder Yun thinks that he can use a high Earth-rank defensive formation to split them apart?" Chen Yuanshan said very seriously. Yun Zhongtian was momentarily speechless. A peak Earth-rank defensive formation wasn't easy to grasp. It was very normal for one to not be able to control one's strength. When they were sparring, there would be times when one couldn't grasp it. Normally, Yun Zhongtian was used to this. However, this time, when it happened to his own direct disciple, he was very unhappy. "Dean Chen, I haven't mastered this five-blow thunderstruck for a long time. I didn't control my strength well. I'm very sorry about what happened just now. Luckily, I held back a portion of its strength. Although Senior Lin Sun was injured, I'm willing to compensate you. Please allow me to do so, Dean Chen." Lin Fei said with a face full of guilt. Chen Yuanshan was very happy. "Little Lin, you can't be blamed for this. Who knew that you had mastered a peak Earth-rank defensive formation? It's normal for student Lin Sun to not be able to withstand it. You don't have to feel guilty. As for compensation, 10,000 energy wall stones will do. It's just right. After this sparring session, Lin Sun can properly digest the knowledge he has gained." With a few words, Chen Yuanshan had settled the matter. The people present really couldn't say anything. They knew that he was siding with the other party, but what he said was reasonable. Moreover, they often used this move to deal with others. At this moment, they realized that this Lin Fei, who was invited by Vice Dean Chen Yuanshan, was filled with mysteries. They couldn't help but pay attention to him. To be able to master a peak Earth-rank defensive formation at such a young age, his ability wasn't any weaker than Lin Sen's. In fact, it was much higher. This Lin Fei was really a fierce dragon. He had defeated Lin Sen the moment he came up. What happened next was simple. Immediately, people came up and carried Lin Sen away for treatment. Everyone looked at Lin Fei with a trace of fear in their eyes. This person hadn't made a move, but he had heavily injured Lin Sen the moment he made a move. They didn't doubt that if he used another 5-blow thunderstruck, Lin Sen would be turned into ashes. Little Lin, this is a black crystal card. Keep it well. Chen Yuanshan smiled and said, you should also thank Elder Yun. Don't let down Elder Yun's kindness. With the 2 heaven-rank defensive formations in hand, Chen Yuanshan was in a very good mood. Lin Fei was also in a very good mood. He had obtained another batch of black crystal cards. This was a good deal. Yun Zhongtian held back his anger. The more he looked at Lin Fei, the more unhappy he was. 2 heaven-rank defensive formations and black crystal cards were already very painful. Whose things didn't fall from the sky? His heart was filled with hatred for Chen Yuanshan and Lin Fei. They had actually set a trap for him. Student Lin Fei, you are worthy of being the newcomer king of this year. Not only are you strong, but you have also mastered defensive formations that ordinary people can't. Although you have defeated Lin Sen, the rules are still the rules. The sparring will continue. Yun Zhongtian said with an expressionless face. Yun Zhongtian was very disappointed that Lin Sen had lost. More importantly, he had lost 2 sets of defensive formations, which would affect his strength to a certain extent. However, he wouldn't let Lin Fei take advantage of him in the future. None of the array masters in the Capital Institute were simple. If they didn't have the ability to subdue those geniuses, Yun Zhongtian didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Fei. Even if the array masters couldn't do it, he still had one last move, and that was to take action himself. Bullying the weak? How could that be possible? Which of you will go up and spar with student Lin Fei first? Yun Zhongtian said to the people behind him. The eyes of the array masters present lit up. They clearly knew that this was an opportunity, and a very good one at that. Once they succeeded, they would definitely be valued by Elder Yun. I'll go. Student Lin Fei's formation skills are amazing. I would like to experience it for myself. One by one, the array masters stepped forward and couldn't wait to spar with Lin Fei. Lin Fei walked forward. Dear lecturers, it's too troublesome to fight one by one. Why don't all of you attack me together? I'll only attack once. If any of you can withstand my attack, I'll consider this sparring match my loss. These words provoked them quite a bit. Attack him together? That was too arrogant. These array masters were all respectable people. They had already given Lin Fei enough face to spar with him. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to make them attack. This kid is too arrogant. He's overestimating himself after defeating Lin Sen. He's fighting against 10 of us alone. Does he really think he's invincible? The array masters were all enraged. Chapter 24:36. Chen Yuanshan was also taken aback. 10 formation masters working together to set up a formation was not as simple as 1 + 1. The formation became very complicated. There were people on the inside, and there were formations on the outside. To completely destroy it was not an easy task. Isn't this kid too high profile? Chen Yuanshan was a little worried. Although he knew that Lin Fei was good at setting up formations, he was a little worried about facing 10 array masters at the same time. However, once Lin Fei defeated the 10 array masters, the array masters present would have no choice but to be convinced. After Chen Yuanshan thought it through, he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. So be it. It was a good opportunity to slap Yun Zhongtian's face and let him know that in this territory, he couldn't cover the sky with one hand. This time, Lin Fei would be his hope. Although Yun Zhongtian was angry, he was smiling in his heart. It would be great if Qin Yuanshan's people were to lose face. At that time, it would be a big blow to Lin Fei and Qin Yuanshan with just a little publicity. Bullying the weak? Now it was clear that Lin Fei took the initiative to take the lead, which saved a lot of trouble. After Yun Zhongtian pretended to persuade them, he decided to wait for Lin Fei to lose face. With 10 array masters working together, it was definitely a large defensive formation. Lin Fei was bound to lose this battle. Begin. As the voice fell, the battle began. The 10 array masters disdained Lin Fei's challenge. After seeing the offensive formation that the other party had mastered, they didn't dare to take it lightly. If they lost, they would completely lose face. After a secret discussion, they chose to set up a combination formation. It was a heaven-grade formation. Earth formation. A large yellow earth formation soared into the sky. The first defensive formation was completed. 10,000 wood formation. Then there was another defensive formation. In the formation, a lush forest was faintly discernible. Under the support of the earth formation, it kept growing until it became a towering tree. Water spirit formation. Earth-grade top-grade formations were set up one after another. Every formation that was successfully set up was an eye-opener for everyone present. The heavens' favorites, in particular, didn't even shift their gazes as they stared fixedly, afraid that they would miss this opportunity. After the formation was set up, it continuously fused with one another, forming a close connection between them. It was as if they were born together, unable to see each other clearly. It's the 8th formation. It's the 9th formation. Lin Fei is so calm. He actually gave them the chance to finish arranging it. He can really break the combination of 10 array masters. Who knows? The combination formation is unpredictable and possesses powerful defense. It won't be that easy to breach it. When the final formation was successfully set up, the previous 9 formations formed a connection with the 10th formation. The originally scattered and disorderly formations all came together to form a super grand formation. A heaven-ranked array formation had appeared. The formation master in the formation also relaxed his brows. He had originally thought that Lin Fei would take the opportunity to make a move. He didn't expect that he would give them a chance to set up the formation successfully. This time, they were even more confident. Once the heaven-ranked array formation was completed, no matter what powerful offensive formation Lin Fei mastered, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break this heaven-ranked array formation. Lin Fei, you are too arrogant. How dare you wait for us to finish arranging the heaven-ranked combination array formation? An array master said disdainfully. The other array masters also showed disdainful expressions. There were really not many people in the entire school who could make them arrange a heaven-ranked array formation. They were eager to see the expression on Lin Fei's face when he couldn't break the defensive formation. They believed that it would be very interesting. Lin Fei had been standing with his hands behind his back, his actions were very arrogant. From the beginning to the end, there was not much change in his expression, as if setting up the formation in front of him was a very ordinary thing. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, Lin Fei clapped his hands at them. The sound of clapping was very rhythmic, one after the other, bringing with it an inexplicable rhythm. So this is a heaven-ranked array formation. You guys are really good at it. Although it is a heaven-ranked array formation, it is a pity that you can't set it up alone. Otherwise, would really have to spend some time. Now, this heaven-ranked array formation is full of flaws, like a broken net. How disappointing. This round, you will lose without a doubt. This heaven-ranked combination array formation, in the eyes of outsiders, had an impenetrable defense, but in the eyes of Lin Fei, it was full of flaws, unable to withstand a single blow. Through the system, a large number of flaws were found. Although the flaws were constantly being protected and the traces were very small, in the eyes of Lin Fei, it was like a ray of light in the dark night. It was hard not to notice it. As soon as Lin Fei said this, the 10 array masters' hearts thumped, their expressions became uneasy, and a trace of lack of confidence appeared between them. A combination array formation, one could see the clues from the word combination. There were indeed flaws. But when Lin Fei said it so easily, it was not a small blow to them. Humph, who doesn't know how to talk? If you have the ability, then break our combination array. Only then will we be convinced. That's right, all talk and no action, what's the point? Everyone suppressed the uneasiness in their hearts. Yun Zhongtian's eyes flickered. This kid can't really see through anything, right? This combination array formation has me in it, and you in it. Gathering all our strength and breaking through the earth-ranked level, it is not easy to see through the flaws in it. Moreover, the combination array formation is constantly running. Even if it is this old man, without absolute strength, it would still need time to break it. How old is this kid? How dare he say that? He must be scaring them. What a shameless guy. The arrogant Yun Zhongtian didn't think that Lin Fei had the ability to do it. If he really had the ability, he would have studied the Tao of formation for so many years, but he still couldn't compare to a young kid. I'm coming. Lin Fei didn't make a move until everyone was about to get impatient. Accompanied by a loud voice, a huge thunderbolt fell from the sky. The array formation, 5 thunderbolts. It was a top Earth-ranked offensive array formation. Everyone in the combination array formation laughed. Ha ha ha, he wants to break our array formation with just 1 thunderbolt, what a joke. I thought that kid would make a heaven-ranked array formation no matter what, but it turned out to be the same old thing. He thinks too highly of himself. We will win for sure. A thick thunderbolt fell from the sky, and a wave of pressure filled the air. No one present took this saber thunderbolt seriously. Even Qin Yuanshan revealed a trace of disappointment. What is this kid doing? Doesn't he know that it is a heaven-ranked combination array formation? No matter what, it should be a heaven-ranked array formation. Outsiders couldn't set it up, but Qin Yuanshan believed that Lin Fei had the ability to do it. A loud bang sounded. The thunderbolt fell on the heaven-ranked combination array formation. A strange scene appeared. With a loud bang, the array formation began to collapse. The aura of the heaven-ranked array formation disappeared, leaving only the ordinary earth-ranked array formation. However, at this moment, it seemed to be infected, and one after another collapsed. A huge destructive aura swept across the 10 array masters present. Bang bang bang. Chapter 2437. Silence. The martial arts arena fell silent once again. This scene happened too fast, so fast that everyone didn't have time to react. The heaven stage combination array formation that the 10 array masters had jointly arranged was destroyed by a lightning bolt, and even they were injured. What happened just now? This was a confused person. Who knows? I just saw a thunderbolt come down, and then the formation of the lecturers was broken. They were injured. Damn, that's too powerful. Didn't they say that a heaven-level defense formation set up by a combination formation needs at least a heaven-level offensive formation to break? Since when can a top Earth-level formation break it? It's unbelievable. It's unimaginable. Today is really an eye-opener. I'm convinced. Junior Lin Fei is indeed the newcomer king of this term. He's much more powerful than Beigong Yuming and Long Badian. The 10 lecturers who were lying on the ground had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. They were at a loss and hadn't recovered from the shock. They absolutely didn't think that they would be defeated by a top-grade Earth-rank formation's 5-blow thunderstruck. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. He seems to have seen through the weakness of the combination formation. A lecturer said with great difficulty. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. Pfft! That's impossible. How old is he? Another lecturer vomited blood. He couldn't believe this result. We're old, we're all old. We wanted to set up a heaven-level combination formation together, but a junior defeated us. I'm convinced. Another lecturer said slowly. The others looked at Lin Fei, who was standing ramrod straight, with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. He was so young, but not only was he talented, but he had reached an extremely high level of attainment in the Tao of formations. He had completely defeated them. They realized that there would always be someone better than you. Formations were not like other things. They needed time to learn and accumulate. It was a long process. Today's defeat was a big blow to them, but at this moment, they were convinced. The other party had used a top Earth step formation to defeat them, and they were convinced of their defeat. Moreover, they guessed that when the combination formation was in operation, the other party must have caught a trace of a flaw, and this required extremely good eyesight. It was hard for everyone to not be convinced, especially for array masters like them. Eyesight was also a proof of one's strength. In a duel between array masters, it was more about accumulation, and this included eyesight. If one's eyesight was not good enough, they would not be able to see the flaws in the battle. Lin Fei was able to see through the flaws in an extremely short period of time, calmly find the flaws, and then crack them. This showed how powerful his own ability was. Student Lin Fei, we admit defeat for this match. We are convinced. Your mastery of array formations is completely above us. One of the more prestigious array formation masters crawled up and said. These words naturally came from the bottom of his heart. Without any trace of moisture. Lin Fei immediately had a good impression of them. At the very least, they were not the kind of people who could not change their ways. The array masters who were able to enter Imperial College all had their own qualities. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Fei cupped his hands. At this moment, Lin Fei had gained the acknowledgement of the array formation masters, which meant that he had integrated into their circle. Such a talented array formation master would have limitless achievements in the future. It was not impossible for him to master a formation that surpassed the heaven level in the future. The array formation master's acknowledgement of Lin Fei's strength was like a slap in the face to the other person. Yun Zhongtian's face was as black as coal. As a senior in the field of array formations, he immediately realized that the combination formation was about to be broken by someone else. He could not help but be shocked. How could he find the flaw in the combination formation in such a short period of time, and succeed in one go? The most frightening thing is that he destroyed the combination formation with one move, and the 10 lecturers lost their ability to set up the formation. Yun Zhongtian was experienced and knowledgeable, but he could not tell what Lin Fei's background was. Based on his ability just now, it was certain that Lin Fei would become a lecturer in the Department of Array Formations. Based on Lin Fei's strength, he was definitely qualified to be a lecturer. If Lin Fei could master the heaven-level formation, he would be able to catch up to him. At this moment, Yun Zhongtian was a little flustered, and his expression became uncertain. Lin Fei was too young, too young. It was inevitable that Lin Fei would surpass him in the future. Deputy Dean Chen Yuanshan was already not easy to deal with. With his many years of experience, he was able to suppress Chen Yuanshan. If there was another Lin Fei, his position here would be greatly affected. As time went by, the situation would become very unfavorable. Elder Yun, do you still think that Lin Fei is not qualified to be a lecturer? Chen Yuanshan asked Yun Zhongtian with a smile. Lin Fei's ability to turn something rotten into something magical and defeat the combined forces of 10 lecturers in one go was unquestionable, unless Lin Fei could also break the combination formation in a short period of time. Chen Yuanshan wanted to tell Yun Zhongtian that the person he brought here was not as weak as he thought. From now on, Yun Zhongtian's influence here would gradually weaken. Yun Zhongtian regretted being so confident earlier. If he knew this would happen, he would have made a move himself and convinced Lin Fei wholeheartedly. This scene would not have happened. Defeating the combination formation of 10 lecturers is nothing. Who knows, maybe Lin Fei has seen it somewhere before and just happened to remember how it works. Yun Zhongtian quibbled, therefore, this is nothing. Any genius would be able to do it. Just based on this old man feels that he is still lacking if he wants to be a lecturer. Chen Yuanshan was really angry. This old man actually had the nerve to say this. Even if the circulation route of the combination formation was known, it did not mean that everyone could easily break it. The circulation route was constantly changing, and there would be 100 different changes every time. Ordinary people would not be able to catch the traces of it. Elder Yun, you are a knowledgeable person. How can you say such childish words? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? When that time comes, it will be us who will lose face. Chen Yuanshan almost said that Yun Zhongtian was blind. Yun Zhongtian was very angry. He almost blew his beard and glared at Yun Zhongtian. In the end, he endured it. What he said just now was indeed lacking in reason. Everyone might not believe it if they heard it. After all, they were all professionals and knew everything. If Lin Fei wants to become a lecturer, he has actually reached half of it. As long as he can beat me in the end, or not be defeated by me, this old man will admit that he has the qualification. Yun Zhongtian chose to be shameless. If Lin Fei wanted to become a lecturer, he had to pass through him. Even if he made a fuss, no one would say anything. I just don't know if student Lin Fei has the confidence. After all, as a lecturer, he must be strong enough to convince everyone. Chapter 2438. Yun Zhongtian would not allow Lin Fei to become a lecturer no matter what. With such a level of talent, once he became a lecturer, he would become Yun Zhongtian's #1 enemy in the future. Chen Yuanshan was old and his potential was almost exhausted, so he was not much of a threat. However, Lin Fei was different. Lin Fei's potential was limitless. After he stabilized his position, Yun Zhongtian's influence would become weaker and weaker, and his situation would be very bad. Because of this, Yun Zhongtian wanted to stop him. In Yun Zhongtian's view, Lin Fei was a sharp knife in Chen Yuanshan's hand. Even if others said that he was shameless, he had to stop him. As long as the other party dared to agree, Yun Zhongtian would definitely teach him a good lesson. After that, no one would be able to say anything. If not for the fact that His Majesty recognized him as a junior brother, he would have the opportunity to cripple him. A crippled genius was equivalent to losing his value. Who would care about such a genius? Chen Yuanshan did not expect Yun Zhongtian to be so shameless. He actually had the nerve to make a move himself and even came up with a reason. He said angrily, "Elder Yun, this is against the rules." Chen Yuanshan emphasized the last few words. When the surrounding people heard this, they knew that Dean Chen was very angry, but he was trying his best to suppress it. At the same time, they were shocked. Who would have thought that the newcomer king, Lin Fei, would be worth Chen Yuanshan's attention? This was very rare. Everyone secretly told themselves that regardless of whether Lin Fei could enter the formation department and become a lecturer, they would have to be more polite in the future to avoid offending Lin Fei. After all, their leader was Dean Chen. Yun Zhongtian said, "How is this against the rules? Don't forget, this elder is thinking for the sake of our formation department. Do you want to hire someone with ordinary skills? That is simply a waste of resources and will affect their growth." You. Chen Yuanshan's eyes flashed coldly. You are messing around. Student Lin Fei has passed the assessment, so he will be our lecturer. What does everyone think? Chen Yuanshan decided to ignore Yun Zhongtian and directly let Lin Fei become a lecturer. Even if this matter was brought to the old dean, he would still have an advantage. Dean Chen, you don't have to be like this. Lin Fei said calmly. Isn't it just sparring with him? What's wrong with that? However, the prerequisite is that he has to honor the bet on the black crystal card first. At the mention of the black crystal card, Yun Zhongtian's expression turned ugly. That was an astronomical figure. Yun Zhongtian really didn't want to talk about this. I don't think Elder Yun will be lazy. After all, you're an elder of Imperial College. You're rich and overbearing. You won't care about these black crystal cards. Lin Fei goaded him again. In front of so many people, Yun Zhongtian really wanted to say, "Go to hell, dozens of black crystal cards, do you think they are cabbages?" If he really roared out, then he would lose all his face for the rest of his life. From then on, he would become a joke. Chen Yuanshan would definitely not miss this opportunity. He would definitely add fuel to the fire. No matter what, the unlucky one in the end would definitely be him. Student Lin Fei must be joking. I will definitely honor my promise. I can still afford dozens of black crystal cards. Yun Zhongtian looked as if his parents had died. Some of the lecturers who secretly disliked Yun Zhongtian were laughing in their hearts when they saw this scene. They hadn't seen Elder Yun's deflated expression for a long time. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a junior. Yun Zhongtian endured the pain and took out the black crystal cards. More than half of his wealth was gone. Needless to say, he was extremely displeased. He wanted nothing more than to destroy the other party with one palm and snatch the black crystal cards back. Was it easy to accumulate black crystal cards? Elder Yun is really straightforward. No wonder you're a big tycoon. You're really rich. Lin Fei put away the black crystal cards and once again poured salt on Yun Zhongtian's wounds, provoking him again. Chen Yuanshan also raised his eyebrows and let out a breath of relief. His entire body and mind felt at ease. This brat is really bad. He clearly knows that old devil Yun's heart is hurting to death, but he still poured salt on his wounds. Inviting Lin Fei to be a lecturer was really the right move. Yun Zhongtian's cold gaze shot towards Lin Fei. The surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. Student Lin Fei, this old man has promised to exchange for the cards. Does that mean that we're going to exchange pointers? Lin Fei was in a very good mood. Elder Yun, there's no problem with the pointers you mentioned. I really like all kinds of pointers. However, there's a prerequisite. I like to add some stakes when I exchange pointers. Only then will it be exciting enough. Elder Yun, what do you think? Yun Zhongtian was pondering how to get the black crystal cards back from Lin Fei's hands. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to him. He didn't believe that he would lose. Even if Chen Yuanshan made a move, he might not be his opponent. This old man also thinks that adding some stakes would be more interesting. Yun Zhongtian revealed a trace of a smile. I just don't know what kind of stakes student Lin Fei wants to add. Chen Yuanshan secretly cursed. What's wrong with this kid? He's already won twice, why is he betting again? That's the array department, the one with the strongest mastery of arrays. Even Chen Yuanshan himself doesn't have the confidence to defeat the other party. Although he has confidence in Lin Fei, in his heart, he doesn't have much confidence. Who is Yun Zhongtian? He's a famous figure in the empire. He's a member of the empire's aristocracy. Back in the war against the outside world, he was the one who arranged the arrays and made illustrious achievements. I don't really like other things. The only thing I'm interested in is the black crystal cards. Lin Fei didn't care about Chen Yuanshan's gaze. How about this? I still have some wealth. If we pool it together, I can still take out 100 black crystal cards. I don't know if Elder Yun can do it. Everyone at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. 100 black crystal cards is such a huge amount of wealth. They might not even be able to earn that much in their lifetime. Now, a junior can take out 100. Even if some of them are sponsored by Elder Yun, it's still something they can't have. Besides being shocked, they all thought that Lin Fei has gone crazy. Elder Yun is the #1 array master. He's widely recognized as an expert in the Capital Institute. He's also one of the top 10 array masters in the entire empire. Lin Fei dared to propose a bet of 100 black crystal cards. It's completely crazy. To be able to defeat Lin Sun and the 10 lecturers, he's indeed very capable. However, if he wants to defeat Elder Yun, he still has a long way to go. In their opinion, his chances of winning are less than 10%. After all, Elder Yun can easily arrange a heaven-level array. Moreover, it's a heaven-level and heaven-level array. Yun Zhongtian's heart was filled with joy. He can still take out 100 black crystal cards. However, it's also the last of his assets. He might even have to sell off a portion of the treasures. At the thought that as long as he wins against Lin Fei, not only will he be able to make up for his previous losses, but he'll also be able to make a small profit. This can be considered a very good thing. As for whether Lin Fei is hiding his strength, Yun Zhongtian doesn't care at all. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? He's publicly recognized as an expert in arrays. Taking care of Lin Fei will be a piece of cake. Chapter 2439. Yun Zhongtian wouldn't give Lin Fei a chance to back out. He had to reap some benefits from Lin Fei. Chen Yuanshan couldn't stop him, so he glared at Lin Fei. Since old Yun had spoken, no one would stop him. Lin Fei didn't have a high chance of winning this round. However, he didn't notice that Lin Fei was always exuding absolute confidence. It was the kind of absolute confidence that wouldn't be affected by external factors. If Chen Yuanshan had seen it, he probably wouldn't have thought so. Yun Zhongtian was used to being arrogant. Plus, he had lost the previous 2 rounds. Hearing that he could make a comeback, he was thinking about how to humiliate Lin Fei. It would be best if he could leave a shadow in his heart. Only then would he feel happy. Lin Fei smiled happily. Then let Director Chen and everyone else be the notary. Chen Yuanshan was the only one present who could be the notary, so Yun Zhongtian didn't have any objections. He couldn't take out 100 black crystal cards at the moment, but he had put the items as collateral, so the total value was exactly 100 black crystal cards. 200 black crystal cards was a big bet. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in the martial arts arena other than those from the formation department. If word of this got out, it would definitely cause an uproar. In the entire Capital Institute, apart from a few influential figures, no one else would be able to fork out such a large sum of money for a bet. After getting Chen Yuanshan's notary, Lin Fei didn't rush to start. Is there anything else? Yun Zhongtian rarely felt this impatient. He remembered that he had this kind of feeling when he was young, but he had suppressed it later. Today was the first time he had felt this long-lost feeling. I think there's one more thing I forgot to do. I think Elder Yun won't care about this little bit of time. Lin Fei smiled. Of course. Yun Zhongtian wasn't worried that Lin Fei would run away. Once he did, he would be the winner and a large sum of money would be his. In fact, he couldn't wait for Lin Fei to run away. Lin Fei turned to the others and said, "It's better for everyone to be happy than for one person. I've decided to open a bet, and I'll pay whatever I bet. I wonder if anyone is interested." Chen Yuanshan was furious. Is this kid crazy? Despite knowing that Yun Zhongtian was bound to win, he still dared to open a bet. If this wasn't madness, what else could it be? Everyone in the martial arts practice field was shocked, but they quickly recovered. Everyone's eyes lit up. Student Lin Fei, do you really dare to bet as much as you want? A lecturer was tempted. Lin Fei nodded. That's for sure. If we're going to play, let's play it big. I'll pay you back as much as you dare to bet. Don't worry, I can't afford it. Everyone believed in Lin Fei's words. If Lin Fei did not pay his debts, he would not be able to stay in Imperial College anymore. There was no doubt that he had the ability to do so. Lin Fei, you talk big. I bet on Elder Yun. 500 million energy wall stones. The first to step out was Lin Senator. His face was pale and ferocious as he stared at Lin Fei. Do you dare to take it? Since he had lost in the Battle of Matrixes, Lin Sen had to fight back no matter what. At the very least, he had to take a bite out of Lin Fei. 500 million energy wall stones was all he had. He had to fight to the end. It's just 500 million energy wall stones. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fei agreed without hesitation. At Lin Sen's words, everyone in the martial arts practice field began to move. Only a fool would not bet on this kind of free money. You had a few 100 million energy wall stones, and I had a few 100 million wall stones to bet on Elder Yun's victory. In a short time, there were about 10 black crystal cards worth of energy wall stones, and all of them were betting on Yun Zhongtian's victory. Yun Zhongtian nodded to himself. This kid is ruthless enough to throw caution to the wind. It seems that he has some trump cards up his sleeve. Giving up everything and unleashing his full strength isn't a bad idea. Unfortunately, you're using it in the wrong place. You shouldn't be on Chen Yuanshan's side. Lin Fei placed all the energy wall stones on Chen Yuanshan's side. Who else wants to bet? Hurry up. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. A dozen black crystal cards were more or less a sum of money, but Lin Fei still wasn't satisfied. There weren't many opportunities to make a fortune like this. If he could, he would. Everyone here was smart, and they wouldn't be fooled next time. Elder Yun, why didn't you inform me of such a good thing? You're too unkind. In the sky above the martial arts practice field, there was a burst of laughter. Then, a person appeared. Dean Li is here. Why is he here? It turned out that the person in the sky was Vice Dean Li Fengzheng, who was also Yun Zhongtian's good friend of many years. Brother Mingzheng, what wind blew you here? A trace of cunning flashed in Yun Zhongtian's eyes. Li Fengzheng smiled. I was just passing by, so I came to see you. I got to see a good show. Youngsters these days are really amazing. We're all getting old. When Chen Yuanshan, who was not far away, heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't believe that Li Fengzheng was just passing by. Maybe he came specially. Who didn't know that the two of them were good friends? Their relationship was very close. Lin Fei's expression didn't change much, but a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Dean Li, you're also here to bet? Then you better be quick. Li Fengzheng didn't like Lin Fei. He had it from the beginning. When he knew that the other party had opened a bet, he came immediately. He wanted to take the opportunity to give Lin Fei a good blow. Student Lin Fei, you're quite confident in yourself. Aren't you afraid of losing? Li Fengzheng said with a serious face. Who knows who will win or lose? Lin Fei said. Li Fengzheng wanted to see some clues from the other party, but he couldn't see anything. This made him very uncomfortable. He was the dean, but he didn't show any respect. Well said. Since it's like this, then I'll reluctantly bet 10 black crystal cards on Brother Yun's small victory. Li Fengzheng changed the topic. Student Lin Fei, you don't have any objections, right? Chen Yuanshan secretly cursed Li Fengzheng for being shameless. He actually dared to bet. Was he trying to eat Lin Fei? At this juncture, Chen Yuanshan couldn't stop it anymore. Even he couldn't see through Lin Fei's thoughts and what he wanted to do. No objections. I don't have any objections to anyone who sends money. Lin Fei laughed loudly with an arrogant face. Then I'll also bet 20 black crystal cards. I want to join in the fun. At this time, another person appeared in the sky above the martial arts practice field. It was Vice Dean Fang Mingwen. Everyone was shocked again. Anyone could see that the two vice deans seemed to have objections to Lin Fei. This time, 20 black crystal cards. This was asking for Lin Fei's life. No problem. Lin Fei agreed without even looking. Who else wants to bet? I'll bet 500 black crystal cards. If you lose, you'll work for this prince for 1,000 years. Do you dare? A rumbling sound was heard. Chapter 24:40. Do you dare? The sudden voice brought with it a domineering aura, causing everyone to tremble. That's His Royal Highness. Why is the fifth prince's projection here? This is going to be interesting. Seeing the descending projection, the lecturers and the prodigies all looked on in awe. The fifth prince was a martial arts fanatic and controlled a secret army. He had a high status among the princes and was doted on by His Majesty. He was known as the future pillar of the empire. Because Emperor Yuanzheng had not clearly appointed a crown prince, many of the princes were eager to fight for the position. The fifth prince was one of the more likely ones. At the same time, he had the support of many generals in the empire. There were many generals in the Capital Institute. If one wanted to sit in that position, he had to have the support of the generals. Now that the fifth prince had sent a projection, even if it was not very powerful, it still represented the royal family and the fifth prince. The fifth prince's gaze was aggressive, as if he wanted Lin Fei to make a decision immediately. No one had expected the fifth prince to appear at this time and threaten Lin Fei, not giving Lin Fei any chance to regret his decision. 500 black crystal cards had indeed shocked everyone. If it was anyone else, they would consider it. After all, that was 500 black crystal cards. If one wasn't a top-notch figure, it would be impossible to obtain 500 black crystal cards in 1,000 years. Many prodigies were tempted by such benefits. 500 black crystal cards in 1,000 years. It was a good deal. For a moment, everyone wished that they could go up and take Lin Fei's place. What right did this fellow have to gain the fifth prince's favor? If the fifth prince became the emperor, the people around him would all be his subjects. Their future status would be unimaginable. Your Royal Highness, if I don't agree, won't you be disappointed? Lin Fei smiled. I agree to your 500 black crystal cards. Life is all about fighting. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for giving me this chance. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. What a joke. From the moment the fifth prince was about to appear, the system had alerted him. Now that he had enough energy, all sorts of alerts had been activated. This was the capital of the empire. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate it. He was on guard at all times. Against Lin Fei, the system's little demon would immediately alert him. This also made Lin Fei less worried. The newcomer king is indeed the newcomer king. I like people like you. You're so straightforward. I didn't come in vain. This is a rare opportunity. The fifth prince laughed. Even though Lin Fei's actions displeased the fifth prince, after seeing Lin Fei's new talent, the fifth prince wanted him even more. He could not let his brothers and sisters snatch him away. The fifth prince did not want such a strong future enemy to fall into the hands of others. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your praise. I promise that I won't disappoint Your Royal Highness. Lin Fei said with a smile. Many people frowned. How could this guy speak to the fifth prince like this? Could it be that he dared to win the fifth prince's 500 black crystal cards? Chen Yuanshan also frowned. Things had gotten out of hand. The two deputy deans had ulterior motives. In addition to the strong fifth prince, it was no longer his turn to speak. This guy cannot lose. Chen Yuanshan thought. Chen Yuanshan was clear about the internal struggles of the royal family. He had always been wandering around outside because he did not want to be involved. In such a struggle, he would not even know how he died. He was very worried about the future of a top genius like Lin Fei. Then let's begin. The fifth prince said calmly as he stood in the sky. The fifth prince gave the order. A smile appeared on Yun Zhongtian's face. This time, he wanted Lin Fei to not be able to make a comeback. Although he would become the fifth prince's man, he believed that the fifth prince would mind teaching Lin Fei a lesson before that. Do you attack, or do I defend? Yun Zhongtian still cared about his reputation. I can let you choose, lest people say that I am bullying the young. Yun Zhongtian still cared about his reputation. Even if everyone knew that he was bullying the young, at least there was a fig leaf in the middle. That was enough. He did not care what others said. Lin Fei shook his head. I appreciate Elder Yun's good intentions. You defend and I attack. That would be boring. I heard that Elder Yun is the best array master in the Capital Institute. Since we are going to learn from each other, let's have a simple battle of arrays. Instead of you attacking and I defending, why not have a good fight? I want to see Elder Yun's glory. These words were very harsh to Yun Zhongtian. It was obvious that Lin Fei wanted to defeat him. His cold eyes swept across. Are you sure you want to fight with me? Do you know the difference between us? Lin Fei said calmly, I just want to know the difference between us, so that I know my goal in the future. Is Elder Yun not willing? Yun Zhongtian coldly snorted, you should know the gap between us. This old man will grant your wish. Since this is your first time, this old man will allow you to make the first move. Otherwise, once this old man makes his move, you won't have the chance to make your move. Lin Fei looked at him strangely, then I thank Elder Yun for your generosity. In the sky, Li Fengzheng and Fang Mingguan looked at each other and smiled. This kid is going to lose for sure. If we were to play offense and defense, he might have a chance. He might not even lose so badly. But now, hee. It's good that he lost. This kid is too arrogant. He is the newcomer king, and he dares to challenge Elder Yun. To the two of them, Lin Fei was too full of himself. After defeating 10 lecturers, he made the other party forget who he was. He even dared to challenge Elder Yun. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The fifth prince didn't show much emotion, but a hint of pride flashed across his eyes. It could be seen that the fifth prince was in a good mood. After all, there was only one chance like this. Ever since he suffered a small loss, the fifth prince couldn't forget about Lin Fei. Fortunately, the spy he had arranged sent back news. The fifth prince saw the opportunity and directly sent his projection down. This time, by taking Lin Fei under his net, the fifth prince had an extra sharp knife. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to grow quickly. It's starting. Everyone stared at Lin Fei. Elder Yun, I'm making my move. Lin Fei looked at Elder Yun and grabbed the air with his left hand. Runes appeared and formed a long saber, emitting a dangerous aura. One saber slash. This was the offensive formation that Lin Sun had used before. With a boom, the long saber slashed through the air, leaving behind a huge saber mark. The void kept collapsing, and astral winds kept howling, causing the scalp of those who saw it to go numb. Heavens, this is a heaven class 1 saber slash. A lecturer exclaimed. Chapter 2441. As the number of arrays increased, their power would naturally increase, but the difficulty of using them would also increase. As soon as the heaven class 1 slash array was displayed, everyone in the martial arts field exclaimed. From an earth class array to a heaven class array, there was only a small increase, but its power was unimaginably strong. Too strong. It should be at the initial heaven class. How could it be the initial heaven class? It should at least be the intermediate heaven class. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to block this slash. Lin Fei is really amazing. He can set up an array so quickly. His understanding of arrays has already reached an extremely high level. Humph, this is nothing. Heaven-class arrays are amazing, but don't forget, Yun Zhongtian is also an array grandmaster. He can set up a heaven-class array with ease. The moment Lin Fei made his move, everyone was stunned. This moment of amazement made the faces of the two vice-headmasters turn ugly. This was completely beyond what a newcomer should have. You're just a genius, do you have to be so strong? The Heaven Class 1// fell cleanly and cleanly. Yun Zhongtian was already prepared, but he still underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He actually used a Heaven Class 1//, and it was even a Heaven Class mid-class offensive array. Just this move alone was already very impressive. Humph, you want to defeat this old man? You're far from it. Yun Zhongtian had his own pride, especially after seeing Lin Fei's ability. He swore that he would completely defeat him and give him a nightmare that he would never forget. Reflect. Yun Zhongtian pulled at the void with both hands, and an array appeared in front of him like a shield. The aura was not very strong, and when the Heaven Class 1// landed on the shield, the huge power did not tear it apart. Instead, it changed its direction and turned into a long spear that went straight for the yellow dragon. When the array, Reflect, appeared, many people's eyes lit up. Elder Yun is indeed Elder Yun, he used Reflect. Rumor has it that this special array, when it reaches the highest level, can reflect 100% of the power. It's a very terrifying array. Lin Fei is going to be dumbfounded. He's facing his own attack. Chen Yuanshan's heart was in his throat. Old Yun is really cunning. He has learned the Reflect formation without anyone noticing. Maybe he has mastered the other special formations as well. Lin Fei is in trouble. Special formations were beyond the scope of ordinary formations. They were suitable for both offense and defense, and had many uses. However, they were extremely difficult to deal with, and at the same time, they were extremely difficult to cultivate. Chen Yuanshan was secretly afraid of the array formation's rebound. Interesting. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He once again executed the heaven-ranked saber chop. It came from the side and shattered the spear. The spear shattered into pieces, its power dissipating. Lin Fei's casual movements made everyone take him seriously. This young Lin Fei seemed to be much stronger than they had imagined. His attainments in formations far surpassed theirs. To be able to block my spear, you're pretty good. Taking a step forward, Yun Zhongtian flicked his left and right hands, and a domineering wind blade formation assaulted Zhang Xian. Complementing the wind blade formation, the wind blade formation seemed to have inherited the characteristics of the wind blade formation, making it unpredictable. In everyone's eyes, setting up a formation required time. However, with Yun Zhongtian's eyesight, formations were that simple. This is just the beginning. Every step Yun Zhongtian took was followed by a powerful formation. Suppress. A mountain-like formation quietly appeared above Lin Fei. It wasn't a tall mountain, but it was taller than a mountain. A majestic aura descended from the sky, heavily pressing on top of Lin Fei. God-slaying finger. A high-grade heaven-ranked formation pierced towards Lin Fei. After 3 steps, Yun Zhongtian had the upper hand. He had an absolute advantage. It had to be said that Yun Zhongtian was very good at grasping opportunities. From the moment he executed the Reflect formation, he didn't give Lin Fei any chance to make a move. Heaven-ranked formations followed one after another, using the method of attacking fiercely. Not bad. Under this old man's formation attack, you can still hold on. You can be considered one of the best. Yun Zhongtian took another step. After several heaven-ranked formations, he still couldn't defeat Lin Fei. He felt very uncomfortable. Bind. Another heaven-ranked formation. The function of this formation was very simple. It was to bind everything. It was no different from imprisonment. At Yun Zhongtian's age, he could easily set up any formation. The simpler the formation, the more effective it was. To be able to become a formation grandmaster, he had his own unique points. Once the bind formation was activated, space seemed to be sucked out. In the middle of the battlefield, Lin Fei, who was surrounded by formations, looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. Many people couldn't help but start shaking their heads. It seemed like Lin Fei would be defeated soon. The fifth prince's projection also revealed a smile. Yun Zhongtian is not bad. He gave this emperor a chance to take down Lin Fei. With this trump card in hand, in the future ha. With the fifth prince's experience, under the attack of several heaven-ranked formations, Lin Fei was destined to lose. There was no chance of victory at all. After losing the initiative, the consequences could be imagined. In a duel between formation masters, it wasn't difficult to win. Whoever had the upper hand would win. Lin Fei was now trapped by the array formation and was overwhelmed. Not to mention the Mount Tai crushing array formation above him, just the bind array formation alone was enough to make him lose control of his body, not to mention the wind blade array formation and the god vanquishing finger array formation that kept attacking him. Lin Fei, if you admit defeat now, this old man will remove the formation, lest you suffer later. Yun Zhongtian stood with his hands behind his back, feeling proud of himself. Lin Fei, who was in the formation, was quite disappointed with Yun Zhongtian. He wasn't as strong as he had imagined. The attack of the formation was not bad, but it didn't make people's eyes light up. Admit defeat? No. Lin Fei shook his head and said the word no 3 times in a row. Elder Yun, you really disappoint me. You think you can defeat me with just these heaven-ranked formations? Dream on. Since you can't defeat me, it's my turn now. Yun Zhongtian's pupils shrank slightly. In this situation, he can still set up a formation? That's impossible. Although setting up a formation looked simple, it was actually quite complicated, especially at this moment. Yun Zhongtian didn't believe that Lin Fei had a chance to turn the tables. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he decided to suppress Lin Fei. For Saint Beasts, trample the world. Yun Zhongtian unleashed his trump card, not giving Lin Fei any chance to retaliate. In the west, a Saint Beast, the White Tiger, roared, the king of all beasts. In the north, the Black Tortoise, as still as a mountain. In the east, the Azure Dragon soared into the sky, riding on the clouds, its might shaking the world. In the south, the Vermilion Bird blazed like fire. As soon as the 4 Saint Beasts appeared, they charged towards Lin Fei. When the 4 Saint Beasts gathered together, it was extremely terrifying. This formation was actually a peak heaven-ranked formation. Yun Zhongtian wanted to avoid any accidents from happening. He wanted to defeat Lin Fei as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. You're going to lose. Once the 4 Saint Beasts formation is out, no one can withstand it. Yun Zhongtian was overjoyed. Shameless, too shameless. To think that he used a heaven-ranked formation. Chen Yuanshan's heart sank as he scolded Yun Zhongtian for being shameless. How could he use a heaven-ranked formation to deal with Lin Fei? This was no longer an ordinary spar. Chapter 2442. The 4 Sacred Beasts. This is awesome. I've finally witnessed the power of a top-notch heaven-level formation. Just the aura of the 4 Sacred Beasts is enough to make one shudder in fear. This time, Lin Fei is really done for. He's definitely going to be severely injured. The combined attack of the 4 Sacred Beasts is also terrifying. In the sky, the 4 Sacred Beasts charged over domineeringly. Everyone could almost see Lin Fei's fate. The peak-grade heaven array formation wasn't just for show. It was proven by countless lives. Even though the figures of the 4 great saint beasts in the sky were a little blurry, as if they were just illusions, no one could doubt the strength of the 4 great saint beasts. To be able to summon the images of the 4 sacred beasts was already very powerful. In the entire Capital Institute, or even the entire empire, there were only a handful of people who could set up a top-notch heaven-level formation. Yun Zhongtian was one of them. Fortunately, the training ground had activated a formation to prevent the aura from leaking. Otherwise, the entire Capital Institute would have been alarmed. Even so, the 7th and 8th transitions of the Capital Institute could still sense the terrifying aura coming from the formations department. Next, many experts appeared in the sky above the formations department. When they saw this shocking scene, they looked down at Lin Fei, who was trapped by the formation, and immediately understood what was going on. These experts widened their eyes in shock, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Why was the newcomer king, Lin Fei, going up against the formation's grandmaster, Yun Zhongtian? It seemed that the situation was not looking good. Elder Yun, what is he doing? A top-notch heaven-level formation. Is he going to severely injure the newcomer king? Hurry up and stop him. Many of the higher-ups of the institute saw this. The first thing they did was to stop the attack of the 4 sacred beasts. Lin Fei was of noble status and was also the future pride of the Capital Institute. They could not allow him to be injured now. If there were any negative consequences, it would be a loss to the Institute and the Empire. The old dean is here too. They wanted to stop Yun Zhongtian, but they were quickly blocked by the formation of the formations department. They could only watch helplessly as the 4 sacred beasts attacked together. Even though they weren't facing the 4 great holy beasts formation, they still felt as if they were within it, feeling as if they were experiencing it themselves. A hint of fear appeared on their faces. Formation masters had a resounding reputation. They didn't cultivate anything else but formations. There were countless people who weren't convinced. Formation masters were also a headache. As long as they lost the initiative, they would be limited everywhere. The situation on the field couldn't be clearer. Lin Fei must have lost the initiative and ended up like this. Dean, quickly stop them. Putting aside Lin Fei's talent, just the fact that Lin Fei was the junior brother of Great Emperor Yuanzheng meant that they couldn't let anything happen to him. Old Dean's face was calm. You guys. Everyone else is anxious. What are you guys worrying about? Everyone, just watch carefully. Not in a hurry. Everyone was dumbfounded. After calming down, these experts then noticed the change in Lin Fei's expression. From the beginning to the end, there wasn't a trace of nervousness or fear on his face. He was calm, as if he didn't exist. This shocked them. For the first time, they actually misjudged Lin Fei and didn't notice the change in his body. Old Dean, can that brat Lin Fei block it? A smart higher-up asked. Old Dean smiled but didn't say anything. This made everyone's curiosity piqued. They really couldn't think of how Lin Fei could break the joint attack of the 4 great holy beasts. Even they didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, the 4 great holy beasts were famous for their strength. Even if the 4 great holy beasts in front of them hadn't truly materialized, they still had unparalleled power. Lin Fei, it's not too late for you to surrender now. Once the 4 great holy beasts arrive, you won't have a chance anymore. Yun Zhongtian wanted Lin Fei to beg for mercy. The 4 great holy beasts array formation really lives up to its name. Unfortunately, your 4 great holy beasts are just a phantom. It's good to scare people, but I think it's still far from enough to deal with me. Lin Fei's eyes were calm. Since Elder Yun has used a big move, if I don't, I'll look too useless. Today, I'll try out my new array. Pung! Lin Fei lifted one of his feet and stomped heavily. A light beam shot out from Lin Fei's position. The mountain above his head was pierced by the light beam, and the remaining part also vanished. This beam of light was too strange. No one noticed that Lin Fei had used the energy in his body. That was clearly an array attack. Its power was very terrifying. A light beam broke a heaven-grade auxiliary array formation. What's going on? The surrounding heaven and earth energy is out of control. The energy in my body is also stirring, as if it's going to leave my body. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? Everyone in the martial arts field could feel the fluctuations of heaven and earth energy. All the heaven and earth energy in the martial arts field had gone out of control. Even if they tried to absorb it, the heaven and earth energy would not move, as if it wasn't them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of array is this? It can actually affect the heaven and earth energy. Yun Zhongtian also felt a little uneasy. The heaven and earth energy in the surroundings had indeed changed. It seemed to have become extremely lively, and more importantly, it was flowing uncontrollably around him. Go! Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed at the black tortoise. A thick light beam with a destructive aura pierced through the black tortoise's body, causing it to explode on the spot. Bang! 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 As Lin Fei attacked 3 times in a row, all the heaven and earth energy surged into Lin Fei's position, and a huge vortex appeared. The moment the vortex formed, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This is too scary. The heaven and earth energy actually turned into a vortex and materialized. What kind of array is this? 3 light beams shot out and hit the other 3 saint beasts. The saint beasts that were just blurry shadows were all blown into pieces by the light beams. The dangerous joint attack of the saint beasts instantly lost its threat. Elder Yun, it's your turn. Lin Fei pointed at Yun Zhongtian, and another light beam shot out. Under his deliberate control, it turned into a thick finger, and it directly materialized as if it was real. I'll call this array, God-slaying finger. Yun Zhongtian had completely gone crazy. He had yet to recover from the destruction of the 4 saint beasts. Impossible. The 4 saint beasts are a top-notch heaven rank array formation. How can a junior like you break it? Yun Zhongtian's pupils shrank. Powerful heaven rank array formations were set up one after another, but they were all destroyed by the God-slaying finger. None of the array formations could withstand it. Boom! The God-slaying finger landed heavily on Yun Zhongtian's chest, and it pierced through his chest. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground. Yun Zhongtian fell to the ground, and he was on the verge of death. The array formation around Lin Fei had disappeared, and his face was extremely pale. He was on the verge of collapsing, and he looked like he was going to collapse at any moment. Don't worry, I've won this round. Chapter 24:43. They were shocked and dumbfounded. Everyone in the martial arts practice field had the same expression at this moment. Yun Zhongtian, the formation grandmaster, had lost, and he had lost because of his special formation. The last attack, the God-killing finger, had been researched by Yun Zhongtian himself. This result left countless people dumbfounded. That lad actually won. It's over, it's over. My energy wall stone. I've become a pauper now. How can he win? Everyone in the martial arts practice field had suffered a huge blow at this moment. Lin Fei's voice was very ear-piercing at this moment. The 2 deputy deans, Li Fangzheng and Fang Mingwen, had stiff smiles on their faces. When they thought of the heavy bet they had placed on Yun Zhongtian, they wanted to cry but had no tears. How could he win? 1 black crystal card was still acceptable, but they had more than one. Their hearts were bleeding. The 2 of them couldn't accept this result. The last attack from the formation had left an indelible mark in their hearts. It was too terrifying, and they hated Lin Fei to the core. They had really failed miserably in an easy task. Looking at the smile on Lin Fei's face, they felt as if he was mocking them. After exchanging glances, they turned and left, disappearing in front of everyone. Should they continue to stay? They still didn't know how to face Lin Fei's gaze. If they stayed for a while longer, they might even lose control of themselves and want to kill Lin Fei. That guy was too despicable. He actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger and mastered such a terrifying formation. After the 2 deputy deans left, the 5th prince also said coldly, "You're good. I'll remember this." The 5th prince was also distressed by this loss. It wasn't just 10 or 50 black crystal cards, but more than 100. Even if the 5th prince was rich and overbearing, it was impossible for him not to feel the pain. He could only go back and lick his wounds silently. However, he couldn't do anything to threaten Lin Fei. Who knew if his father, the emperor, was watching? If he touched his bottom line, he would definitely suffer. What kind of formation is that? Yun Zhongtian was helped to his feet. He took a few healing pills and his face finally regained some color as he stared at Lin Fei. Do I know you that well? Lin Fei came to Chen Yuanshan's side and put away the black crystal cards. Yun Zhongtian's complexion wasn't very good to begin with. Now that he was infuriated, he coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood. His body rapidly withered. He had never imagined that one day he would be defeated by a junior. Furthermore, he had been defeated by his own technique. That was the most humiliating thing of all. You can't take away the formation flags and treasures. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to put away the array flags and array treasures, Yun Zhongtian couldn't sit still. Previously, he was certain that Lin Fei would win, so he took it out as collateral. Once he lost it, his strength would be greatly affected. You're a great grandmaster, do you want to be lazy? Lin Fei's lips curled up. You've lost, but you don't dare to admit it? I can't take it, I can't take it. Yun Zhongtian clenched his teeth. Chen Yuanshan recovered from the shock of death. His face couldn't help but show a trace of anger. Elder Yun, what do you mean by this? Do you think that I, the notary, don't exist? Yun Zhongtian's eyes flickered. He realized that he was really powerless to reverse the situation. Chen Yuanshan was the notary. Everyone knew that if he wanted to take back the items, he would have to go through Chen Yuanshan. If he was at his peak, there was nothing to fear. He could just start fighting. But now that he was seriously injured, he didn't even have 20 to 30% of his strength left. Chen Yuanshan, you win. Yun Zhongtian coldly snorted. Lin Fei added, Elder Yun, remember to quickly gather the black crystal cards. I'll give you 3 days. Once the time is up, I'll exchange them for the black crystal cards. Don't say that I didn't remind you. Yun Zhongtian pointed at Lin Fei. You, Chen Yuanshan directly interrupted Yun Zhongtian's words. The competition is over. I'll officially announce that from today onwards, there will be one more lecturer in our array department. That is Lin Fei. I believe that everyone has a good understanding of Lin Fei's strength. Now, let us welcome Lin Fei to our array department. Although he didn't directly defeat Yun Zhongtian, Chen Yuanshan felt as if he had eaten honey. His previous resentment had been vented. That feeling was refreshing. It was as if his entire person had ascended to a higher level. At this moment, no one doubted Lin Fei anymore. They looked at Lin Fei with eyes full of respect and a trace of fear. Everyone knew. The array department had undergone a huge change. In the past, the veteran Yun Zhongtian had been defeated by a junior. Everyone had seen how powerful Lin Fei was. This was especially so for the formation that he used to control the energy of the world. It had surpassed everyone's imagination and was extremely powerful. If they could learn even a tiny bit of it, they would definitely benefit immensely. Congratulations to Lecturer Lin for becoming one of us. Well done, Dean Chen. Finally, you invited an expert. The students of the array department are blessed. Lecturer Lin, your move just now was amazing. When you have time, please give us some pointers. Lecturer Lin, the situation was one-sided. An old Yun Zhongtian and a rising star, Lin Fei. Moreover, Lin Fei had displayed a strong ability. No matter from which aspect, Lin Fei had defeated Yun Zhongtian. In the future, the array department would definitely be under Lin Fei's control. Those lecturers who had been fawning on Yun Zhongtian immediately ran to fawn on Lin Fei. Those who were originally neutral also leaned towards Lin Fei. Except for a few die-hard followers, the rest of the lecturers had turned to Lin Fei. Seeing this scene, Yun Zhongtian was so angry that he fainted. This was obviously pouring oil on the fire and rubbing salt on the wound. Lin Fei had completely ignored Yun Zhongtian, a senior. Chen Yuanshan reacted quickly. After Yun Zhongtian, the eyesore, left, he announced that he would hold a banquet for Lin Fei and set up a few tables in the capital city. All the lecturers unanimously agreed. This guy really knows how to stir up trouble. Seeing this, the old dean smiled knowingly. The Capital Institute is indeed in need of fresh blood. After a laugh, the old dean swaggered off. Although the people of the array department did not announce it, the news still spread. For a moment, Lin Fei was in the limelight. It was incredible that he could defeat Yun Zhongtian, a great master of array. Yun Zhongtian was a senior who had been famous for a long time. It was no less than setting off a wave. It meant that Lin Fei had shown everyone his terrifying side, which made many people gasp. They felt that Lin Fei was more worthy of being called a monster. The upper echelons of the imperial capital once again took notice of Lin Fei. His talent was top-notch, and it was already enough to cause people to be envious. Now, he also had an extremely high attainment in formations. It was unknown how many factions were envious of him. As for the geniuses of the imperial capital, they felt as if there was a dark cloud above their heads. It was as if as long as Lin Fei existed, there would always be a mountain above their heads, suppressing them day and night. They would never be able to make a comeback. Chapter 2444. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ever since he became a lecturer in the academy, Lin Fei no longer had to worry about other things. All he had to do was pass the examinations every once in a while, and he had more free time. As for the formations department, Lin Fei did not have to go there often. He only had to go there a few times a month. The rest of the time was up to them to study and comprehend on their own. Lin Fei had never been a lecturer before, but with the help of the system, he only needed to do some research and he would immediately have a tutorial. After going there 2 or 3 times, those proud and arrogant prodigies were all convinced. Lin Fei would stand firm and throw out new array formations at the right time. All the prodigies would collectively bow down to Lin Fei and wish that they could come to Lin Fei to learn every day. Apart from this, Lin Fei also did some other things during the month. For example, he found some treasures of the demon race and completed a deal. The only thing he was unhappy about was that Qin Lan, the demon race's saintess candidate, would come to the Monarch Peak from time to time, saying that she wanted to learn from him. In Lin Fei's opinion, this was a honey trap. The waters of the demon god empire were very deep. It was fine for Lin Fei to make deals with them, but if he really went deeper, he would be done for. Therefore, he was not interested in honey traps anymore. It would be troublesome if he took it. Unfortunately, after rejecting him a few times, Qin Lan was still as straightforward as before. There were all sorts of rumors in the academy, making Lin Fei very speechless. Demons were demons after all. They were never idle at all times. Lin Fei simply activated the restrictions of the formations. Apart from those with the token, no one else could enter. Only then did Lin Fei calm down. This also caused Qin Lan to roll her eyes at him and feel resentful. In the eyes of others, it seemed like he was a heartless person who had bullied Qin Lan. This made Lin Fei clench his teeth. It's been a month. It's time to go out and take a walk. Ever since he had profited a lot from the 5th prince and the deputy headmaster, Lin Fei had become a wealthy person. There were not many people of his age who were as wealthy as him. Before Lin Fei could leave, someone came looking for him. It was Qin Lan. "Young Master Lin, you've finally come out. Don't tell me you don't like me that much." Qin Lan looked at Lin Fei bitterly. "Can't you even let me in?" After completing the transaction, Qin Lan's position in the Fei God Empire had risen greatly. In particular, the Fei clan's treasures that she had traded back had greatly increased the strength of a Fei clan expert. According to the discussion of the Demon God Empire's upper echelon, they believed that Lin Fei still had the Demon clan's treasures. They instructed Qin Lan to maintain her relationship with Lin Fei. It would be best if she could use her beauty to capture him and extract his secrets. As a result, the scene from before happened. Especially after Lin Fei revealed his powerful control over formations, Qin Lan was even more concerned about him. She would come to Emperor Peak from time to time. Today, Qin Lan was dressed in a black palace dress. Her figure was graceful and made men feel impulsive. Especially with her bitter expression, it was hard to resist. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. "Senior sister Qin Lan, you know that I've been studying formations for the past few days. I have to maintain silence when studying formations. You have to understand." Qin Lan already knew that Lin Fei was a cunning fellow. A few of his sentences were lies. However, Qin Lan couldn't afford to offend him. What if he had a Fei clan's treasure? Moreover, her master had reminded her that if she wanted to become the saintess, she might have to start with Lin Fei. Perhaps, she would have a chance to defeat the other saintess candidates. I understand. Qin Lan's expression changed. She smiled sweetly. "Junior brother, you seem to be going out for a walk." Lin Fei smiled. "I've been studying a new formation recently. I'm planning to auction it at the Chamber of Commerce to see the market." "You want to sell formation flags?" Qin Lan had an idea. "How should I put it? This thing of mine is slightly different from formation flags. According to my understanding, it's called a formation scroll. There's a sealing formation inside." This was what Lin Fei had come up with recently. In order to become a unique existence in the empire, Lin Fei felt that he should show off a little, so he created a formation scroll. In any case, it didn't require a lot of energy, but it could make him a unique existence among the formation masters. It wouldn't be an issue to describe him as the founder of a sect. It wasn't that there weren't any formation scrolls in the expeditionary empires, but they weren't very powerful. At the same time, they had all sorts of flaws. As time went by, people began to neglect them. Lin Fei had done some research, and he had managed to reform the formation scrolls. "You actually managed to research an array formation scroll?" Qin Lan covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. "Can't I?" Qin Lan had heard of formation scrolls. There were people in the Capital Institute who had studied them. They wanted to simplify them so that they could be used as a support in future battles. However, they had never succeeded. Qin Lan was shocked when she heard that Lin Fei had succeeded in his research. If such a technology covered the entire empire, it would be a huge blow to the demon god empire. Everyone knew how powerful formations were. However, it wasn't easy to master them. Therefore, there was no doubt about the status and power of formation masters. "Young Master Lin, I wonder if I'm qualified to take a look at your formation scroll. I've been longing for formation scrolls for a long time, but I've never been able to do so." Qin Lan asked curiously. This demon is at it again. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei had seen such an expression on Qin Lan's face. However, he had to admit that the demon race's every move was quite interesting. It was no wonder that so many human experts had been bewitched by the demon race in history. It could be seen from Qin Lan's reaction. "This is for you. See for yourself." Lin Fei took out a formation scroll. It was completely black and he tossed it to Qin Lan. Yes, he casually tossed it to Qin Lan. Lin Fei had made quite a few of these formation scrolls. It's indeed a formation scroll. Qin Lan was very surprised. Since when did Lin Fei become so easy to negotiate with? When the scroll, which was as light as a feather, landed in her hands, she immediately felt that this scroll was extraordinary. With her powerful divine sense, she could sense the terrifying aura contained within the scroll. Just this scroll alone could cause a certain amount of damage to a first or second job transition expert. This formation scroll of yours is an auxiliary one. After opening it, there will be a trapping formation that can trap a second job transition expert. Lin Fei explained. Although formation scrolls could only trap a first or second job transition expert and were useless against a third job transition expert, Qianlan felt that it had a different meaning. If the grade of the formation scroll was higher, even 7th or 8th job transition experts would have to be careful. If they were not careful, they might lose everything. Go! After understanding how to use it, Qianlan let out a soft shout and the formation scroll was opened. A flying beast happened to fly past. When the formation scroll was activated, the flying beast seemed to have crashed into a wall. After going back and forth for more than 10 times, it was still unable to get away. Qianlan was secretly shocked as she watched. Junior Lin Fei, you're really a smart person. To think that you managed to create a formation scroll. Chapter 24:45. Fan Luoyu was here. As soon as the princess appeared, the atmosphere changed immediately. Fan Luoyu, who was dressed in palace attire, was youthful and lovely. There was an obvious difference between her and Qianlan, who had an exotic vibe. When the two girls met, they formed a subtle contrast. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. It doesn't seem like a good thing for a woman to be too domineering. Lin Fei mumbled. He knew how domineering Qianlan was. This Fan Luoyu, the princess of the royal family, was the same. She was not inferior to a woman. She was extremely domineering. Senior, you must be joking. It's just a small achievement. Lin Fei said casually. He was thinking of changing to another place. Be it Fan Luoyu or Qianlan, they were not easy to talk to. The princess of the royal family and the saintess candidate of the demon clan were of high status. Lin Fei did not want to be caught in the middle. It was a very boring thing. Fan Luoyu had been admiring Lin Fei more and more recently. First, he had been high-profile during the assessment. Then, he had defeated Yun Zhongtian, the array grandmaster, in front of everyone. He was once again in the limelight in the college. Junior Lin Fei, you really know how to joke. If the array scroll is a small matter, then what are the other matters? Fan Luoyu said with a smile. If the news gets out, you'll be famous again. Fan Luoyu had come on a whim today. She did not expect to hear about the array scroll and even see it with her own eyes. She had a brainwave and had an idea. Junior, aren't you going to invite us in for a seat? Yeah, we two beauties have come personally. Aren't you embarrassed to ask us to stay outside? Qianlan said with a smile. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Senior, please come in. Since they had said so, Lin Fei could not reject them anymore. It was obvious that the two smart women had their own ideas. Otherwise, they would not have suggested to be guests at Emperor Peak. However, he could not reject them. It was not the first time the two beautiful senior sisters had come to Emperor Peak. Every time they entered Emperor Peak, they would have a different kind of feeling. I heard that junior brother was the one who set up the formation restrictions on the Emperor Peak. I wonder when you'll help me set it up. Fan Luoyu said to Lin Fei with a smile, Senior, the formations and restrictions on your side are terrible. They're not even 30% as powerful as the ones on Emperor Peak. If a powerful person barges in, it'll be difficult to trap him. Sigh, here comes trouble. Lin Fei knew that Fan Luoyu would not come over for no reason. Who said that? Lin Fei said solemnly, you were the one who set up the restrictions on Emperor Peak. What ability could I possibly have? Lin Fei would never admit it. Fan Luoyu stopped there and did not continue speaking. The three of them strolled up and quickly sat down in a courtyard. Lin Fei went in to get some tea and left the two beautiful female seniors behind. You must be Qianlan, one of the top 10 beauties in the college. After Lin Fei left, Fan Luoyu's aura became noble. She gave off a sense of oppression. Indeed, you live up to your reputation. However, you came to look for Lin Fei on your own accord. This doesn't seem to be your style. Qianlan was not easy to talk to. She could also tell that Fan Luoyu and Lin Fei had some sort of relationship. If they had not worked together before, she might not have felt anything. However, things were different now. Qin Lan would never allow Lin Fei to fall into Fan Luoyu's hands. Outsiders might not know about the princess background, but she knew something fishy. Princess Fan Luoyu looked like an ordinary girl, but in reality, she had ulterior motives. Junior Lin Fei is this year's newcomer king. He has outstanding talent and will definitely be an influential person in the empire in the future. Many girls in the college would like to be his woman. Coincidentally, I have the same thoughts. Junior Lin Fei needs a woman that he can show off, and I'm quite good myself. Coincidentally, Junior Lin Fei has a good impression of me. Princess, if you're interested in Junior Lin Fei, then you're too late. Qin Lan said with a smile, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Fan Luoyu had long heard that Qin Lan was not a simple person. She was very good at playing tricks. Many geniuses in the college had been charmed by her, and there would be fights over her from time to time. She did not expect her to be so daring as to make Lin Fei submit to her. This made Fan Luoyu very uncomfortable, especially when she had seen the array formation scroll. The importance of Lin Fei had risen to another level in her heart. Qin Lan, you're a smart person. Since I'm here, you should know the reason. Don't make me angry. If you know what's good for you, leave obediently and I can pretend that nothing has happened, Fan Luoyu said arrogantly. Qin Lan chuckled. Princess, you talk big. If you're so capable, then snatch Junior Lin Fei away. It's impossible for me to back out. Lin Fei, who was making tea, had been paying attention to the situation outside. I knew it would be like this. If I don't handle it well, a fight might break out. It was fine when I wasn't popular, but now that I've become popular, trouble comes immediately. Lin Fei said helplessly. Just as the thought emerged, there was another change in the yard. Fan Luoyu had actually raised her hand and struck at Qin Lan. It was extremely domineering, and she had attacked on the spot. Qin Lan was not easy to deal with either. She met the attack with her bare hands, and the two of them were evenly matched. I want to hit you, and you dare to retaliate? Fan Luoyu had wanted Qin Lan to back off, but she had underestimated Qin Lan's guts. This made Fan Luoyu, who had always been high and mighty, very uncomfortable. Falling Rain Palm. There were 10 beauties in the Capital Institute, and Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu had always been in the top 10. However, neither of them was willing to submit to the other. This was a well-known fact in the Capital Institute. Fan Luoyu did not want Qin Lan to get close to Lin Fei. She had wanted the other party to back off, but Qin Lan did not know her place. Fan Luoyu decided to teach Qin Lan a lesson personally. The moment Xiao Chen executed the falling rain palm, each palm carried traces of rain. The entire courtyard became hazy with rain. Droplets of rain shot out explosively. There was a sharp sound of the air tearing, continuously attacking Qin Lan's vital points. I've long heard that your highness falling rain palm is superb. Just nice, let's see it for ourselves today. Qin Lan's demonic aura was sealed, but his abilities were still very strong. He took out a black dagger and disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye, he pierced towards Fan Luoyu's glabella, his moves vicious and sharp. Pretentious. Fan Luoyu let out a soft grunt, striking out with both palms to block the incoming dagger. He retracted his dagger and changed his position, stabbing at Fan Luoyu from behind. An invisible shield opened up, blocking the stab. As expected of a first-rate class, Knight Assassin. Qin Lan majored in the Dark Knight Assassin and was most proficient in assassination. This is just the beginning. Qin Lan swung his body and his speed increased abruptly. Streaks of black afterimages appeared, shrouding Fan Luoyu within them. The sky full of daggers pierced forth, tearing a huge gap in the will. Unlimited assassination. Night Assassination's Most Terrifying Move. Chapter 2446. The Dark Assassin was a first-rate profession. They specialized in assassination and had top-notch speed. Once they attacked, it was impossible to defend against them. They were one of the most difficult professions to deal with. Few people would offend the Dark Assassin. Qin Lan's profession was an assassin, which was shocking and unexpected. After all, a dainty-looking girl was in control of the assassin profession. Streaks of afterimages tore through the air, and the real and fake doppelgangers seemed to have difficulty distinguishing the real from the fake. There were only shadows around Fan Luoyu. This move was indeed terrifying. Fan Luoyu was not easy to deal with either. She was a princess and a disciple of the royal family. How weak could she be? Under the will of rain, 6 arms appeared behind Fan Luoyu, and she punched at the opponent's attack. This was not the end. Fan Luoyu took out her weapon, a black whip. She tore through the air, and an afterimage was left behind at lightning speed. A first-rate profession, the Dark Assassin, and Fan Luoyu's first-rate profession, the 6-armed Rakshasa. What an eye-opener. Lin Fei was in no hurry to stop them. Both Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu were experts. At the beginning, they were just probing attacks, but as time went on, they went all out. On one side was the Dark Assassin, who specialized in speed, and on the other side was the 6-armed Rakshasa, who had an impenetrable defense. It was difficult for them to defeat each other. Soon, both of them were sweating profusely and panting. Lin Fei activated the tactical formation at the first instance, isolating their auras from leaking. This was to prevent others from finding out and causing trouble again. Seniors, the tea is here. Seeing that both of them were about to launch a large-scale attack, Lin Fei felt that it was time to stop them from messing around. It was obvious that Lin Fei's words were useless. Both Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu wanted to suppress each other. They did not listen to Lin Fei at all, and looked like they were going to go all out. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Stop! Lin Fei bellowed, and an invisible hand pressed down from the sky above the courtyard. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu's bodies came to a halt, and were immediately pressed down to the point where they could not move or breathe. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu looked at each other hatefully and turned their heads to avoid looking at each other. However, they were both shocked. Although they knew that Lin Fei was in the limelight at the array formations department, they did not expect the array formation set up on Emperor Peak to be so powerful that it could easily suppress them to the point where they could not move. This kind of ability was very terrifying. Lin Fei, what is the meaning of this? Fan Luoyu was rather arrogant. She had never been suppressed by anyone before, and there was a hint of displeasure on her face. Hurry up and remove the matrix. Lin Fei said, I'm doing this for the sake of the 2 senior sisters. If the 2 senior sisters don't make any more moves, I'll remove the array formation, and everyone can sit down and drink some tea. Isn't that great? Qin Lan's impression of Lin Fei improved a lot. She smiled and said, Junior brother, don't worry. We definitely won't make a move again. What about you? Lin Fei asked Fan Luoyu. Fan Luoyu was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. She glared and said, Do you think I'm the kind of person who goes back on my word? At this moment, Fan Luoyu was in a bad mood for using the term I. Done. Lin Fei waved his hand and removed the matrix. How dare you suppress me? Who gave you the guts? The mountain-like pressure was removed, and Fan Luoyu was furious. She swung the black whip in her hand, and it attacked like a cold snake. Lin Fei had attacked because he did not want the 2 of them to continue arguing. Fan Luoyu's disrespect made him very uncomfortable. You can leave now. Whoosh! An even more powerful force descended, and Fan Luoyu was surrounded by it. At the same time, she was also suppressed to the point where she could not move. A door opened in the void, and in the next second, she was outside Emperor Peak, and her hands were still moving. I've actually been chased out. Fan Luoyu frowned slightly. She did not dare to believe the scene in front of her. She was a dignified empire's princess, and there would be a day that she would be chased out. Furthermore, it was in front of another enemy. Lin Fei, just you wait and see. Although Fan Luoyu really wanted to go in and teach Lin Fei a lesson, she knew that it would not be a good thing if they were to really make a scene at the entrance of Emperor Peak. It might even cause a lot of rumors. You actually sent the princess out. Qin Lan looked at Lin Fei in shock. What kind of status did the princess have that she would also be sent out one day? Qin Lan really admired Lin Fei's guts. Can't I? Could it be that you're also preparing to go out? Lin Fei said. Then as you wish. I'm not going out. Qin Lan was stunned subconsciously. Just when she understood, a wave of power attacked her and she was also sent out of Emperor Peak. Qin Lan was so angry that she kept stomping her feet. This be asterisk starred, how could he really do that? Qin Lan really suspected that Lin Fei did not have the heart to appreciate beauties. How could he be so shameless as to chase the two of them out? Master, didn't you offend the two of them? Little Fiend said to Lin Fei. In the courtyard, Lin Fei was drinking fragrant tea leisurely and contentedly, as if nothing had happened earlier. The two of them are not simple. However, this is not considered offending. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu have been chased out, and no one can say anything. As long as they are interested in my formation scrolls, they won't be angry. Lin Fei said with a smile. What if they are secretly causing trouble? Master, you seem to have forgotten that women are all unreasonable. Sometimes, you don't need any reason to hate someone. Little Fiend also learned to use reasons to explain. Lin Fei did not mind. He had chased the two of them out on a whim. In a place like the imperial capital, I'm really not afraid of them causing trouble. Qin Lan can't wait to hide her identity. The only one who can cause trouble for me should be Fan Luoyu. At most, it would be a small fight. He had originally planned to sell the formation scrolls, but after the two senior sisters caused a scene, he immediately lost interest. After putting aside the matter of the formation scrolls, Lin Fei decided to refine some formation scrolls on Monarch Peak. The formation scrolls from the First Revolution to the Fifth Revolution covered all sorts of types. If word got out, everyone would go crazy for them. Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan had not appeared for a period of time because of the previous incident. This was out of Lin Fei's expectations. That proud and arrogant princess actually held back and did not make a move. That was quite surprising. Xiao Lin, you are really carefree now. Chen Yuanshan's visit could be considered to have broken Lin Fei's carefree life. Who says I am carefree? I am now a lecturer in name and in reality. I need time to prepare the content of the lecture. It's not as easy as you say. Lin Fei did not care about the change in Chen Yuanshan's expression. Ever since Lin Fei had become the school's formation master, Chen Yuanshan had taken control of the formation department. Those who were on Yun Zhongtian's side were now on his side. Now that Chen Yuanshan had given his orders, no one dared to question him. During this period of time, Chen Yuanshan had beaten a few troublemakers, and no one would question him anymore. This period of time was also Chen Yuanshan's most relaxed period. Chen Yuanshan had long seen Lin Fei's nonsense. In his heart, he had already regarded Lin Fei as a good friend despite the difference in age. Chapter 2447. The Capital City. The Expedition Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in the empire. Every once in a while, the Expedition Chamber of Commerce would hold a grand auction. Every time, there would be all sorts of rare treasures up for auction. There would even be 3 grand treasures up for auction, which would attract all sorts of people. It had been almost half a year since the last auction, which was much longer than the previous ones. However, everyone was used to it. The Expedition Chamber of Commerce had always been able to guarantee the quality of the items they auctioned, so there was nothing much to complain about. As usual, today's auction attracted people from all over the empire. Almost all the big shots that could not be seen on normal days were here. There were a few rare treasures up for auction this time. Lin Fei and Chen Yuanshan's appearance at the Expedition Chamber of Commerce caused quite a commotion. All sorts of people were keeping an eye on the Capital Institute. Moreover, this was the capital city, so there was nothing they didn't know. There was no need for any reminder. Someone would immediately put the news on the table. Chen Yuanshan was in charge of the array formations department. It would be difficult not to know about him. The person who played a key role was Lin Fei, this year's newcomer king. As soon as the two arrived at the Chamber of Commerce, many people came up to greet them. Most of them were here for Lin Fei. Everyone wanted to try and recruit him. Lin Fei's talent was already top-notch. Now that there was a formation grandmaster, everyone wanted to get closer to him. Even if it did not work out, they might be able to ask for help from Lin Fei in the future. It was no secret that Lin Fei had defeated Yun Zhongtian one-on-one. It was just that it was not publicized. The circle in the capital city was only so big, so it was hard not to know. This time, when Lin Fei came to the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, everyone was very enthusiastic. Chen Yuanshan looked around and was stunned. "Congratulations, kid. You're now the most popular person in the capital city. Everyone wants to suck up to you." Lin Fei smiled and did not say anything. He was used to this kind of thing. It was normal to stand up to the red and step on the white. In any case, he had never thought of relying on them to get ahead. "Let's go inside and introduce some old friends to you." Chen Yuanshan was proud of his success. Naturally, he did not forget who brought him here. He planned to introduce more friends to Lin Fei so that he could establish his own network in the capital. After all, Lin Fei's future was limitless. To be able to help him when he was weak and make him owe him a favor, the future benefits would be unimaginable. "Old Chen, you're finally here." This must be the young and promising Lin Fei. In a private room, several middle-aged men were sitting together and chatting. As soon as Chen Yuanshan came in, before he could even be introduced, someone immediately greeted him warmly, as if he had seen the god of fortune. "He's really young. At this age, I'm not as good as him." As expected of the Academy's rookie king. After Chen Yuanshan's introduction, they became even more enthusiastic. Lin Fei greeted them with a smile. At the same time, he knew that they were all grandmasters who studied formations, and each of them had a high status. There were only a few young people who could catch their eye, and Lin Fei was one of them. They all knew from Chen Yuanshan how powerful Lin Fei was, especially when it came to the arrangement of formations. He had reached an extremely profound level. Rainless and the others could easily arrange a heaven-level formation without any hesitation. Lin Fei's battle with Yun Zhongtian had brought him the limelight. If he did not have the ability to defeat Yun Zhongtian, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Old Chen, little Lin, you're going to have an eye-opener today. I heard that among the 3 treasures today, one of them is a long-distance teleportation formation." A middle-aged man with a mustache said with a smile. Chen Yuanshan was very surprised. "My goodness, you even know about this. Why do you want to take it?" The middle-aged man with the mustache was called Li Dao, and he was a formation master of a certain faction in the capital. He had a certain level of prestige in the capital, and his reputation was quite good. I do have that thought, but you know that a long-distance teleportation formation is priceless. I can only look at it for a while, but little Master Lin should consider it," Li Dao said. Yes, doesn't little Master Lin have a piece of land? With a long-distance teleportation formation, it'll be much more convenient. A long-distance teleportation formation is expensive, and there's no market for it. In the entire empire, apart from Tianji Hall, no one else can make it. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when you'll get it again. Little Master Lin, this is a good thing for you. You're a big tycoon. Lin Fei was now a student of the Capital Institute, but in the eyes of the Grandmasters, his status was the same as theirs. Everyone politely called Lin Fei Little Master Lin. He had the right to be called that. The rise of Chen Yuanshan, the mastery of the formation department, and the suppression of Yun Zhongtian, the person who contributed the most was Lin Fei. They all knew that Yun Zhongtian had suffered a big setback at Lin Fei's hands. He had almost lost all his fortune, and his vitality had been greatly damaged. Fortunately, they all disliked Yun Zhongtian, and Lin Fei had indirectly helped them vent their anger. Everyone naturally warmed up to Lin Fei. Moreover, his talent and potential were top-notch, and he was worth their attention. Lin Fei really didn't know that there would be a long-distance teleportation formation in today's auction. This was a good thing. Ever since he came to the capital, he had this idea. He had never heard of any teleportation formations, as they were rare and priceless in the Empire. The most difficult thing was that teleportation formations involved a large number of formations. Just the quality alone surpassed the heavenly level, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could make. Every time a teleportation formation was auctioned, whether it was a short-distance or long-distance teleportation formation, or the rarer teleportation formation across star areas, each one was a priceless treasure, and the competition was very fierce. A teleportation formation could determine the influence of a family or force, and almost all the top forces had a teleportation formation. You think too highly of me. A teleportation formation is not cheap. With my fortune, it'll be gone after a splash. Lin Fei said with a wry smile. Moreover, the competition for a teleportation formation is not something that people like me can compete for. After thinking about it, everyone agreed with him. It was just that the first impression was the strongest. The value of a teleportation formation was indeed not something that everyone could compete for. Even the cheapest teleportation formation required hundreds of black crystal cards. This price was an astronomical figure. Although Lin Fei had taken 500 black crystal cards from the fifth prince, plus the 2 deputy deans, Yun Zhongtian, and some miscellaneous things, he had collected more than 1,000 black crystal cards. After counting all of them, it was not a problem to get close to 2,000 black crystal cards, and there were still some that could not be counted. To be honest, this was actually a good fortune. However, there was still a certain gap if he wanted to buy a teleportation formation. Chapter 2448. It was a chance to make a fortune. Lin Fei pretended to be helpless, but he couldn't wait to start the auction right away. Then, he could let Little Devil copy the specific data, and it would all be money. Spend money to buy it? Lin Fei would be an idiot to do that. Oh right, other than the teleportation circle, what other treasures will be auctioned? Lin Fei asked casually, looking curious. Everyone looked at Li Dao. They all knew that Li Dao had a lot of connections, so they knew more about the final treasures. Li Dao smiled bitterly. I really don't know about this. It's not easy to hear about the teleportation circle. Chen Yuanshan said, anyway, the auction will start soon. Why don't we sit down and wait? There's no hurry. Everyone thought about it and agreed. Oh right, young Master Lin, do you have anything to auction? Many big shots from the Empire will be attending the auction today. If you have any treasures, you might be able to sell them for a high price. Another middle-aged man, Lin Qi, asked. We can still go to the auction now? Of course, we just took a few things to auction. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by. Li Dao followed. Lin Fei was quite interested in this. Alright, I'll go take a look. Lin Fei stood up and went out. After about 10 minutes, Lin Fei came back with a smile. As soon as he came back, Chen Yuanshan called out, come and try this tea. It's picked once every 500 years, less than half a caddy. No one asked what Lin Fei had auctioned. At this age, they really didn't believe that Lin Fei had anything good. They just wanted to have fun. But on the other side, it was completely different. Is it confirmed? Lin Fei's trip was no longer a small matter for the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. Instead, it was a huge matter. There was a white-haired old man leaning on a walking stick. His eyes were shining, and his breathing was rapid. He couldn't bear to part with a black scroll in his hand, and his eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. "Young master, there's no way I'm mistaken. This is a genuine formation scroll. I didn't expect to see a formation scroll in another year. This person is really a heaven-defying genius." Standing not far from the old man was a young man who also seemed very excited. As the decision-maker of the Chamber of Commerce, he had seen all kinds of things, and his knowledge was not comparable to that of an ordinary person. This was the first time he had seen such a good thing as an array scroll. Being able to condense an array scroll on a scroll was not an easy thing to do. The array formation scroll that was sent to be auctioned is perfect. It can be said to be perfect to the extreme. The old man's gaze never left the scroll in his hands. The material of this paper is rare, and there are also the array patterns. The technique used is also rare. I have seen no less than 10,000 array patterns, but this is the first time I have seen this. Could it be that Tianji Hall has made a new breakthrough? The old man kept talking to himself. As a regular customer of Tianji Hall, the old man was very familiar with Tianji Hall's products and subconsciously believed that they were produced by Tianji Hall. In the entire empire, the only organization capable of producing formation scrolls was probably the Seer Hall. "Young master, this old man suggests that we replace one of the final treasures, or add in another final treasure, the spell formation scroll. This will definitely open up a new era, this old man can guarantee it," the old man said with a serious expression. The young man knew better than anyone the significance of the array scrolls. He had heard about the array scrolls a long time ago. The upper echelons of the empire had even organized a group of elites to study the array scrolls. They hoped to develop the array scrolls into a new weapon of war on the battlefield. Really? It's really incredible that one day I can see the array scroll. The young man put away his emotions. I will immediately arrange for another final treasure to be added. I believe that the appearance of the array scroll will definitely cause a stir in the audience. It's a pity that the mysterious man came and went quickly. Our people didn't find any trace of the mysterious man at all. Could it be that the people of Tianji Hall really researched it? At this moment, the old man dared not guarantee it. The world was so big that nothing was too strange. Although Tianji Hall was the #1 sect in the empire in refining and manufacturing, with a strong manufacturing ability, monopolizing almost 80% of the entire empire's market, the array scroll had always been their main focus. Array scrolls had always been their main focus, so it wasn't impossible for them to research it. "Young master, no matter who this mysterious man is, it's best that you don't send anyone to spy on him. A godly person who can create a formation scroll is extremely powerful. Even the people behind us wouldn't dare to underestimate him." The old man said, "You have to know that each of the 3 scrolls in my hands has the attack power of a 7th-stage professional expert. Who knows if the mysterious man and the people behind him have an even more powerful array scroll. The auction will now begin." As a beautiful auctioneer went on the stage, the atmosphere of the scene was stirred up. Those without status could only sit outside the venue with everyone else, whereas those with status had a fixed room, and they could observe the situation outside through their rooms. Besides that, their rooms were also set up with array formations and restrictions that isolated all the probing of divine sense, causing them to seem mysterious and safe. The first item for today's auction is a 3-tailed fox demon from the Demon Fox clan of the Demon God Empire. Very quickly, a fox lady with her power sealed was brought up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. All sorts of exclamations could be heard. Demon foxes were exotic beauties that humans loved. The fox lady of the demon clan was sold for a very high price, and was bought by a rich tycoon. The first item had stirred up everyone's emotions. The following items were all of good quality, and they were all very rare and precious. Only the Expedition Merchant Association could get their hands on them. Congratulations to the third treasure chest for this item. Congratulations to the 9th room, congratulations to the 18th room. The auction items were auctioned one after another, and each time, the price was extremely high. Those who could come to the Expedition Merchant Association were all very wealthy. The Expedition Merchant Association's auction was actually prepared for them. Lin Fei's room 20 also auctioned a few items. For example, Chen Yuanshan auctioned an elixir, which he said was for his son, and Li Dao auctioned a few materials, which cost him a lot of money. The others also had their own items. In the private rooms, Lin Fei was the only one who hadn't made a move yet. These items were not bad in the eyes of others, but in Lin Fei's eyes, they were somewhat inferior. There was no way to compare them. However, it was also an eye-opener for Lin Fei. Now, the item for auction is a stone tablet from a secret realm. There are some strange runes recorded on it. According to the analysis of our people, it is confirmed that this is a array stone tablet. The starting price is a black crystal card. As the stone tablet was incomplete, the strange runes recorded on it still piqued the interest of some people. However, after hearing that no one could decipher the strange runes, everyone's interest died down. Master, we have to bid for this item. Little Devil, who rarely took the initiative to speak, suddenly reminded him. It can't be, this is a very ordinary stone tablet. Chapter 2449. The auction for the stone tablet was very quiet. No one was interested in it, and only a few formation masters made their bids. They were purely curious and did not expect to get anything out of it. Lin Fei easily won the stone tablet, and the price was 10 black crystal cards. No way, you're interested in this? That's a little high. Lin Fei did not care about the price. Since the little devil could remind him of something, there must be a secret behind it. 10 black crystal cards was nothing to him. Once I'm interested, I can't stop it. After listening to Lin Fei's explanation, Lin Fei could only think that it was because he was rich that he could do whatever he wanted. For the rest of the auction, Lin Fei became quiet again and did not make any bids. Everyone was speechless. Was he still a hot-blooded young man? In fact, Lin Fei was not idle. Copy the data of this pill. I want this too. It's quite popular. Record it too. Lin Fei recorded the data of almost every good item. If the Expedition Chamber of Commerce knew that someone had recorded the data of the treasures they had worked so hard to obtain, they would probably cry. After all, they had spent a lot of effort and manpower on these treasures. In the end, they gave them to Lin Fei for free. Today's auction went very smoothly. Not a single item was left empty. The people who came were all very interested. The Expedition Trade Union was quite good at grasping everyone's mentality. The items that they brought out were quite useful and covered many aspects. Everyone was amazed. As expected of the number 1 trade union. Today, it's time for the auction of the finale treasure. Everyone must have waited for a long time. Now, let us admire the first finale treasure. When it was time for the finale treasure to be auctioned, everyone was excited. Those who had come today were actually here for the final treasure. The items that had been auctioned before were nothing more than a warm-up. The final treasure was what everyone was most interested in today. Finally, the finale treasure. I wonder what the finale treasure is. Since it can be placed together with the teleportation array, it's definitely not something ordinary. I wonder what it is. In the private room, Chen Yuanshan and the others were all guessing. It's here, it's here. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the first treasure was brought onto the stage. Today's first treasure is a rank 7 battle armor made by Tianji Hall. Needless to say, Everyone knows that Tianji Hall's products are of the highest quality. With the beautiful auctioneer's words, the grade of the first treasure in the finale had increased by leaps and bounds. I knew it was something from Tianji Hall. Li Dao laughed. In fact, every auction would always include items from Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall is Tianji Hall. There's nothing in this world that they can't research. No wonder everyone wants to go to Tianji Hall. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei had heard of the name Tianji Hall. He secretly paid attention to it. He threw out a scan and thoroughly scanned the first treasure. Wow, this Tianji Hall is really capable. They embedded a formation inside the battle armor. Other than that, they actually have these gem-like beads with various attributes. After a scan, the result gave Lin Fei a huge shock. This was definitely a good item. Tianji Hall was able to produce such a battle armor. This was the first time he had seen such a battle armor. Without a doubt, as long as one wore this battle armor, their defense would increase infinitely. At the same time, it also had the support of a formation. Their strength would also increase accordingly. It was definitely a must-have item when going out. Just this battle armor alone was worth it for people to bid. The beautiful auctioneer began to introduce the details of the rank 7 battle armor. The moment she said it, everyone's eyes turned red. When a 7th stage professional powerhouse put on this 7th revolution battle armor, he would almost be invincible in the same realm. Even an 8th stage professional powerhouse would need a long time to break through the opponent's defense. Moreover, the 7th revolution battle armor had its own formation attribute, which could create a special formation's power. Tianji Hall's rank 7 battle armor was very impressive. Are you curious about what kind of place Tianji Hall is? Why is it able to produce such a good item? Chen Yuanshan laughed. Lin Fei nodded. I am indeed curious. It seems like this Tianji Hall is very powerful. Lin Fei really didn't know anything about Tianji Hall. Now, we will start the auction for Tianji Hall's rank 7 platinum battle armor. The starting price is 50 black crystal cards. On the auction stage, the rank 7 platinum battle armor began to be auctioned. In just a few breaths of time, the rank 7 platinum battle armor had exceeded 100 black crystal cards. Everyone seemed to not care about money as the bidding price rose rapidly. 180. Is there anyone higher than this? Room 16 offers 200 black crystal cards. In Lin Fei's room, Chen Yuanshan was telling Lin Fei about Tianji Hall. This Tianji Hall is a special force in the kingdom. They don't participate in anything. The people in Tianji Hall are a bunch of lunatics. They research all sorts of things, for example, those forbidden drugs that you know of, etc. Almost all of them came from Tianji Hall. Also, today's teleportation formation was also researched by Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall's items became the most popular items in the kingdom. For example, only Tianji Hall is able to produce this grade of battle armor in the entire kingdom. The most powerful forces can only produce rank 4 or 5 battle armor. Chen Yuanshan revealed a rare solemn expression as he continued. Tianji Hall's influence covers the entire kingdom. At the same time, it also affects the demon god empire. Even His Majesty respects Tianji Hall very much. Rumor has it that when the kingdom was founded, Tianji Hall contributed a large amount of treasures and equipment. Tianji Hall even has powerful mechanical puppets with battle prowess comparable to a rank 9 job advancement expert. It can be said that Tianji Hall is fully deserving of being the number 1 force. As long as they say the word, any force will act for them. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This Tianji Hall was really amazing. Emperor Yuan Zheng was a rank 9 job advancement expert. He was fully deserving of being the number 1 expert in the kingdom. Who would have thought that Tianji Hall would have such a top-notch expert? Who knew if they were researching on a puppet expert that surpassed the rank 9 job advancement? For a moment, Lin Fei was extremely interested in Tianji Hall. Then do you know the specific origin of this Tianji Hall? Lin Fei asked. Chen Yuanshan shook his head. This is unknown. I reckon that in the entire kingdom, only the emperor knows about the origin of Tianji Hall. There are even people who say that if the emperor is not around one day, Tianji Hall may become. Chen Yuanshan did not continue his words. If one listened carefully, one could see that there was a trace of worry in his words. Lin Fei could naturally hear it. Chapter 2450. The first treasure from Tianji Hall was auctioned off at a high price of 360 black crystal cards. For the first treasure to reach such a price, one could imagine how precious the other two treasures would be. Let's start the auction for the second treasure of the day. It's also the work of a master from Tianji Hall, an 8th transition weapon. Compared to the first treasure, the commotion caused by the second treasure was much greater. An 8th job advancement weapon was extremely precious. Everyone present was moved. An 8th transition weapon, in the hands of an expert, would be able to increase their strength by a large margin. It would be a top-notch existence even among 8th transition jobs. The starting bid is 500 black crystal cards. Let's start the auction now. As soon as the voice finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. 500 black crystal cards. Just as he opened his mouth, the price was immediately suppressed. 600 black crystal cards, 700 black crystal cards. In the blink of an eye, the price of this 8th job transition weapon was 3,200 black crystal cards. It was definitely a high price. The bidding had only started now, and the various clans started to exert their strength, pushing the price from 3,200 black crystal cards to 6,100 black crystal cards. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the foundation of a top-notch force. If they were in Nangong Hao's shoes, they would definitely go bankrupt. How intense! Lin Fei thought to himself, laughing in his heart. When I create an 8th transition weapon, even with a discount, I'll still be able to get over 3,000 black crystal cards. That's still a huge gain. Just now, Lin Fei had secretly recorded the data and obtained the complete data of an 8th transition weapon. After scanning it with the system, he could indeed tell that the 8th transition weapon created by the Heavenly Secrets Hall's Grandmaster was of a rather high quality. There was a miniature formation set up within it, which unknowingly increased the weapon's prowess by several times. It was not easy to activate such an 8th transition weapon. It consumed a lot of energy, but the gains were undoubtedly great as well. 8th transition experts of the same level would not be able to easily block its attacks. What a great Nangong clan, they managed to obtain this 8th transition weapon. Chen Yuanshan said in shock. It seems like the rumors are true. The Nangong clan should have produced another 8th transition expert. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Fei was quite familiar with the Nangong clan. After all, Nangong Yuming was a direct disciple of the Nangong clan. He was the champion of this year's competition, so it was hard for him not to remember his name. Lin Fei did not care too much about whose 8th advancement weapon ended up in the hands of. He was rather interested in the long-distance teleportation formation. That was a top-notch item. No one was surprised that the second treasure was won by the Nangong clan. After all, the Nangong clan had the strength and resources to back it up. Their reputation as a top-notch clan was not undeserved. The third treasure for today's auction is a last-minute addition. I'm sure none of you will be able to guess what it is, the beautiful auctioneer excitedly showed off, stirring up everyone's emotions. A last-minute addition? It was quite a rare occurrence. The Expedition Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce, and it had been a long time since they had added a treasure in the middle of the auction. The most important treasure was still the finale, and it immediately attracted everyone's attention. I'm sure everyone is familiar with this treasure, but I'm afraid that not many of you have seen it before. The beautiful auctioneer smiled and said, even for me, this is the first time I've seen something like this. Now, the third final treasure of the auction, a final treasure from a mysterious guest, an array formation scroll, and a 7-revolution scroll at that. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Array scroll? How is that possible? Could it be that Tianji Hall has succeeded in their research? That's unlikely. Didn't they say that there were many problems with array scrolls that had not been solved? Since when did Tianji Hall have such capabilities? A 7-revolution scroll, regardless of whether it's used for offense or defense, is extremely powerful. I really want to see what a 7-revolution scroll looks like. Everyone in the private room could not sit still. If the array scrolls were real, the significance would be different. Everyone, please take a look. These are array scrolls. Each of them is sealed with a powerful array. After being appraised by many of our appraisers, these array scrolls are genuine, and there are no problems with them. They are extremely perfect items, the beautiful auctioneer introduced. At the same time, streams of divine senses rushed out and examined the array scrolls. Their expressions were uncertain, but everyone could tell that the array scrolls were real. There was a seal on the surface of the scrolls, and with their powerful strength, they could easily sense the dangerous aura within. Bid. No matter what the price is, we must bid for it. In one of the private rooms in the top 10, an old man suddenly stood up and stared at the array scrolls outside. He was unusually excited. I never thought that I would be able to see array scrolls in my lifetime. To be able to create such a perfect array scroll, this person must be a peerless expert. In another private room. I didn't expect array scrolls to appear. We must bid for these scrolls. If we can decipher the secrets within them, the strength of our Nangong family will definitely rise to another level. The head of the Nangong family said with a solemn expression. Quick, send the news back to Tianji Hall immediately. Tell them that the array scrolls have appeared, and someone has solved the problem. A young man immediately ordered the person beside him. This matter was too important. There was no doubt about the appraisal ability of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. If they said that it was real, then it must be real. With their credibility, no one would joke about it unless they wanted to stop operating. As the Expedition Chamber of Commerce had the backing of the royal family, they would not joke about their credibility. It can't be, the array scrolls have appeared. Chen Yuanshan was so excited that he almost thought that he had heard wrongly. It took him a long time to calm himself down. Array scrolls. That was Chen Yuanshan's dream for many years, but he had never succeeded. Even Tianji Hall was stuck in the middle of it, unable to move an inch forward. However, under such circumstances, the array scrolls had mysteriously appeared in the auction and became one of the final treasures of the auction. It was extremely mysterious. Not a single word leaked out. Lin Fei saw everyone's reactions. He knew that would happen the moment he took out the array scrolls. As for Fan Luoyu and Qin Lan, who had previously displayed the array scrolls and were aware of the situation, Lin Fei did not believe that they would leak the information. After the crowd recovered from their shock, the array scrolls began to be auctioned. Everyone understood why they could be added to the final treasures at the last minute. The array scrolls did have the ability to do so. If the array scrolls could not be included in the final treasures of the auction, what else could be included? At the start of the auction, everyone fought to be the first to bid. Starting from 300 black crystal cards, it went all the way to 1,200 black crystal cards, and this was under the condition that everyone restrained each other. It was indeed an astronomical figure for one treasure to have over 1,000 black crystal cards. We, Tianji Hall, want these array scrolls. We bid 1,500 black crystal cards. I hope everyone will give us some face. A sudden voice interrupted everyone's bidding. The crowd quietened down. Upon hearing the words Tianji Hall, everyone fell silent. Although Tianji Hall was not the number one force, their connections covered both empires. Their influence was so deep that a word from them could make countless people work for them. Chapter 2451. In fact, every time Expedition Chamber of Commerce held a top-notch auction, people from Tianji Hall would come over to bid for some top-notch materials so that they wouldn't end up in the hands of others. In an exclusive private room of Tianji Hall, A middle-aged person in charge, who was at the 6th job transition, couldn't conceal his joy and excitement. Who would have thought that an array formation scroll would be auctioned off? The person in charge, who rarely spoke in Tianji Hall's name, had unexpectedly used Tianji Hall's name. No matter who it was, they would have to give them face. Everyone had indeed given them face. Everyone knew that if Tianji Hall bid for the array formation scroll, they would definitely be preparing to study the techniques within and crack the array formation scroll. There was nothing much to say. If they gave Tianji Hall face, they would definitely benefit from it in the future. In the end, Tianji Hall obtained the array formation scroll. The auction hadn't ended yet. In the exclusive private room, the middle-aged person in charge saw the array formation scroll excitedly. It's true. That's great. The array formation scroll was sealed, but traces of array aura still flowed out from its surface. In the eyes of the person in charge, there was nothing more familiar than this aura. We'll leave immediately. The appearance of the array formation scroll was of great significance. The middle-aged person in charge immediately brought his men to escort the array formation scroll back to Tianji Hall, not daring to delay any further. At the same time, in another private room that wasn't too important, Qin Lan stood up. Lin Fei, how dare he take out the array formation scroll for auction? He's really bold. Isn't he afraid of being eaten alive? Qin Lan, who was dressed in black, immediately thought of Lin Fei when she heard that the mysterious person had taken out the array formation scroll. Other than him, Qin Lan didn't believe that anyone else would be able to take it out. Array formation scrolls weren't cabbages that could be found on the streets. Lin Fei was definitely the owner of the array formation scroll. A person entered the private room and came to Qin Lan's side. Saintess, we've already spread the news. Everyone in Tianji Hall is under our surveillance. Qin Lan wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the last treasure. Let's go. Qin Lan stood up and left. Compared to the last auction, the array formation scroll in Tianji Hall's hands was far more important. Lin Fei was not interested in knowing that Tianji Hall was being targeted. The last treasure of the day had finally appeared. It was a transmission array made by Tianji Hall. Good stuff. It's really good stuff. No wonder so many people can't make it. It's not easy. One ring after another, and it involves hundreds of millions of miniature arrays. Tianji Hall really has capable people. It's hard not to admire such exquisite craftsmanship. It's no wonder that a teleportation array has always been priceless. Lin Fei looked at the recorded data and could not help but gasp. A single teleportation formation involved countless other formations. Even if someone wanted to decipher and research on it, it wouldn't be an easy task. After all of the techniques were in the hands of the Heavenly Secrets Hall. Coupled with some unique materials, the Heavenly Secrets Hall did have their own foundations to be able to become a unique and unparalleled power. As soon as the final treasure was put on the stage, the price kept soaring. Only the top clans were qualified to compete for it. There were also some first-rate forces that banded together and tried to compete for it. It's too expensive. A teleportation array actually costs 13,000 black crystal cards. Li Dao exclaimed. It was really a big shock. To be able to see such a scene, my life will be worth it. Chen Yuanshan nodded. It's too shocking. Based on my guess, the final price of a teleportation array will definitely be above 15,000. I wonder who will get it this time. The forces at the scene were competing intensely. Nangong Clan, 15,500. A domineering voice came from the Nangong Clan's box. What is the Nangong Clan? Our Long Clan has 16,000. If you have the ability, continue to raise the price. Our Long Clan will accompany you to the end. An even more domineering voice came from the Long Clan's box. The Nangong Clan and the Long Clan had always been at odds. They would compete in any situation. To a top clan, the importance of a teleportation array was equivalent to a proof of their strength. Nangong, Long clan, do you really think that you're the only rich ones? Although our Chen clan doesn't have much money, it's more than enough to buy a teleportation array. Another Chen clan member spoke. This also caused the price of the teleportation array to soar to 18,200. Brother Chen, they're fighting so hard for the teleportation array. Just what are they planning to use it for? Lin Fei asked curiously. He had this question for a long time and it was the right time to bring it up. The few people present all laughed. Ha ha ha, so it turns out that our rookie king actually has things that he doesn't know. Li Dao laughed heartily. Chen Yuanshan had always thought that Lin Fei's talent was monstrous. He had finally seen the other side of Lin Fei. He held back his laughter and said, I can finally laugh at you for once. I thought you knew long ago and was almost tricked by you. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, it's very simple for them to fight for the teleportation array. It's to fight for resources in the ancient desolation great world. A teleportation array can allow them to transport all kinds of resources back and at the same time, deploy troops. Chen Yuanshan said with a smile, the top powers of the empire all have their own private armies in the ancient desolation great world. This is also the main reason why they have their own resources. Ancient desolation great world? This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of another great world outside of the two great empires. It sounded like a rather important place. Chen Yuanshan seemed to have noticed Lin Fei's confusion. I didn't want to tell you this so soon, but once you become a student of Capital College, you will know about the ancient land of wilderness sooner or later. Since we've met, why don't you tell me? Lin Fei became spirited. Other than the two great empires of our star field, could it be that there is a third empire? Chen Yuanshan admired Lin Fei a lot. The matter of the ancient desolation great world was not a secret, and people would know about it sooner or later. It was better to tell Lin Fei in advance and leave a good impression. Chapter 2452. Lin Fei really didn't know about this. With Chen Yuanshan's words, many of the things that Lin Fei had not figured out before had all been figured out. It seemed like there was such a secret behind it, and from the looks of it, the ancient desolation great world was very important to the people of the empire. Why isn't there much news about the ancient desolation world in the empire? Li Dao continued, the ancient desolation great world is of great significance. If one's strength is too low, going there would be courting death. Normally, only those with a certain level of strength would know about it, and even if they knew, it would be extremely difficult for them to go to the ancient desolation great world. The ancient desolation great world is an independent great world in another space, and one must have a transmission array to go there. Lin Fei was indeed puzzled. If there really was an ancient desolation great world, he would know about it. Can you tell me about the ancient desolation great world? Lin Fei was not interested in understanding the auction on the auction stage, so he might as well listen to the ancient desolation great world. Chen Yuanshan was going to say it anyway, so even if Lin Fei did not ask, he would have taken the initiative to say it. There are a large number of devil cultivators living in the ancient desolation great world, and their appearances are actually not that different from ours. They are born with a strong physical body, and also cultivate in various professions, but they did not establish an empire, but a tribe. The ancient desolation great world is rich in resources, and has all kinds of materials. The devil cultivator's reproduction ability is very strong, and there are many people. Chen Yuanshan told him everything he knew. Oh right, in about a year, our academy will organize a group of people to go to the ancient desolation great world to train. If you are interested, you can go and try. Chen Yuanshan threw out a piece of news. Lin Fei was extremely grateful for Chen Yuanshan's reminder. According to the introduction, the ancient desolation great world was a place that was rich in resources. The two great empires of the star field had established bases in the ancient desolation great world to collect resources. Because the ancient desolation great world was very big, there were many tribes and experts there. What Lin Fei cared about the most was that the ancient Desolation Great World had a large number of energy wall stones. The reason why the great powers of the empire had such a strong foundation was because they had plundered a large amount of resources from the ancient Desolation Great World. What Lin Fei lacked the most was energy wall stones. With the appearance of the ancient Desolation Great World, Lin Fei had an additional choice. That place was filled with experts, so he could capture them and modify them. It could be used to build his own base in the ancient Desolation Great World. The transmission array produced by Tianji Hall was finally bought by the Nangong clan for 21,000 black crystal cards. The Nangong clan's financial power was extremely domineering at this moment. As soon as the auction ended, Lin Fei, Chen Yuanshan, and the rest left. In the meantime, Li Dao and the rest invited Lin Fei for a drink. He had yet to collect his black crystal card from the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, so he politely declined their invitation. Over at the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, the various forces were all eyeing the black crystal cards. In today's auction, the appearance of the array formation scroll had gained the upper hand. At the same time, it attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, the teleportation array formation seemed to lose its luster. After all, no matter how good a teleportation array was, to have a teleportation array, not only did it require time, opportunity, and even financial resources. All three were indispensable. Array scrolls were different. If one had the method to make them, everyone could have them. Now everyone was waiting for the appearance of the mysterious man. "He's here, he's here." That man in black went in. It must be him. We received news that a guy wearing a cloak took out the array formation scroll. When the cloaked Lin Fei entered the room, the news immediately spread. "Where's my black crystal card?" When Lin Fei entered, he placed a piece of paper on the table. "Sir, the item has been prepared for you. Please sign here." The person in charge had already been warned. He passionately took out the black crystal card and placed it on the table. Lin Fei did not look at it. He was not afraid that the other party would be lazy to take his item. After taking the item, Lin Fei turned and left. "Sir, could you please wait?" The person in charge said respectfully. "Our young master wants to meet you. I wonder if I can have the honor." "Another day, I have something to do today." Lin Fei did not stop. He pushed open the door and left. When Lin Fei left, a young man appeared in the room. It was the young master of Expedition Chamber of Commerce. He seemed to be deep in thought. "Uncle Yong, what do you think of this person?" Behind the young man stood an old man shining brightly. He had appeared without a sound, and his expression was not calm at all. "This person is very scary." When he left, he inadvertently looked at us. He should have known of our existence. The old man sighed. His mind was still recalling that look. With his strength at the peak of the 7th job advancement, he was very sure of what that look represented. "Young master, you are too reckless." How is this possible?" "Uncle Yong, you are a peak of the 7th job advancement." The young man was very surprised. He did not dare to believe that it was true. "Doesn't that mean that person's strength is at least at the 8th job advancement?" Uncle Yong said. "Why not? If he does not have the ability, how would he dare to take out the array scroll to auction?" The young man's heart trembled. In the Empire, being able to reach the 8th job advancement, no matter what job it was worthy of respect. No big faction would dare to offend an 8th job advancement expert, especially when they did not know what job the other party was proficient in. According to the young man's original plan, he was prepared to meet this mysterious person. If he could buy the person's spell formation scroll, that would be for the best. Now, he knew that he had been too impatient. Hiding in the void, he had undoubtedly left a bad impression. "Uncle Yong, this matter," Uncle Yong did not say anything. Expedition Chamber of Commerce was a business. They would never offend anyone, especially someone who had the array scroll. The attitude was very important. What should he do? Even he was helpless. Let's talk about this in the future. Maybe he might not care about what happened today. Uncle Yong suddenly thought of something. Young master, immediately call our people back. Otherwise, the other party will suspect that we are plotting something. The consequences of following an 8th job advancement expert was unimaginable. Master, there are at least dozens of people hiding in the void behind you. Little Devil joked. Since coming out from Expedition Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had a group of people following him. There were at least dozens of people hiding in the dark and on the surface. They were all from various big factions in the imperial capital. Lin Fei chuckled. It won't be that easy to get the array scroll in my hands. I can make use of them and show them my strength. In the future, things will be easier. Lin Fei acted as if he did not see anyone tailing him as he strode out of the city. That black-clothed man went out of the city. Follow him. We must not lose him. Chapter 24:53. That mysterious man has appeared. He went out of the city. He really doesn't know his place. He knows that everyone is waiting for him, but he still dares to come. The mysterious man appeared again. The imperial capital was in a state of turmoil. Everyone wanted to get the method of making array formation scrolls from the mysterious person's mouth. No matter who obtained the method of making array formation scrolls, their strength would increase to an unimaginable level. Originally, everyone was worried that the mysterious man would not leave the imperial capital, and they would not make a move. The dignity of the imperial capital and the royal family would not allow anyone to challenge them. Fortunately, the mysterious man's departure from the imperial capital had undoubtedly given them a chance. No matter how big the commotion was, the royal family would not say anything or ask about it. This prince wants the array formation scroll. In the magnificent palace. The 5th prince, Fan Qinglong, stood up from his seat. He was as still as a mountain, and his valiant and domineering aura was on full display. Inform the Azure Dragon army to move out. No one can snatch what I want from me. With one step, the void collapsed, and Fan Qinglong disappeared. You've finally shown yourself. No matter what your reason is or what your motive is, since you've appeared, show me the method of making array scrolls. In the same magnificent palace, the 3rd prince, Fan Qingyang, had an unusually determined look in his eyes. The method of making array scrolls had to be mastered by himself. With this method, he could soar to the sky and become the most influential among the princes. Let's go. 1st prince, the mysterious man has left the imperial capital. The 5th prince and the 3rd prince's men have also set off. It seems that they are going to take action against the mysterious man. A pale-faced middle-aged man lowered his head and said. The 1st prince, Fan Qingyuan, did not have the domineering aura of the 5th prince, nor did he have the suaveness of the 3rd prince. He looked very ordinary. If not for his identity as a member of the royal family, probably no one would believe that he was the 1st prince. If you took it seriously, you would be gravely mistaken. Those who could grow up in the royal family were not simple. The 3rd prince, the 5th prince, and the 1st prince were the same. Your Highness, I'm here. A person walked out of the void. It was an old man, and the void around him kept collapsing. Fan Qingyuan stood up with respect in his eyes. I'll have to trouble teacher. This was the 1st prince's teacher, Chen Guangdao. At the same time, he was also an 8th job transition expert. Back then, he was a distinguished character whose name shook the empire. Your Highness matter is my matter as well. If I don't make a move, wouldn't I be helping others? Narrowing his eyes, Chen Guangdao said, besides, it is better to help your Highness than to help somebody else. Only your Highness will be the wise emperor of the Imperium in the future. There's no time to lose. Teacher, Come with me. As soon as Lin Fei left the imperial capital, there were a lot of people tailing him. It's going to be lively tonight. It was normal to be followed. If it wasn't for establishing his might, Lin Fei wouldn't have bothered to set up a trap to attract everyone's firepower. Ever since he saw the Expedition Chamber of Commerce's top-notch auction, Lin Fei had an idea. He wanted to create a top-notch auction. After all, he had copied a large amount of data. For example, the data on the treasures in the Imperial Palace's treasury. Any one of them would definitely cause a huge commotion. Lin Fei wanted to make use of today's opportunity to put on a show for everyone. At the same time, he wanted to give the 9th princess and Qin Lan a warning. Those two women were very shrewd. If he didn't give them any pressure, it might cause a lot of trouble. We're almost there. After leaving the imperial capital, Lin Fei's speed was very fast. In just a short while, he appeared thousands of miles away from the imperial capital. Come down. Just as he arrived above a mountain range, a gust of wind blew in the sky. A huge black palm slammed down, and everything in the world seemed to be within the range of this palm. Lin Fei smirked and took out a spell formation scroll. He was prepared to play the role of a powerful spell formation expert today. As soon as the spell formation scroll was torn open, a ray of light streaked across. A canopy appeared above Lin Fei's head and blocked the opponent's palm forcefully. The opponent's attack seemed to have landed on a hard rock, and the huge canopy didn't move an inch. A short exclamation came from the void. "Who's there? Come out." Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. A fluctuation came from the void, and two middle-aged men dressed in the same outfit walked out. Both of them looked ugly, and they emitted a vicious aura. They were the wanted criminals of the empire, the two brothers from the Shui clan. "Hand over the method of making the spell formation scroll, and we will let you live." The leader, Shui Hai, said coldly. Shui Yun, who was at the side, said coldly, "The power of your spell formation scroll is wrong. You're destined to be unlucky to go against the Shui clan brothers. You only have 10 breaths to think." The people who followed them all stopped when they saw this scene. They hoped to use the Shui clan brothers to test the strength of this mysterious person. Knowing one's enemy was the key to victory. It wasn't unreasonable. Do you think that person can withstand the attack of the Shui clan brothers? That's hard to say. Who doesn't know that although the Shui clan brothers are 5th job professionals, they specialize in joint attacks and have telepathic connections. They've even killed 6th job professionals before. The Shui clan brothers are really daring to appear 10,000 miles away from the imperial capital. Aren't they afraid that the expeditionary guards will come to capture them? The Shui clan brothers were quite famous. Because of their ferocity, they had escaped the pursuit of the expeditionary guards several times. That was how they gained their fearsome reputation. "I do have the method of making the spell formation scroll, but why should I give it to you?" Lin Fei said unhurriedly. Shui Yun's ferocious gaze intensified. "Because I'm stronger than you." "You?" Lin Fei shook his head. "No way. Big brother, this guy is clearly stalling for time. Let's take action immediately and leave after snatching it." Shui Yun had never seen someone so daring as to not take them seriously. "Let's do it." Shui Hai sensed an aura from afar. Boundless blood sea. Since the two of them were able to make a name for themselves, they naturally had their own abilities. The two of them transformed into a huge blood sea. The blood sea churned and the two brothers appeared above it. Below them, 2 blood-colored thrones appeared. As they sat on the thrones, the blood sea emitted a sharp sound. The boundless blood sea emitted a strong stench of blood. The people in the void were all secretly resisting. As the first to bear the brunt of the attack, Lin Fei saw the boundless blood sea surging over. The dense stench of blood turned into blood arrows that covered the sky and the earth. Moreover, the blood arrows also emitted a sharp sound. The Shui clan brothers' formation wasn't weak, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing much. The spell formation screen didn't dissipate. The blood arrows continued to collide with the screen, turning into blood mist. Inside the screen, Lin Fei was extremely calm. Your attack isn't much. It's a pity that you won't have a chance. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. He took out a spell formation scroll and casually tossed it out. A dazzling radiance illuminated the entire sky, and everyone was astonished by the radiance. Chapter 2454. That's the power of an array scroll. The Xia brothers have committed many evil deeds. Who would have thought that they would die in the hands of this mysterious array master? This mysterious array master isn't easy to deal with. A single array formation scroll is already this powerful. Who knows how many array formation scrolls that person has in his hands? The onlookers felt their hearts tighten. This mysterious man wasn't easy to deal with. The Xia brothers weren't very powerful. Relying on their special professions and their joint attacks, they rarely missed. In the end, they died thousands of miles away from the imperial capital. Lin Fei didn't mind killing the Xia brothers casually. Through the system's analysis, he could create a specific array scroll in the shortest time possible. Killing the enemy was just a matter of minutes. You're really capable. You killed the Xia brothers so easily. You've done a good deed for the Empire. The death of the Xia brothers was just the beginning. From the void, another imposing middle-aged man walked out. His body was filled with the majesty of a superior. Are you here to court death too? Lin Fei said indifferently. These words provoked everyone quite a bit. Isn't this mysterious man a little too arrogant? Although they admit that he's strong, isn't it a little too arrogant to say that he's here to court death? No matter how good-tempered they were, they would still turn pale upon hearing such words. For example, this middle-aged man. That guy is really daring. Doesn't he know who that person is? The sect master of the imperial capital's Black Tiger sect. Tiger, you can't take it anymore, right? Ha ha ha. A loud voice came from afar. In an instant, a burly man appeared and said to the middle-aged man named Tiger in disdain. Jianghu, the sect master of the Black Tiger sect, was a sixth-stage professional expert. He was quite famous in the imperial capital. Who said I can't take it anymore? Jianghu was furious. The burly man looked at the mysterious man and said, I'm very interested in you. As long as you're willing to join our dark gang, I can help you solve all your troubles. Luo Wei, you're talking big. Do you really think that your dark gang has a say in the imperial capital? How dare you say that you can settle everything? Jianghu finally found an opportunity to retaliate. None of you can do it. What black sect? What dark gang? Another burst of laughter rang out from afar. More than 10 streaks of light flew over and surrounded the mysterious man, sealing off all his escape routes. It was as if they were determined to devour him. Our Qinkuan sect wants this person. If you don't want to die, then scram. The leader of the group, a young man, opened his folding fan and spoke in an extremely arrogant manner. Qinkuan sect, these 3 words had a great impact. Qinkuan sect was a first-rate sect, infinitely close to becoming a top-tier sect. It was rumored that Qinkuan sect would soon be promoted to a top-tier sect, and a top-tier sect needed at least 1/9 profession professional to oversee it. Jianghu and Luo Wei's expressions changed, revealing a trace of unwillingness. They had a certain amount of influence in the imperial city, but compared to the Qinkuan sect, there was still a certain gap. Yes, there was a huge gap. This gap could not be made up for the time being. The two of them left dejectedly. Lin Fei watched all of this with a smile. You're also courting death. It was still the same sentence. The onlookers were all amused by this. Could it be that this guy didn't know anything? Qinkuan sect was a first-rate sect, infinitely close to a top-tier sect. It could be seen that Jianghu's sect had at least one ninth profession professional that was close to the ninth profession professional. The smile on the young man's face stiffened, such a big tone, daring to look down on our Jianghu's sect. You're the first one. Come, capture him. He is the murderer who killed our Jianghu's sect's disciples. Whoever dares to help him at this time will be the enemy of Jianghu's sect. Kill them all. With just one sentence, the crime was established. Lin Fei had to admit that the person who came had some ability. He was able to distort the truth and speak casually. His actions were also justified. At least, no one would dare to jump out for the time being. The enemy of Jianghu's sect would not be easy to deal with. No matter who it was, they would have to consider the consequences. Seal. An old man walked out from behind the young man. He seemed to be walking unsteadily. He raised his hand and pointed at the mysterious man, turning into a huge seal word. This is a professional. That mysterious man is going to suffer. Jianghu's sect is really not simple. They actually have a professional. A huge seal word appeared. Everyone exclaimed. Among the common professions, there was another type of professional. They were not very strong, but they had innate skills that ordinary people could not compare to. Thus, professionals were formed. Although professionals were not common, every one of them was very terrifying. No one dared to look down on them. Those who had fought with professionals had mostly died. Lin Fei could not move at all. His strength was sealed, and he lost control of everything. Jia sir, you'd better be obedient and not move. This old man's sealing technique can seal everything, even if you are a formation master. An old voice sounded in his ears. This professional of Jianghu's sect was a very rare sealer. He only knew this one move in his life, and no one dared to look down on him. No treasure could stop the sealer's seal. He was famous in the empire for not provoking him. Any professional who lost control of the energy in his body would immediately become a tiger that was bullied by dogs. His life and death would be at the mercy of others. Professionals like sealers were too domineering, especially sealers. They could seal everything. Even a slightly stronger professional would not dare to look down on them. The young man with the folded fan said arrogantly, "Now you know how powerful Jianghu's sect is. How dare you say that you want to kill me? If not for the fact that you still have some use for me, I would have killed you first." The young man with the folded fan was a little surprised that the sealer succeeded in one move. The ability of a sealer was not to be underestimated. Anyone who looked down on them would suffer greatly. Lin Fei was still very calm. "Are you done?" The young man with the folded fan was startled. "Ma Dan, what do you mean by this? Are you going to deal with me? Why? Are you not satisfied? Incinerate!" Lin Fei lightly shouted. With his body as the center, a raging flame rose up. It burned fiercely like a blazing sun, extremely dazzling. At the same time, a blazing aura surged out like a boundless wave. Ah, so hot, so hot. The first to struggle was the sealer who was wrapped around Lin Fei. His body appeared and kept changing. His screams made one's scalp go numb. "Ah, what did you do? What kind of fire is this? Why do I feel pain? Why?" The sealer screamed and struggled to break free. For some reason, a strong force enveloped him and he could not break free. He could only allow the raging flames to engulf him. "Quick, save the revered elder." The young man with the folded fan's expression changed. If a sealer with a high status died here, he would not know how to explain himself when he returned. Kill. Chapter 24:55. Just when everyone thought that the mysterious man was going to lose, no one expected that the special occupation, sealer, would actually lose its effect. Even the sealer himself would be in trouble. Who didn't know the name of a sealer? However, such a sealer had suffered a great loss at the hands of a mysterious person. It seemed that he might even lose his life if things went wrong. Even though they were separated by a great distance, the blazing aura forced them to circulate their energy to form an energy barrier to resist the invasion of the blazing heat. The Jianghu sect disciples took the lead and rushed forward. Before they could even get close to the mysterious man, they exploded like a ripe watermelon, turning into a mist of blood. This scene made everyone's hearts jump. The seemingly weak heat wave was actually so strong that it silently caused the Jianghu sect disciples to suffer a great loss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath and rejoiced that they didn't go forward. This mysterious man was too terrifying. From the start until now, the mysterious man had been maintaining a mysterious aura. Originally, they wanted to find out his origin from the way he attacked. Now, it seemed that this step was impossible. Your men are not good enough. Lin Fei shook his head and said. The youth with the paper fan was infuriated. The people he brought were all experts from the Jianghu sect, but they were all killed in an instant. The most terrifying thing was that they didn't even have time to react. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the flame was. You dare to kill the people of the Jianghu sect. You are dead. No matter where you come from, you won't be able to escape today. The youth with the folding fan glared angrily and used the Jianghu sect to suppress the mysterious man. The Jianghu sect was a first-rate force. One word from them could determine the life and death of many people. Although the mysterious man was mysterious, if the Jianghu sect really wanted to make a move, no one would come out to help. No one dared to offend the Jianghu sect. Moreover, the Jianghu sect was a first-rate force. You guys really don't have any tricks. It's just the same old tricks. Can't you come up with something new? Lin Fei was very disappointed. I'm tired of hearing it. Tricks? The youth with the folding fan was speechless. Shouldn't I say that? For a moment, the youth with the folding fan was confused. Young master, save me. The sealer was on the verge of death and couldn't struggle anymore. Invincible universe, one sword slaying god. The young man with the paper fan came back to his senses. He thought that the other party was shameless, using words to trick him. He had almost forgotten the most important thing. Putting two of his fingers together, he executed an unparalleled sword art and slashed out. Layers upon layers of sword shadows surged forth like waves. Don't you want a sealer? I'll return him to you. Lin Fei laughed. He raised one hand, and the sealer appeared in his hand. He threw him at the sword light like a sandbag. The sealer just breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the mysterious man Lin Fei with resentment. The next second, the sword light came and turned him into ashes. You are shameless. The young man with the folding fan attacked furiously. The might of this sword was naturally not simple. He did not even notice that the other party knew this move. With a single sword, the sealer was killed. His body and soul were both destroyed. He was so angry that his eyes turned white and he almost fell from the sky. I've returned him to you. How can you say that I'm shameless? Lin Fei smiled. Your Jianghu sect is really bold. You killed a sealer just like that. I really admire you. This young master will fight it out with you. Lin Fei casually threw out an array scroll. With a flash of light, a white light entered the body of the young man with the folding fan. The murderous-looking young man screamed in pain. He fell from the sky, causing the earth to shake. Sigh, why bother? Lin Fei shook his head. He turned around and said to everyone, let me tell everyone a piece of good news. Just now, I used an array scroll called a sealing scroll. It can seal one's strength. It's the real deal. That young master from the Jianghu sect was hit by a sealing scroll. This kind of scroll can seal the opponent's strength for an hour. This kind of sealing scroll will be auctioned at a grand auction soon. Those who are interested can prepare in advance. When he said this, the surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Is this advertising or sales promotion sealing scroll? This thing is too amazing. Doesn't that mean that from now on, the abilities of experts with special occupations will be greatly weakened? With the sealing scroll, or other scrolls, is it equivalent to bringing along an expert with a special occupation? When everyone thought of this, they became extremely excited. In this void, there were many people. The major forces of the imperial capital acted upon hearing the news. Others might not have been able to see the movement in that instant, but they saw it clearly. That was indeed a sealing scroll. It had a special sealing power that sealed the strength of the young man with the folding fan. Then, that scene appeared. At this moment, everyone could not help but be shocked. The mysterious man had become even more mysterious. The sealing scroll and the special array barrier from before were all good stuff. If the array scroll was auctioned, there seemed to be no need to offend the other party. From the various traces at the scene, the mysterious man's background was not simple. Many forces began to hesitate. Should they take action? Was it worth it? These were all things that had to be considered. They had to be cautious, as this was related to their vital interests. In a nearby void space, turbulence blew past. Fan Luoyu, who was dressed in palace attire, had a tinge of color in her beautiful eyes. Her gaze did not shift. Is he really not Lin Fei? Or is he the force behind Lin Fei? The extremely intelligent Fan Luoyu had doubts for the first time. In the beginning, Fan Luoyu had thought that the mysterious man was Lin Fei in disguise. Others might not know, but she did. Back at the Emperor's Peak, she had seen Lin Fei activate the array scroll. It was the real deal, and she could not have been wrong. Fan Luoyu had once again heard that the mysterious man had appeared. She had brought people over immediately and witnessed an unbelievable scene. The ability of an expert with a special occupation had been controlled by the mysterious man, and he had developed a sealing scroll. This was not a simple matter. Fan Luoyu did not dare to underestimate the power of a sealing scroll. The scariest thing was that it could seal the opponent for an hour. If anyone had a few sealing scrolls in their hands, it would definitely be a huge deterrent. The sealing scroll was already so powerful. If there were some powerful array killing techniques, it would be a nightmare for the enemy. Fan Luoyu could not help but shiver at the thought. The appearance of the array scroll might disrupt the future. There was one thing that Fan Luoyu was absolutely sure of. Lin Fei was definitely related to the mysterious man. The appearance of the array scroll was too coincidental. It was either Lin Fei or the force behind him. Fan Luoyu herself was shocked that there was such a mysterious force in the empire. The scariest thing was that there was no information about the expedition guards. Chapter 2456. Fan Luoyu was considering whether to take action against Qin Lan. The fact that Lin Fei knew how to make formation scrolls could not be leaked. As an insider, Qin Lan had to be dealt with. On the other side, Qin Lan frowned slightly. Is it really him? No, it can't be him. After Qin Lan heard about the formation scrolls, she immediately suspected Lin Fei. Apart from him, no one else seemed to know how to make formation scrolls. She had seen it with her own eyes, so it could not be fake. This mysterious person's aura is completely different from Lin Fei's. The demon clan has a special technique that can identify a person's authenticity. This person can't be Lin Fei. If it's not Lin Fei, how could he know how to make formation scrolls, and their power is quite extraordinary. He even knows how to make special scrolls for special occupations. If the demon clan could get it, Qin Lan was very tempted. The appearance of formation scrolls had great significance. Originally, only formation masters could do it, but now outsiders could join in as well. With formation scrolls in their hands, their strength would increase greatly. From now on, formation scrolls would become a mainstream in the empire. Qin Lan was a smart person. She was glad that she had come personally and seen something unforgettable. My initial suspicion of Lin Fei's background should be right. That bad guy is indeed hiding a big secret. Fortunately, I saw through it. However, the ninth princess is a problem. If Qin Lan could think of this, the ninth princess could naturally think of it too. If things went wrong, the ninth princess might secretly make a move to prevent the secret from being leaked. I have to have a good talk with Lin Fei. Brother, you said that this kind of formation scroll will be auctioned. May I know when it will be auctioned and where it will be auctioned? A bold person asked in front of the crowd. Everyone pricked up their ears. If the formation scroll could really be auctioned, no matter which force it was, its influence in the future would not be underestimated. It could even leap up and become a top chamber of commerce, able to compete with the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. The partner behind the Expedition Chamber of Commerce was Tianji Hall. The mysterious Chamber of Commerce was backed by formation scrolls. On the surface, the two chambers of commerce were on par, so their influence would naturally increase. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. As for the auction, the time has not been decided yet. Lin Fei said faintly, however, it won't be later than this year. As for the location of the auction, it will be announced to the public. Everyone just needs to pay attention. Everyone was disappointed. This was as good as not saying anything at all. However, the only fortunate thing was that the auction of the array scrolls would definitely be held this year. Thinking about it, it wouldn't take too long, which was more or less good news. Sir, may I know which faction you represent? These words once again attracted everyone's attention. I didn't intend to tell you, but since you asked, I might as well tell you that the force behind me is no stranger to you. It's called the Avengers. Lin Fei said. And I'm just one of the messengers. Uproar. An uproar broke out in the void. The Avengers. Who didn't know this name? Back then, he had caused quite a stir in the Zhonglang Star Zone, and even the expeditionary guards had been mobilized, but in the end, there was nothing to show for it. No one expected that the people from the Avengers would appear today. The most unbelievable thing was that this person was an errand boy. What kind of joke was this? He killed the Shui brothers and sealed a young master of the Jianghu sect so casually. If he was an errand boy, then how strong was the Avengers? Everyone's expressions in the void were all seen by Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei wanted to raise the banner of the Avengers. From now on, he wanted to build it into a unique force. Fortunately, this star zone had a certain say. When everyone heard that the person who came was from the Avengers, their attitudes changed. At the very least, they were full of mystery about this force. What a great Avengers! They developed the array scrolls without anyone knowing. What a great thing! They fulfilled the dreams of countless people. While everyone was still in shock, the people from the Nangong family appeared. He's here. Isn't that the head of the Nangong family? Isn't he in seclusion? How rare. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes appeared under the crowd. He was the head of the Nangong family of the imperial capital. He was a peak expert who had reached the 9th stage. This head of the Nangong family had made a great contribution to the #1 family in the empire. Everyone knew that the head of the Nangong family was a freak. He had shown a super strong cultivation talent since birth. When he reached middle age, he had already reached the 9th stage. The appearance of the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Di Hao, was unexpected to many people. A 9th stage professional expert. Such an expert could suppress more than 10 8th stage professional experts by himself. If one wanted to defeat a 9th stage professional expert, at least one 9th stage professional expert would be needed. The moment Nangong Di Hao appeared, he displayed a terrifying aura. A 9th stage professional expert? Lin Fei didn't expect such a big fish to jump out. So far, the strongest was the great Emperor Yuanzhang. His battle power was over 1 billion. This Nangong Di Hao was the second 9th stage professional expert. I'm just an errand boy. I didn't expect that the head of the Nangong family would also come. Lin Fei was still as calm as before. Even if a 9th stage professional expert came, they wouldn't be able to take him down. Nangong Di Hao couldn't sit still anymore. When Nangong Di Hao found out that the other party had a special sealing scroll, he knew that the future was going to change. With a formation scroll, experts of the same realm would be able to use their trump cards at any time. That would become a nightmare for experts. Nangong Di Hao didn't believe that the other party was just an errand boy. What he couldn't see through was that the other party had not revealed his realm. From the start until now, the other party had only used the formation scroll to attack. Your Excellency is really interesting. I wonder if our Nangong family has the qualifications to invite Your Excellency to our Nangong family? Nangong Di Hao invited. Everyone doubted that they had heard wrongly. The dignified head of the Nangong family invited the other party as a guest. This was too big of a face. It was very rare for Nangong Di Hao to take the initiative to invite someone. Moreover, it was in public. What does your Nangong family's invitation count for? Our Long family is very interested in Your Excellency. I wonder if Your Excellency can come to our humble home? An even more tyrannical voice suppressed Nangong Di Hao. Another giant appeared from the void. When this giant appeared, a boundless baleful aura surged out, making everyone gasp for breath. Long Junwei is here. Heavens, isn't he the head of the Long family? Too domineering. Chapter 2457. The Nangong family's people appeared first, then the Long family's people appeared. Moreover, they were all patriarchs. The meaning was completely different. The various forces hiding in the void nearby had their horizons widened. It was very rare for a mysterious person to attract the attention of two patriarchs under normal circumstances. The Long family's patriarch, Long Junwei, was much more domineering than Nangong Di Hao. The invisible pressure was like a mountain, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Only the Long family dared to not put the other party in their eyes in public. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Two patriarchs appeared one after another, and they were both at the 9th stage profession realm. It was impossible not to be shocked. Originally, he thought that he would just kill some small guys, but with the appearance of these two patriarchs, the nature was different. In any case, the matter about the Avengers would definitely spread throughout the Empire tomorrow. Long Junwei did not give the other party any face by snatching people in public. Long Junwei, what do you mean by this? Nangong Yuming, who was beside Nangong Di Hao, was the first to criticize. To be able to criticize a top overlord with this identity was completely different. Ordinary people really did not have the courage to do so. Nangong Yuming, what are you shouting for? Only your Nangong family is allowed to invite, but our Long family can't. If you have the ability, come out and spar with us. Let's see who is stronger. The one who criticized Nangong Yuming was Long Batian, who was also a genius of the Long family. The Nangong family and the Long family had always been at odds with each other. No matter where or what occasion it was, there would always be a fight. Both sides wanted to suppress each other. Today, you suppress me, tomorrow, I suppress you. If nothing happened on that day, then everything would be abnormal. Nangong Di Hao and Long Junwei did not stop it. It was precisely because of this that the disciples of the Long family were obviously more powerful than the other disciples, especially the disciples of the Long family. They would not care about anything and would attack whenever they wanted. Therefore, in the entire circle of the imperial capital, the disciples of the Long family were the worst to provoke. If you offended them, you could only blame it on your bad luck. At the same time, the Long family was also very protective. Many families in the imperial capital had suffered at the hands of the Long family. After that, they did not dare to say anything for fear of offending the Long family. The two big families would not care about the competition between the younger generation. Even on such an occasion, they had no intention of stopping it. The two family heads were looking at the mysterious man. No matter what this mysterious man said, he must have a position in the mysterious Avengers. If he left a good impression in advance, he might be able to make a deal. This was also the reason why the two patriarchs came over personally after hearing about it. The existence of the mysterious Avengers was worthy of their presence. Since the Nangong clan and the Long clan are here, our Su clan will also join in the fun. Lin Fei, who had been very calm all this while, revealed a smile on his face. Another top faction had arrived. This was even more interesting. Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei looked at each other as if they were discussing something. The Su family was also a top-tier family. In the entire imperial capital, there were three top families: the Nangong family, the Long family, and the Su family. Now that two families had come, the other family would definitely come to join in the fun. Su Tingsheng's appearance was ordinary. He did not have any domineering aura, his aura was not strong, he had a mustache that was shining brightly. With one look, anyone could tell that this Su family head was an expert in scheming. Brother Nangong, Brother Long, our Su family would like to join in the fun. You don't have any objections, right? Su Tingsheng was beaming like an old fox. No, no. Nangong Dihao laughed. In his heart, he was cursing shameless. Since you are here, who would dare to chase you away? Long Junwei coldly snorted. He did not want to interact with the other party. In their opinion, the Su family was full of old foxes. If they were not old foxes, then they were little foxes. They only knew how to scheme all day long. In the blink of an eye, three family heads appeared. Their goal was the same: they wanted to form a relationship with Lin Fei. These three families, including the royal family, had not appeared yet. When they appeared together, it would be very interesting. Right now, everyone was waiting to see how the mysterious person would choose. Which family would he go to? If anyone could form a relationship with the mysterious person, maybe in the future, no family would be able to shake their position as the number one family. At the beginning, no one could see the situation. But after a long time, everyone understood and exclaimed that it was inconceivable. A mystical formation scroll could affect the power structure of all the major powers. This kind of thing might not happen even once in a lifetime, but they had encountered it. Many people who were purely here to watch the fun rejoiced that they had come. In the future, this would be something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. Three family heads had appeared to invite a mysterious person. This kind of thing would be amazing if they boasted about it. In the future, who would dare to say that they had not seen the world? Our Su family is sincerely inviting you to be our guest. Su Tingsheng was beaming, he had a harmless look on his face. Lin Fei was not interested in being a guest to the three family heads. He was very clear about his identity and strength. If he really went, he would definitely be eaten up by them. Lin Fei shook his head and said in a serious manner, "Patriarchs of the three great clans, VIPs of the empire, I am extremely honored that the three of you have invited me. However, I am only one person. It will be troublesome for me to go to any one of your clans. Continue pretending." When the three family heads heard this, they were not surprised at all. If he really wanted to go to one of the three families, they would doubt his sincerity. Lin Fei continued, "If I go to any one of your families, I will offend one of them. I have not learned the doppelganger technique, so it would not be nice to do it. In that case, why don't we change the method? As long as one of you can convince me, I will go to your family as a guest. What do the three of you think?" The three family heads were slightly stunned. Obviously, they did not expect the other party to say this. You are very arrogant. Our Long family is giving you face, and you dare to say this. Long Batian shouted angrily, do you really think that you are invincible? Our Long family can crush you with one finger. It would not be a problem for you to die 100 times. The people from the Long family could not hide their thoughts and directly scolded him. Long Batian's words more or less represented the Long family's intention. The three family heads invited you because they were giving you face, but you did not know what was good for you and proposed an alternative method. Obviously, you did not put the three families in your eyes. No one had ever dared to do this, but today, someone did it. Chapter 2458. Su Tengsheng had always been good at scheming. No matter what the other party's motive was, if he could test the other party's strength, he would bring it back. Shameless? The Su family had done this many times. Heavenly Fist. Su Tengsheng was extremely cunning. As the sound of his voice faded, he immediately punched out. His movements were inconceivably fast. A gigantic human-shaped phantom descended from above, and with a single punch, the space around it crumbled unceasingly. Just this move alone was enough to make everyone remember how powerful a ninth transition occupation was. This was the most ordinary move of a ninth transition expert. It did not involve the ability of a ninth transition occupation. Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei cursed Su Tengsheng's shamelessness in their hearts. He actually dared to make a move. Was he trying to be the first to act? At this time, they could only watch as the other party made a move. If they made a move, they would become a big joke. However, the two of them had made up their minds. Once the mysterious person could not hold on any longer, they would stop him and not allow the old fox Tengsheng to leave. I want to see how capable you are as an avenger. Su Tengsheng wanted to test the other party's strength. A punch that could collapse the void had the strength of an eighth transition occupation. If the power of an eighth transition occupation could not block it, Su Tengsheng did not want to make a move. Such a person was not qualified. On the other side, Lin Fei was not relaxed. At the same time, a battle intent surged. After being in this star field for so long, I can finally fight with a ninth transition expert. Originally, I could only deal with a group of small characters. With the three patriarchs of the top families, I can save a lot of time. In the future, the top auctions will be a hit. Lin Fei flicked his finger. Several scrolls flew out and formed a huge barrier. One layer after another, densely packed, formed a natural barrier. As the other party's giant silhouette pressed down, the natural barriers shattered with loud booms. Even before the giant silhouette came into contact with them, the barriers shattered on their own. The strength of the giant silhouette was unprecedented. In just a short moment, it had shattered hundreds of barriers. However, even though the giant silhouette seemed to be very close to Lin Fei's position, it was as if the end of the world was right in front of him. The Heavenly Fist is rumored to be the #1 fist technique of the Su family. It is indeed domineering. You want to stop me with this barrier? How miraculous! A mere natural barrier was able to block the Su family's sagely Heavenly Fist and exhaust the enemy's attack. This is good stuff. When everyone thought that the mysterious man was going to be defeated, the natural barrier began to work. It blocked the attacks one after another, which was beyond everyone's imagination. From this, everyone could see one thing. The mysterious Avengers did indeed have a powerful and terrifying array scroll in their hands. For example, the attack in front of him had the might of an 8th transition expert at the very least. Yet, it was easily blocked by a formation scroll. That mysterious person did not seem to be struggling at all. Because of this, there were countless people who wanted to buy the array scroll. With this array formation scroll, he would be able to save his life. If everyone couldn't see this clearly, then they should just bang their heads against the wall. As long as they weren't idiots, they could see it clearly. There was no need for any doubt. The power of the array scroll was obvious to all. Family head Su, I wonder how powerful my array scroll is? Lin Fei stood under the natural barrier and asked. Su Tingsheng was very surprised. A natural barrier formed by a few scrolls had such a strong defense. It was quite unexpected. He had already acknowledged the terrifying power of the array scroll. Good stuff, really good stuff. When I use the heavenly fist, even an 8th transition expert would have to use all their strength to block it. You blocked it with just the array scroll. You are indeed very amazing. Su Tingsheng thought. He wanted to see what other array scrolls this mysterious man had and what his bottom line was. Next, I will use a heavy hand. Please be careful. From the heavenly fist, Su Tingsheng knew that it would be very difficult to defeat the mysterious man if he did not show some ability. Only by forcing the mysterious man to use his trump card, the array scroll, would he be able to win. At Su Tingsheng's position, he was very accurate in judging people. From the beginning to the end, the mysterious man had not used the slightest bit of energy in his body. He was sure that the mysterious man had been using array scrolls. It was the first time Su Tingsheng heard that an expert could be created using array scrolls. Moreover, the mysterious man was standing in front of him. This was definitely a miracle. There was no second miracle in the entire empire. Many thanks for family head Su's reminder. I am already prepared. You can make your move. Lin Fei flicked the array scroll again. Each scroll condensed into a saber, a spear, a sword, and a giant axe, and slashed towards Su Tingsheng. Lin Fei made the first move. Good heavens, this mysterious man's attack is actually at the 8th transition expert's level. Long Junwei was shocked. He originally thought that the mysterious man's defense was unparalleled, but now it seemed that it wasn't just that. This was a true combination of attack and defense. Nangong Dihao wasn't any better. This mysterious man didn't have any aura. If he really wanted to ambush someone, 9 out of 10 people would fall for it. No matter what, we must form a relationship with this mysterious Avengers alliance. If our Nangong family doesn't have array scrolls. Nangong Dihao didn't dare to think further. While the two patriarchs were deep in thought, Su Tingsheng attacked again. His sagely heavenly fist was like a fierce tiger. Wherever his fist wind passed, all the attacks were destroyed. They were no threat to him at all. There was no need to doubt the strength of a 9th stage advancement powerhouse. Mental double kill. Su Tingsheng squinted his eyes. His powerful mental energy was like 2 blades, slashing towards Lin Fei's forehead. This was Su Tingsheng's true attack because he was an expert with a special profession, mental energy master. Fox Su's mental energy has become stronger. It's getting harder to deal with him. Long Junwei slightly frowned, I wonder if this brat can block it. When Su Tingsheng's mental energy attack was launched, Lin Fei received a notification from the system. The opponent's mental energy attack was very powerful and could affect a small area. Lin Fei immediately constructed a defense in his mind. This was also to ensure his safety. His hands didn't stop moving and a red array scroll appeared. With a whoosh, he opened it. A disc opened up and kept spinning. When the mental energy attack hit the disc, a loud sound was heard. Bang! 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 When the sound echoed, the surrounding people were completely affected. Ah, it's so painful. I can't hold on anymore. What's going on? Are my eyes blind? I can't see clearly. The people who were watching from afar fell from the sky. Chapter 24:59. What happened just now? Why did my vision go black? I don't know what happened. It's too scary. We must have been hit by a secret spirit technique attack just now. Don't forget, Patriarch Su is a spirit master, a special profession. Unless you have a spirit treasure, you won't be able to block it. It can't be, that was a secret spirit technique attack just now. I didn't even have time to react before I fell from the sky. Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei let out a long roar and broke the broken spirit technique attack. Only then did everyone recover, but it was still very uncomfortable. They were so close to dying. This kind of attack is too scary. Everyone knows that Patriarch Su is powerful, but they really don't know how scary a spirit master is. Long Junwei and Nangong Dihao revealed a rare solemn expression. Even if it is them, it is not easy to block the attack of a spirit master. When facing a spirit master, they pay special attention to them and rarely offend them. Their attacks are invisible and colorless, ordinary treasures can't block them. The mysterious person's scroll gave them a big shock. It was blocked just like that, and it seems to be a special way to divert the attack. Looking at the situation of the surrounding people, it is obvious. Patriarch Su, what do you think of my revolving star passage scroll? Lin Fei said with a smile. From the moment Spirit Double Kill hit the disc, Su Tingsheng realized that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, the attack was diverted and was shared by the surrounding people. Patriarch Su, try taking a spirit technique attack from me. Lin Fei took out a scroll and opened it. Patriarch Su's expression became especially grave. Spirit runes condensed in the void, but they couldn't block the attack of the opponent's scroll. One after another, the spirit runes shattered. Su Tingsheng's body slightly trembled and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Thanks for letting me win. Just now, no one had clearly seen the array formation scroll secret technique attack. Only two people present saw it clearly, one is Nangong Dihao and the other is Long Junwei. Only people of their realm can see the secret of the scroll. Brother Long, we still underestimated the Avengers. Nangong Dihao said. Long Junwei rarely lost his temper, and nodded his head, too mystical, a spiritual attack was condensed inside an array scroll. This attack is incomparably condensed, and is truly the first choice for killing. Even old Fox Su suffered a great loss, and his own spiritual runes were heavily damaged. That mysterious person is not simple. Su Tingsheng was a spirit master of a special profession, and he had indeed suffered a great loss in the confrontation. Even if they were to fight against him, they might not be able to withstand it, and they would always have to pay a certain price. Su Tingsheng's face was a little pale. He had indeed been injured by that pure spiritual imprint. He had dominated the world for many years, but he did not expect to suffer such a big loss here. The shattering of spiritual runes would take a long time to recover. From this moment on, Su Tingsheng no longer dared to underestimate this mysterious man and the mysterious Avengers behind him. Sire's strength is unfathomable, I am sincerely convinced. Although Su Tingsheng did not use his full strength, after seeing the opponent's spiritual imprint attack, there is no need for him to exchange pointers anymore. However, whether Brother Nangong and Brother Long are convinced or not, I don't know. Su Tingsheng lost in the spiritual imprint, but he also pulled the two family heads up. Lin Fei witnessed family head Su's eloquence. He had suffered a loss, but he still pulled the other two along. Truly interesting. Family head Nangong, family head Long, what about you two? No matter if it was Nangong Dihao or Long Junwei, both of them cursed the other party countless times in their hearts. They are simply shameless to the extreme. At this time, if they do not make a move, old Fox Su will definitely spread the news, and thus affect the reputation of the two families. Others might not do it, but who is old Fox Su? He will definitely spread the news. He is just like this. As an enemy of many years, how can he not know his character? Long Junwei stood up first. Sire has a good method. Old Fox Su has not suffered a loss for a long time. This is truly satisfying. Su Tingsheng's expression darkened. It would be strange if he could be happy after being scolded by Long Junwei's big mouth. He wished he could immediately stuff Long Junwei's big mouth. Our Long family is a natural fighting family. You can injure old Fox Su with a formation scroll. Long Junwei, also want to give it a try. Long Junwei laughed heartily. Please advise me. Roar! Long Junwei let out a long roar. Heaven and earth trembled. Within 10,000 li, the roar is endless and boundless. At this moment, everyone feels as if their divine soul is about to leave their body. They are truly terrified. They are deeply aware of the prestige of a fighting family. Nangong Dihao waved his hand and set up a vacuum zone, isolating the might of the roar. Nangong family's disciples also have lingering fear. They all know that Long Junwei is powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. If this was a fight, with a loud roar, no matter how many lives they have, it would be useless. Father, is this the sound wave martial art of the Long family, dragon roar? Nangong Baiming asked in a low voice. That's right, it is the dragon clan's dragon roar. Now you know how powerful it is. Nangong Dihao said, in the future, when you meet people from the Long family, you must be faster than them. This move is impossible to defend against, do you understand? Nangong Baiming nodded. Many thanks for father's reminder. Dragon Roar is the most famous attack of the Long family. Only those with the physique of the Dragon clan can fully activate it and display its perfect might. Outsiders can at most display 20 to 30% of its might. Long Junwei's Dragon Roar is aimed at the mysterious person. The people in the vicinity are only affected, but it also makes them realize how terrifying it is. They don't dare to imagine how the mysterious person is going to resist it. Go! Lin Fei took out another scroll. After tearing it open, a loud roar suddenly spread out. Everyone present is shaken to the point that they are bleeding from their 7 orifices. It is a tragic sight to behold. Bang! When the two attacks collide, the entire heaven and earth is filled with endless rumbling sounds. Nangong Dihao and Su Tingsheng immediately unleashed their auras and formed a barrier. The huge impact caused ripples to appear on the barrier. The people standing behind them are trembling and on the verge of collapse. They have an expression as if they have seen a ghost and their pupils are shrinking in fear. They have never seen such a terrifying attack before. That loud roar is not inferior to the Long family's dragon roar. It is also incomparably tyrannical. Neither side gives way, they keep colliding until they finally disappear. Dragon Claw. Long Junwei's attack failed, so he attacked again. A huge void hand grabbed over and crushed down like a mountain. This is another powerful hand martial art of the Long family. Chapter 2460. Long family's battle strength is famous for being powerful. In everyone's opinion, the battle between Long Junwei and this mysterious person will be very exciting. In a direct confrontation, Long Junwei is even stronger than Su Tingsheng by a lot. Cough cough cough. Long Junwei's straight body slightly trembled. Spirit imprint, truly a well-deserved reputation, it's impossible to guard against. Hearing this, everyone is startled. Did he just lose? Thanks for letting me win. Lin Fei cupped his hands. A single formation scroll settled the battle with Long Junwei, even if it was just a simple exchange of pointers. Long Junwei wholeheartedly accepted his loss. The opponent used spirit imprint. This thing is not easy to resist. Moreover, the opponent's spirit imprint attack is completely above Su Tingsheng's. It can release absolute power in an instant. Long Junwei's physical defense is very strong, but he still fell for it. He realized how terrifying the opponent is. If he uses a dozen spirit imprint scrolls at once, everyone will definitely be afraid and tremble in fear. Even if Long Junwei is a 9th stage professional ranker, even if he uses his full strength, he won't be able to defeat the opponent. The mysterious person who controls the formation scrolls is truly too terrifying. What the opponent is displaying now is just the tip of the iceberg. Nangong Dihao subconsciously trembled in his heart. He clearly saw the attack just now, that is clearly a spirit imprint attack. Only a spirit treasure can block it. Your Excellency is truly capable. An ability that ordinary people can't display is like a toy in your hands. Truly an eye-opener. Nangong Dihao praised. At this time, Nangong Dihao is very clear that if he doesn't make a move, it will be impossible. Everyone is paying attention to him. I also want to experience a spirit imprint attack, can you let me experience it? Nangong Dihao made a starting gesture. As you wish. Lin Fei tore another formation scroll, and the same spiritual imprint attack landed heavily on Nangong Dihao's body. It was like an antelope hanging its horns, it was untraceable and landed heavily on Nangong Dihao's body. Even if he is already prepared, Nangong Dihao's body slightly trembled. Spirit imprint, truly a well-deserved reputation. Nangong Dihao has no choice but to admit that this kind of spirit imprint attack is a lot stronger than Su Tingsheng's spirit secret technique attack. It is truly an invincible technique. A single spiritual imprint scroll was already difficult to bear. If there were 8 to 10 of them, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Lin Fei cupped his hands again. He realized that Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei weren't as bold as he had imagined. They were also proficient in scheming. Although he was defeated, he would lose more face than Su Tingsheng. Su Tingsheng's expression sank once more, and his gaze flickered. He clearly didn't expect Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei to use such a method. They didn't go all out like he had expected. Alright, everyone has seen the power of the array formation scroll. There should be no one who wants to stop me from leaving. A voice that was not very loud rang out in everyone's ears at this moment. Stop him? Who had the guts to do that? Everyone could clearly see that even the 3 clan heads had suffered a small loss, which showed how terrifying the mysterious person with the formation scroll was. Even if the other party did not reveal his aura, no one dared to underestimate his ability to kill. At the same time, many people started to look for array formation scrolls. This was a powerful expert that didn't require strength at all. For those clans, this was an opportunity to create experts. Needless to say, everyone was looking forward to this grand auction in the future. At the same time, everyone remembered the mysterious Avengers Alliance. The mysterious person left. The 3 clan heads didn't stop him and allowed him to leave. They were all smart people. Exchanging pointers was fine, but they weren't willing to fight to the death. They were all smart people, and smart people wouldn't foolishly be fooled. Those people are purely courting death. Nangong Dihao coldly snorted. He turned around and left, leaving behind a few cold words. Long Junwei tyrannically smiled and also left. Long Junwei had always been straightforward in doing things. A loss was a loss. Similarly, he was also a smart person and would never take risks. Others might be fooled, but he didn't. Clan head, should we arrange people to chase after that guy? An elder on Su Tingsheng's side asked for his opinion. Looking at the departing back view of the mysterious person, Su Tingsheng's expression fluctuated. A mysterious person and a mysterious array formation scroll. It was impossible to say that Su Tingsheng was scared stiff. Originally, he hoped that Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei would fight with the mysterious person until the heaven and earth shook. It would be best if they suffered heavy injuries. No matter who suffered heavy injuries in the end, he would be the one to benefit. However, the result was disappointing. If there were only his people here, Su Tingsheng would definitely not let the mysterious person leave. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that now. Follow him personally, you are not allowed to make a move. Su Tingsheng ordered, I don't believe that person can really carry so many array formation scrolls. We can't go all out. There are still many forces in the empire that want to become famous. Ambition can make people crazy. I want to see how that mysterious person can resist. The 3 great clans were the top forces in the empire. They weren't the only ones in the empire. Some clans and sects united together and their influence was not inferior to them. At this time, they didn't make a move. Undoubtedly, they were planning to take advantage of the situation. Now that they haven't seen any benefits, they will definitely make a move personally. Clan head, I will go immediately. Lin Fei kept changing his position in the sky. In the eyes of outsiders, he seemed to be worried about something. Not long after, Lin Fei arrived at the edge of the expedition starfield. As long as he left the expedition starfield, he would be able to go to another starfield. At this time, Lin Fei was in a very remote place in the starfield. Suddenly, Lin Fei stopped. After following me for so long, come out. Even if you don't feel tired, I will. Lin Fei stood on a boulder with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked very relaxed. Why don't you want to come out? Then I won't be polite. Voila! A formation scroll was torn open, and a bright light spread out from the inside. It was like a formless killing intent, and it seeped into the surrounding void tens of thousands of miles away. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, black figures fell out of the void like rain. There were actually more than 100 people. This person doesn't have many array formation scrolls on him. Everyone, kill. Since we were discovered, attack. Catch this guy. After these people were forced to show themselves, they did not hesitate to attack the mysterious person. In the distance, people kept rushing over, forming a dark mass. The forces of the imperial capital really deserve their reputation. You can create such a group of killers in such a short time. But do you really think I am so weak? Lin Fei's killing intent rose. He took out an array formation scroll unhurriedly. Chapter 2461. Many forces were unwilling to let this mysterious person leave. Even if this person represented the mysterious Avengers Alliance, in their eyes, they were only there to scare people. Who knew their true strength? Who knew if they were using their connections to intimidate others? The possibility of that was very high. Other than that, this was the imperial capital. Even if the experts of the Avengers Alliance came for revenge, they would not dare to cause trouble in the imperial capital. If the expeditionary guards were forced to mobilize, there would be no place for them to hide. It was precisely because of this reason that these forces dared to ambush him. Risks and benefits coexisted. A dense mass of enemies, at least 1,000 of them, continuously besieged them. It was rare for them to gather together, and they all had one goal, which was to get the array scroll in the other's hands. If they could capture the other party, that would be the best. Benefits could form a group. This was undoubtedly the situation now. Those people were unwilling to let the mysterious person leave. With a few words, they joined forces to besiege this mysterious person. All of them were experts of the fifth transition. When those people's attacks came, they all landed in front of the mysterious person's mirror. Everyone's attacks strangely changed direction and returned to the mysterious person. The first wave had already caused hundreds of people to suffer, all of them killed by their own attacks. Those who dodged quickly were also hit by the densely packed attacks. The scene became chaotic. The power of a single array formation scroll was enough to make them suffer. Lin Fei had no intention of letting them go so easily. Blood would always bring great pressure and fear to people. Go! Lin Fei flicked his finger once more, causing towering flames to descend, landing in the midst of the enemies. Raging flames incinerated the heavens, turning the battlefield into a sea of fire. All sorts of miserable screams rang out. In front of the raging flames, all of them seemed extremely weak. One by one, they were burned into nothingness. Retreat. This is at least the attack of a seventh transition. This fire is very strange. Everyone, run. In front of the flames, everyone was terrified. The flames were too terrifying. Once the flames came, there was no way for them to resist and they were burned to death. They were considered to be somewhat powerful in the empire, but in front of these flames, they felt helpless for the first time. Lin Fei walked in the flames, and the enemies died one by one. Those who were slightly stronger relied on their treasures to barely hold on. However, they were unable to withstand the onslaught of the flames and were burned to death in just a few breaths. Frost Palm. Amidst the flames, a seventh job transition expert charged out. His entire body was covered in cold air, forcefully blocking the flames. When Lin Fei neared him, he unleashed his most ferocious attack. This palm strike landed on Lin Fei's barrier, but it did not budge at all. The opponent's full-powered palm strike was useless. The flames tore through the cold air, burning this seventh job transition expert to death. Is it enough just because we have more people? Lin Fei looked up into the void and shot out 5 formation scrolls. There was a huge commotion in the air before everything quietened down. Everyone knew that there was a huge commotion in the air. Those 5 formation scrolls were extremely terrifying and powerful. The fire stopped, and there was no one on the scene. No one knew when the mysterious man had disappeared. Those who followed along the way to see what was going on were glad that they were far away, or else they would have been burned alive. All that was left of the place was a scorched land, emitting a burnt smell. The mountains had also been burnt into nothingness. Over 1,000 people had fallen here, and among them were dozens of seventh job professionals. With so many of them, it would be more than enough to deal with an 8th job professional. However, he had suffered a huge setback because of this mysterious man. Go back and report. This is a big deal. Thousands of experts were killed by the experts of the Avengers. This mysterious man is too scary. In the air, a girl in a palace dress revealed a trace of shock. From the moment the mysterious man defeated the 3 clan heads to the moment he left, the young lady in the palace gown had been following him. In the end, she left right under his nose, disappearing without a trace. What a powerful technique. Using the sky full of flames to block the detection of divine sense, he managed to escape right under our noses. What a skill. Moreover, there was not even a trace of fluctuation. Could it be the power of the scroll again? Fan Luoyu kept thinking, and in the end, she felt that the possibility was very high. This guy is too cunning, creating such a show. Everyone has miscalculated. However, the flames are indeed powerful. They seem to be at the level of a 7th job professional, but they are no weaker than an 8th job professional. If the Empire had such a flame scroll, it would be much easier to deal with the Demon God Empire. Fan Luoyu did not stay for long. She decided to get in touch with Lin Fei again. It would be best if she could get some secrets out of him. He escaped. The 5th prince had always felt that everything was under his control. After witnessing the true power of the formation scroll, he had decided to get his hands on it no matter what. However, he had not expected the mysterious man to leave right under his nose. There was nothing more infuriating than this. B****, how did you guys keep an eye on him? How could he escape like this? As a member of the royal family, the 5th prince naturally could not snatch him away in public. He had been preparing to do it privately, but he had not expected such a situation. Investigate, thoroughly investigate for me, this emperor wants to know where this person went. With a big fire, the other party disappeared. The 5th prince, Fan Qinglong, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Your Highness, the appearance of this Avengers alliance is not simple, a man in black beside Fan Qinglong said in a low voice. Speak. Fan Qinglong's tone toward the man beside him had changed considerably. How is it not simple? The man in black said slowly, Your Highness, no one knows what kind of existence the Avengers alliance is. The most frightening thing is that our expeditionary guard, and even Your Highness's intelligence agency, do not know anything about their establishment. Your Highness, what force do you think can control themselves to the point where they do not let any news out? Then this mysterious Avengers alliance should have been pushed out by a force with a long history, and they want to change this world. Fan Qinglong's expression changed slightly. As a member of the royal family, he was well aware of the situation in the star domain. It might seem peaceful, but in reality, it was not. This time, the appearance of the Avengers was like a huge *T stirring up chaos in the originally peaceful world. Once the news spread, those hidden powers would definitely show themselves. I have to go back and make preparations. Fan Qinglong took a deep breath. He also felt a hint of pressure, which was something that rarely happened. It's a pity that the other party has left. I can only wait for the next auction. Chapter 2462. The reappearance of the Avengers caused an uproar in the Empire. Countless people gasped when they saw that they had killed thousands of experts with a single fire. The mysterious man's name was also spread like wildfire. The imperial capital was an important place where news was flying everywhere. As long as you could think of any gossip, you could hear it in the imperial capital. Among them, there was a piece of gossip that people cared about the most. Whoever mastered the method of making array scrolls would be able to become a great expert in the empire. Everyone believed this piece of news without a doubt. The mysterious man did not have any aura and was just like an ordinary person. People couldn't help but think that the mysterious man's cultivation level should not be too high. However, with the array scrolls in his hands, he was able to make the three patriarchs suffer a small loss. Such a shocking performance was all because of the array scrolls. This piece of news made countless people see hope. The appearance of the array formation scrolls also raised the reputation of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce to the next level. The big shots from the other star fields of the Empire who did not come were all filled with regret. They had missed a chance to broaden their horizons. The Expedition Chamber of Commerce also became lively. Everyone wanted to know when the Expedition Chamber of Commerce would hold an auction. Perhaps they would be lucky enough to come across such a treasure next time. Some people also asked about the mysterious man's whereabouts, which made the Expedition Chamber of Commerce miserable. There was no use in explaining, so everyone assumed that the Expedition Chamber of Commerce knew the secret. Another array master suddenly became popular. With the appearance of the array scrolls, the identity of array masters became even more distinguished. In everyone's opinion, no one else could make array scrolls except array masters. Once the method of making array scrolls was made public, array masters would become even more popular. The array masters had to thank the mysterious Avengers. Those array masters who had not joined any forces became popular. The major forces all extended an olive branch and prepared to recruit a group of array masters in advance. However, there was one thing that made them unhappy. Why wasn't the Array Master Union the one who researched the array scrolls? This caused many people to criticize them and doubt their ability. They were also bitter. On one hand, they were grateful to the mysterious force, but on the other hand, they were cursing those people for not being so high-profile. Not long after, the Array Master Union released news that they were seeking cooperation with the Avengers. They said that they could research the array scrolls together to better promote the array scrolls and set a new trend. However, many people in the Empire believed this and felt that the cooperation between the Avengers and the Array Master Union would bring about a better outcome. The expeditionary guards of the Empire also began to move. It was a mysterious and extremely threatening force, yet the Expeditionary Guard didn't know about it. This was a serious dereliction of duty, and there was a lot of opposition within the royal family. The Expeditionary Guard was collecting information everywhere, and the Tsanglang Star region became the focus of their investigation. That was the place where the Avengers first appeared. The boss of the Expeditionary Guard also gave a death order. Even if they had to turn the entire empire upside down, they had to find the Avengers. He wanted to know everything about this organization. As a unique force in the expedition to the empire, Tianji Hall also held a meeting. The top management of Tianji Hall had all arrived. This time, the Heavenly Secrets Hall brought back the array formation scroll. At the beginning, the people of the Heavenly Secrets Hall didn't believe in this kind of technology. Their Heavenly Secrets Hall was still researching it, but it was a pity that they didn't make any progress. What other power could be more powerful than them and be able to research the complete array formation scroll? After activating one array scroll, the entire top management of Tianji Hall was shocked. Looking at the remaining array scrolls, they were so shocked that their faces turned red like hungry wolves. Therefore, the few remaining array scrolls were taken by the array masters to study and analyze in an attempt to crack the secrets within. This time, they were destined to be disappointed. The magic of the array scrolls was completely beyond their imagination. Many of the principles within were refreshing. It turned out that array scrolls could be arranged in such a way. The most peculiar thing was that the material used for the array scrolls was a material that they had never seen before. After confirming it, everyone was dumbfounded. The material used for the array scrolls was an indispensable part of the array scrolls. However, even though Tianji Hall had collected all kinds of materials from the vast 1,000 domains, there was no such material. They didn't even know the name of the material. This was a huge blow to the research team of Tianji Hall. The people of Tianji Hall were unwilling to give up. One after another, they carried out experiments, but the results were all failures. The first step of building the array runes was a big problem. In the end, they thought it was a problem with the materials. After thousands of failures in a row, they helplessly expressed that they were temporarily unable to make the array scrolls. The difficulty of making the array scrolls is completely beyond our imagination. We don't know where the Avengers got them from. Our research team is not the best in the world. However, when it comes to array research, if we say we are second, no one would dare to say they are first. But the leader of the research team was a white-haired old man. He was an array master, Zhang Tianhe. At this moment, he shook his head. His old face was filled with helplessness. Unless we can grasp the other party's materials or research it, there is no hope in the short term. Master Zhang, is it really impossible? A middle-aged elder sitting at the head of the table asked. They were very concerned about whether or not they could research the array scrolls. This involved the influence of Tianji Hall. Several of the top sect leaders of the upper echelons had discussed that the appearance of the Avengers would be a huge blow to Tianji Hall. They might even be targeting Tianji Hall. Who didn't know that the things produced by Tianji Hall covered the two great empires and even the ancient desolation world? It could be said that Tianji Hall's influence was unquestionable. Now, the Avengers were planning to use the array scrolls to step on them. This was unacceptable. They were even worried that the research capabilities of the Avengers were not limited to array scrolls. If they were to intervene in other areas, it would be a huge blow to Tianji Hall. This was also the reason why Tianji Hall couldn't wait to crack the array scrolls. Tianji Hall felt the pressure. Everyone pricked up their ears. Zhang Tianhe laughed bitterly. It's difficult. According to our standards, it is extremely difficult to truly research the array scrolls. We might not even be able to replicate a perfect array scroll in 100 years. However, the array scrolls of the Avengers have given us some inspiration. We can use this to research a batch of low-grade array scrolls. We are temporarily unable to research the high-grade array scrolls. Low-grade array scrolls had more or less saved some face. It wasn't to say that they had gained nothing. The three sect leaders sitting at the head of the table looked very calm. If one observed carefully, one could see a trace of dissatisfaction. Chapter 2463. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Fei was already hiding in the Emperor Peak and studying the teleportation formation. That day, Lin Fei had left quietly with the help of the towering flames. No one had noticed him. After that incident, Lin Fei could clearly see the changes in their expressions. The system is awesome. Deep under the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei had opened up a huge secret base. Formations were set up both inside and outside. Even if a 9th transformation professional expert were to barge in, he would be turned into ashes. At this moment, a huge teleportation formation was similar to the one from back then. A large group of people had started to assemble it. In order to make the teleportation formation, Lin Fei had spent a lot of time. Not far away, there was a mountain of materials for the teleportation formation. For the sake of these materials, Lin Fei had used the system's energy units to create all of them. The huge amount of energy units made his heart ache. In another 7 or 8 days, the setup should be almost complete. Lin Fei came to the teleportation formation almost every day. Suddenly, the little devil sent a message. "Master, congratulations. You are now wanted by Tianji Hall." Although the little devil had been focusing on the secret base, he had been collecting information through special creatures. Even if he didn't leave the Emperor Peak that day, he would still know about the situation in the capital. "I'm wanted by Tianji Hall? What does that mean?" Lin Fei opened the system and went to the place where the information was recorded. As expected, he saw an obvious message. It turned out that a few days ago, Tianji Hall had announced to the public that the teleportation formation scroll was the secret achievement of the Avengers who had stolen Tianji Hall. They emphasized that the teleportation formation scroll was the achievement of Tianji Hall. The Avengers were despicable people who had secretly infiltrated Tianji Hall and seized the achievement. They had also killed everyone who knew about it. As a result, Tianji Hall had lost the method to make the teleportation formation scroll. Tianji Hall had announced this news and offered a reward for the Avengers. This news had shocked the entire empire and the Demon God Empire. The bounty offered by Tianji Hall was so generous that everyone's eyes were red with envy. Killing a member of the Avengers would earn a bounty of an energy gun from Tianji Hall. Providing the location of the Avengers' lair would earn a short-distance teleportation formation. When the news about Tianji Hall came out, everyone believed it to be true. After all, everyone was clear about the capabilities of Tianji Hall. Almost everything that belonged to the two empires was produced by Tianji Hall. Array formation scrolls were also the main target of Tianji Hall, and it was only a matter of time before they came up with it. The Avengers, an existence that no one had ever heard of, might have really stolen it. For a time, everyone was looking for the Avengers. The underground black market also offered a high reward. Both the underworld and the underworld were looking for the Avengers. From time to time, strangers would appear in places that were usually deserted, looking for the Avengers. Tianji Hall sure has the guts to claim that the array formation scrolls are their own. A trace of killing intent flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Tianji Hall actually dared to spout venomous slander, and it immediately triggered the killing intent in his heart. This wave of bounties covered the two empires. Some hidden forces were also looking for the Avengers. They wanted to gain the friendship of Tianji Hall. Fortunately, I copied the teleportation formation. I was originally feeling guilty. After all, this is their thing. Since you want to steal the results, then I won't be polite. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he had listened to the little devil's suggestion and used brand new materials instead of the Empire's materials. Although he had spent a large amount of energy units, the benefits were immediately apparent. Tianji Hall is still quite capable. Through the array formation scrolls, they developed a low-level array formation scrolls. With a certain amount of evidence, they can guide the direction of public opinion, and all of them will point to the Avengers. What a good idea. One after another, they want the Avengers to be hated by everyone. Lin Fei was actually not angry. He had originally planned to take a walk around Tianji Hall, but their actions immediately made him lose interest. Tianji Hall was very amazing. But Lin Fei, who had the system, was even more amazing. As long as the data was recorded, it would be possible to perfectly replicate the item. In fact, as long as the data was changed, the quality of the product could be improved. There was no way that the Secrets Hall could compare to him. In the end, they would only suffer a crushing defeat, and the Secrets Hall would be reduced to an inferior existence. Since you are willing to play, then I will play with you. Let's see who will cry in the end. Tianji Hall's bounty was like a small matter in Lin Fei's eyes. 10 days later. Lin Fei once again stood in front of the teleportation matrix. A perfect teleportation matrix appeared in front of him. Compared to the teleportation matrix made by Tianji Hall, this teleportation matrix was several times better, be it in terms of performance or safety. This naturally consumed a large number of Lin Fei's energy units. Lin Fei did not want the teleportation matrix to have certain safety issues. Wasn't it just energy units? Go-To Duo was not afraid of consumption. From now on, this teleportation matrix will be called Teleportation Matrix 1. Lin Fei was not good at naming things, so he simply labeled it with numbers. With Teleportation Matrix 1, there would be Teleportation Matrix 2, and then Teleportation Matrix 3. If the three masters of Tianji Hall were present at this time, they would definitely regret offending Lin Fei. Soon, a more perfect teleportation matrix would undoubtedly defeat Tianji Hall's teleportation matrix very quickly. Lin Fei really wanted to activate the teleportation matrix, but in the end, he resisted. Not for the time being. Although he would not be discovered, Lin Fei still decided to make another teleportation matrix to be on the safe side. Only then would it be perfect. Lin Fei had already decided where to put the second teleportation matrix. It would be on his fiefdom. Now was the time to go to his fiefdom. Lin Fei quickly applied to go out. Chen Yuanshan was the first to support it. Tests and the like were no longer a problem for Lin Fei. He seemed to be going through the motions, scaring those people into sucking in a breath of cold air. Lin Fei got the chance to go out as he wished. Little Lin, be careful when you go to your fiefdom. Recently, there has been a lot of friction between the Star Field and the Demon God Empire. Your fiefdom happens to be close to the border of the Demon God Empire. You'd better bring more people. If you don't have enough, I can provide some. Chen Yuanshan came to see him off and reminded him tactfully. Chen Yuanshan was now riding the crest of success. After Yun Zhongtian suffered a loss, he lost all his fortune and no longer had the right to speak in the formation department. Not long ago, he chose to go into seclusion. It was equivalent to giving up completely. Knowing that Lin Fei was going to his fiefdom, Chen Yuanshan specially came to see him off. He told Lin Fei what he knew so that he could be prepared in advance. Chapter 2464. On the outskirts of the capital. In a secluded villa. There were two people playing chess in a pavilion. They were chatting and laughing merrily, looking very leisurely. If Lin Fei were here, he would definitely recognize the person on the left. It was Yun Zhongtian, the formation great master who had left the formation department. The person sitting opposite him was Li Fengzheng, the vice dean of the academy. Yun, you're going to lose. Li Fengzheng raised his hand and put down a chess piece, trapping a dragon on the chessboard mountain. Yun Zhongtian put down the chess piece with a wry smile. Brotherly, your chess skills have improved recently. I'm no match for you anymore. I admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Li Fengzheng laughed. I won't be fooled if I'm calm. You haven't calmed down recently. When you recover, it won't be easy to beat you. Yun Zhongtian's face showed a ferocious expression, as if he was anxious. It's all because of that bastard Lin Fei. He hid his strength so well. Not only is he talented, but he's also good at formations. He helped Chen Yuanshan recover from his disadvantage. What a bastard. From being the leader of the arrays department to being forced to retire, everyone thought that he had lost to Chen Yuanshan. Who didn't know that Chen Yuanshan was riding the crest of success and was the number one in the arrays department? Those who had followed him in the past had all been taught a lesson. Even now, no one dared to get too close to him. Other than bitterness, Yun Zhongtian could only feel bitterness in his heart. He actually lost to that stinky brat. Up until now, he still couldn't figure out where Qin Wentian learned this formation from. Even now, he still couldn't think of a suitable method to break it. Yun, here's your chance. Li Fengjing clapped his hands and a servant came in. Tell me what you've heard. The old servant said, Master Yun, I just heard that Lin Fei, the newcomer king of Imperial College, has just left the academy and obtained the qualification to go out. He's going to the Wuxia Star area. The news is confirmed. All the teachers of Imperial College know about it. Dean Chen even went to see him off in person. He went to the Wuxia Star area. Yun Zhongtian stood up. In his excitement, he knocked over the chessboard. This is great. That brat still dares to leave the academy and head for Matchless City. The heavens are really helping this old man. Yun Zhongtian had never hated anyone before, and Lin Fei was undoubtedly the first. He had suffered a huge setback because of this brat. He had lost everything he had and had nothing left. If it wasn't for his old friend's help, he didn't even know if he could still sit here right now. Li Fengjing had the old servant leave. Have you really decided to act? Yun Zhongtian's face flashed with a cold and gloomy aura. Brother Li, thank you for the information you provided. That bastard caused me to go bankrupt. Even Chen Yuanshan couldn't do anything to him. However, a mere second job transition howling warrior is nothing to me. Who asked him to offend me? I wish you success. Li Fengjing said with a smile. Yun Zhongtian remembered to go back and gather information. This was such a good opportunity. If he missed it, who knew when he would get another chance? Li Fengjing looked at the silhouette of the other party and the corner of his mouth curled up. Xiaodao, follow old Yun. Once you succeed, you take action. Old Yun is too old and useless. Such a large amount of wealth is not something he can swallow alone. Yes, sir. A voice came from the void. Chen Yuanshan, you didn't rely on Lin Fei to regain your former glory. When you lose Lin Fei, let's see what you can do. Li Fengjing laughed loudly. The news that Lin Fei of the Capital Institute had left for the Wuxia Star area was not a secret. Many forces had received the news. If it wasn't for the previous incident, everyone might have forgotten about Lin Fei. A person with top-notch talent would never be a top-notch expert before he grew up. However, Lin Fei had won a large sum of money from Master Yun Zhongtian. It was undoubtedly something that made people jealous. According to the rumors, Lin Fei had at least 1,000 black crystal cards. 1,000 black crystal cards. In the entire empire, many people would never be able to reach this amount of wealth in their lifetime. A rising star at such a young age had made many people jealous. When they heard that Lin Fei had left the institute for the Wuxia Star area, they were immediately tempted. Perhaps, this was an opportunity for them. As the most popular person in everyone's eyes, Lin Fei did not know that he was being targeted. After leaving the Capital Institute, Lin Fei went to the Imperial office and obtained a land order. With this thing, as long as he went to the Wuxia Star area, he could get the land through the governor or the governor. Lin Fei did not fly to the Wuxia Star area. Instead, he took the teleportation array. The Empire's teleportation network was spread across 38 star areas. Of course, one had to have money in their pockets and travel fast. A teleportation array required a large amount of energy wall stones. Usually, unless there was an urgent matter, people liked to travel by teleportation array. Now that Lin Fei was rich, he did not care about energy wall stones. He chose to use teleportation arrays to travel between star areas. The consumption of energy wall stones would definitely hurt for a long time. In less than half a day, Lin Fei arrived at the Wuxia Star area, which was also the star area closest to the Demon God Empire. It would take less than a few days to travel from the periphery of this star area to the nearest star area of the Demon God Empire. If it were not for the barren star area in between, it would have been even faster. The energy of heaven and earth in the Wuxia Star area is indeed much weaker than in the Expedition Star area, and not just by a little bit. Lin Fei came out of the teleportation array and felt the energy of heaven and earth. He shook his head subconsciously, looking very disappointed. Why did the Emperor give me a dangerous star area? Is it to train me? But soon, he suppressed the thought. No matter what the Emperor was thinking, it was not easy to trick him. Where is the governor's mansion? Lin Fei came out of the teleportation array and asked the staff nearby. None of the staff dared to look down on anyone who could afford to take the teleportation array. Who knew what kind of background this person had? If they offended a powerful force, they could be in trouble with just a word. After giving a detailed introduction to the governor's mansion, Lin Fei happily threw out a few energy wall stones. After coming out of the teleportation array, Lin Fei saw a busy square with people coming and going. As the Wuxia Star area was close to the Demon God Empire, it was rich in goods from the Demon God Empire. Many merchants came here to buy things. People from all walks of life could be found in the Wuxia city. Chapter 2465. Master, what brings you here? You're a rare guest. Inside the luxurious City Lord residence. City Lord Mu Haoqiang personally received an important guest, Yun Zhongtian. I have nothing to do, so I came out for a walk. Yun Zhongtian chuckled as he sipped his tea. He really did look like someone who had come out to relax. Mu Haoqiang was a middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe. He was extremely imposing. At the same time, he was also a formation master. His attainments were not low. Yun Zhongtian was one of his teachers. He was able to sit in this position because of Yun Zhongtian's help. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Mu Haoqiang to sit in this position. Therefore, Mu Haoqiang always remembered Yun Zhongtian's kindness. As the city lord, Mu Haoqiang had his own plans. Thinking of the recent events, he immediately realized why his teacher had come. Teacher, in this Wuxia star field, I have some ability. If teacher has any difficulties that you can't handle, you can leave it to this student. This student is duty-bound to handle it properly. Mu Haoqiang had the right to say this. The city lord of Wuxia not only needed strength, but also someone to push him. The Mu family was one of the top families in the Wuxia starfield. As the city lord, he would naturally rely on the city lord. In the Wuxia starfield, there was really nothing that could trouble Mu Haoqiang. Yun Zhongtian was pleased to hear this. He had made the right choice to help his student. He had originally planned to kill Lin Fei on the way, but then he thought it would not be a good idea. It would be easy to arouse suspicion, so he decided to wait until they reached the Wuxia starfield. At the same time, he thought of Mu Haoqiang. Perhaps he could be of help. Although Yun Zhongtian had suffered a huge setback in the Capital Institute, his influence in the empire was still there. His title as an array master was the best thing to rely on in the empire. Since Mu Haoqiang had brought it up, Yun Zhongtian decided not to hide it anymore. Master, I heard that in a few days, Lin Fei from the Capital Institute will be reporting to you. I don't like this Lin Fei very much. Just then, someone came in from outside. City Lord, there's a young man named Lin Fei outside. He's here with a bounty order and wants to see the City Lord. The servant said as soon as he entered. Mu Haoqiang was the City Lord of Peerless City, so he had naturally heard of Lin Fei. However, he did not expect Lin Fei to offend his own teacher. Furthermore, Lin Fei was the emperor's junior brother. This made him, who came from a large clan, even more unhappy. How could a disciple from a poor family obtain the status of a noble? How could he obtain land? How could he obtain the emperor's favor? Alright, I got it. Just say that the city lord is in seclusion and won't be seeing him for a while. Mu Haoqiang sent the servant away with a single sentence. Teacher, are you satisfied with what you've done? Mu Haoqiang knew that Lin Fei's purpose in coming here was to gain his recognition so that he could smoothly take over his fief and become a genuine feudal lord. Yun Zhongtian smiled happily. Haoqiang, you're very considerate. Lin Fei is just a brat from a poor family. He suddenly rose to such a high position, but instead of studying properly, he offended teacher. This student will definitely seek justice for teacher. He's not going to the fief. Without this student accompanying him, he can forget about obtaining that piece of land. This student is in seclusion, so no one will suspect anything. Mu Haoqiang was very clear of his teacher's capabilities. He would leave Lin Fei hanging for a few days to make him anxious. When the time came, he would be able to beat him up as much as he wanted. It's not a good thing for you to leave Lin Fei hanging like this. After all, he's the emperor's junior brother. Yun Zhongtian said. Mu Haoqiang waved his hand with an indifferent expression on his face. That day, His Majesty acknowledged Lin Fei as his junior brother. Maybe it was out of a moment of happiness. Who doesn't know that His Majesty is in seclusion all year round? Perhaps he has forgotten about this matter very quickly. Moreover, this student has no intention of stopping Lin Fei from obtaining the fief. However, this fief isn't that easy to obtain. Yun Zhongtian really didn't know about the secret of that fief. Suddenly, he became spirited. Haoqiang, could there be some other secret? That day, teacher thought about His Majesty's intentions. Could it be that there's some secret behind this? Mu Haoqiang finally found a chance to show off. At the very least, he could leave a good impression in teacher's heart. Especially recently, the family was in need of some formation masters. Although the Mu family was a first-rate family, it wasn't a big problem for them to recruit ordinary formation masters. As for those who had reached a certain level of formation masters, the Mu family was somewhat strained. If teacher spoke up, the problem would be easily solved. The fief that His Majesty bestowed to me is located in the most remote place in the Unparalleled Star area. At the same time, it is also the exit to the Death Star area. Back then, the Bai family was the owner of that fief. The Bai family was very powerful back then, vaguely having the chance to become a top force. Unfortunately, the Bai family's head was killed by the demon god Empire. From then on, the family plummeted and finally withdrew from the stage of history. Today, the Bai family's fief has been occupied by people from all walks of life. It has become a special trade center. Yun Zhongtian had never paid much attention to the affairs of other star areas. Basically, his attention was focused on the imperial capital and some ancient mystery domains. When Mu Haoqiang mentioned the trade center, he immediately remembered something. You're talking about the famous City of Death, that place with complicated forces. Mu Haoqiang nodded. Yes, the City of Death. Back then, the Bai family's fief. The current City of Death can only be blamed for the Bai family's incompetence. Teacher, what you don't know is that a ruthless person appeared in the Bai family. Today's City of Death was created by that descendant of the Bai family. They are also the biggest force in the City of Death. I heard that they have the support of a big shot. I dare say that it will be very difficult for that little brat Lin Fei to get the fief. Even if I were to step in, those people might not agree, ha ha ha. Yun Zhongtian finally laughed. That brat will become a joke if he wants to get the fief. The Bai family will definitely not let him get what he wants. Yun Zhongtian was not in a hurry to deal with Lin Fei. He wanted to see Lin Fei's helpless face. Only then could he vent his anger. The city lord has been in seclusion for a period of time. Your Excellency, you came at the wrong time. It's best if you come again after a period of time. The servant said to Lin Fei as soon as he came out. Seclusion. Lin Fei laughed. After arriving at Peerless City, Lin Fei released special creatures to gather information. The city lord's mansion was also an important target. Old thing, you're really tired of living. Lin Fei really did not expect that after a short delay on the road, Yun Zhongtian would not give up and come looking for trouble. The city lord of Peerless City was his student. What a coincidence. Of course, when Lin Fei heard the secret about the situation of the fief, he was more or less surprised. It turned out that the problem of the fief was not small. It seemed like there was a big shot controlling the City of Death. Chapter 2466. Wushuang Star Field, Border Area. This place had a very cold and gloomy name, Death City. Why was there a City of Death? It was actually from the Death Star region. Back in the day, the Death Star Field had also been a part of the Expeditionary Empire's sphere of influence. After some unforeseen events, it had been abandoned, and at the same time, it had become a barrier for the Empire. The City of Death was a place that was ungoverned. Peerless City had never arranged for anyone to be stationed in the City of Death to manage its affairs. Even the Expeditionary Guard didn't set up a branch here. It was as if this place had been abandoned. As time passed, the City of Death became a notorious place. In the City of Death, anything could happen. All sorts of people and wanted criminals could be seen. In the center of the city, there was a huge black castle. In the huge city, it was exceptionally eye-catching, and it seemed out of place with the surrounding buildings. This was a very unique building in the City of Death. Death Castle. At the same time, it was the place with the highest authority in the City of Death. City Lord, our spies in Wushuang City have sent news that Lin Fei, who was bestowed by the Emperor, has come. It seems like he is preparing to take back his fief. Mu Haoqiang used the excuse of seclusion to brush Lin Fei off. Now, Lin Fei is staying in an inn beside a pond in the Death Castle. A young man in embroidered clothes casually grabbed some things and scattered them into the pond. A large school of fish swam up and fought over the food, creating large waves. Oh, just keep an eye on him. The young man was very calm, as if he was listening to something insignificant. Ziqing, you're getting more and more composed. You're still so calm even after hearing that the kid is here. Not long after, a few middle-aged men came together and appeared beside the pool. If someone knew them, they would definitely be shocked. They were the few big shots with the most authority in the City of Death. They divided up all the benefits of the City of Death. In a place like Wushuang Starfield, the City of Death was able to become a unique place that was not under any jurisdiction. Naturally, it had its own intelligence agency. When the news about Lin Fei had spread, the City of Death had already arranged for people to keep an eye on him in Peerless City. He was a junior brother that the Emperor had personally acknowledged. No matter what, he was worthy of their attention. People will slowly grow up, and they will naturally become more mature. The young man's name was Bai Ziqing, and he was the City Lord of the City of Death. On the other hand, everyone's hearts are in chaos. This is very bad. A hint of awkwardness appeared on the faces of several influential figures. When they heard that Lin Fei had arrived, they immediately gathered together. After some discussion, they came to find Bai Ziqing to discuss countermeasures. The City of Death was a large area around it. In reality, it was all within the boundaries of the fief. If Lin Fei really took back the fief, their benefits in the City of Death would be greatly affected. Cutting off one's wealth was like killing one's parents. Ziqing, it wasn't easy for us to create this family business. We can't let that brat torment us. You have a lot of ideas, so you have to think of a way for us. One of the big shots said. Bai Ziqing, who was feeding the fish, turned around. His expressionless face appeared extremely cold and gloomy. He was like a venomous snake, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Everyone, you're worrying too much. Lin Fei is just a small character. Even if Mu Haoqiang came, he wouldn't dare to behave atrociously. Are you all worried that a small character will take control of the City of Death? Bai Ziqing said. If that brat is smart and tactful, we can let him be the City Lord of the Death. You're happy, we'll be happy. If he doesn't, we have plenty of ways to deal with that brat. The few influential figures were indeed frightened by Lin Fei. He was the junior brother that the Emperor had acknowledged. With this layer of relationship, no matter how much courage they had, they wouldn't dare to kill him. If the emperor was angry, the City of Death wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if the City of Death had a powerful backer, the other party would probably be overwhelmed by the situation. How would he have the time to care about them? After hearing Bai Ziqing's words, they immediately understood. Ziqing is still the best. We were too prejudiced and thought too highly of Lin Fei. The City of Death is ours. If he wants to be the city lord, we'll give it to him. If he doesn't know his place, we'll make a move and turn this place into a mess. Everyone was completely relieved. Bai Ziqing looked down on these guys. However, they were all backed by the major forces of the Wushuang Starfield. They were just spokespeople. When there were benefits to be gained, they didn't recognize them. Once something happened, they were all useless. Let me tell you another piece of good news. Our city lord, Mu Haoqiang, will deal with Lin Fei sooner or later. According to my information, Mu Haoqiang's teacher, Yun Zhongtian, was bankrupted by Lin Fei in the Capital Institute. Yun Zhongtian is now in the Wushuang city. It's also because of him that Mu Haoqiang didn't meet Lin Fei and even used the excuse of seclusion to send Lin Fei away. Bai Ziqing said unhurriedly. The Wushuang Starfield was too far away from the empire's capital. The matters there weren't things that they could interfere with. Naturally, the news was a little blocked and they couldn't find out in the shortest time possible. When they heard the news, everyone revealed a shocked expression. It can't be. Lin Fei offended Mu Haoqiang? Mu Haoqiang isn't a good person. He's good at all kinds of schemes. Those who are targeted by him don't have a good ending. Is Lin Fei that powerful? He could bankrupt Yun Zhongtian? That's unbelievable. He's a formation grandmaster. Bai Ziqing said indifferently. Can't a grandmaster lose? Let me tell you another piece of good news. Lin Fei's net worth is very high now. He has at least 1,000 black crystal cards. Among the big shots present, who didn't have a certain amount of wealth. But when they heard that Lin Fei had over 1,000 black crystal cards, their expressions changed. Bai Ziqing knew that they were tempted. Over 1,000 black crystal cards was a big fat piece of meat. If they could take a bite out of it, that would be great. They trusted Bai Ziqing's words. To have such wealth at such a young age indeed made them envious. When they were his age, they were nothing, not to mention 1,000 black crystal cards. Thank you for the reminder, Ziqing. Lin Fei didn't know that he had been schemed against the moment he arrived at the Wushuang city. 3 days passed in a row. Lin Fei didn't do anything. Every day, he went to the city lord's mansion and received the reply that the city lord was in seclusion. For the rest of the time, he wandered around the Wushuang city, looking around as if he was admiring the city. At this time, no one could guess what Lin Fei was thinking or what he planned to do. I've finally arranged the information. In the inn, Lin Fei revealed a trace of a smile. After opening the system, a huge map of the Wushuang city appeared. A large area of red dots formed a huge network, and this network was constantly expanding. These days, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. All his attention was on this. Information was the most important. Chapter 2467. For a few days, Lin Fei didn't make a move. Mu Haoqiang and Yun Zhongtian of the city lord residence were both in a good mood. With just a little bit of action, Lin Fei could only wait outside. It was a rather delightful thing. In a place like Wushuang city, if Mu Haoqiang said something, no one would dare to say anything. The Mu family was very influential. Has that Lin Fei been the same as usual? Mu Haoqiang had been paying attention to this matter. The more that kid suffered, the happier he would be. His teacher would also be happy, and then it would be easier to recruit array masters. City Lord, that kid is very obedient. Every day, he comes to ask if the City Lord is out of seclusion before leaving. These days, he has been in Wushuang city, and I have never seen him leave. Hearing his subordinate's words, Mu Haoqiang laughed and was secretly pleased. Even if you are an influential person, in Wuxia City, you have to obediently lie down. The reason for seclusion was perfectly justifiable. Even if the imperial capital knew, they might not say anything. Mu Haoqiang decided to ignore him for half a month first. City Lord, I have also received news that the people of Death City already know that Lin Fei has come to Wuxia City. There are people in the underground black market planning to make a move on Lin Fei and rob him of his wealth. Mu Haoqiang was in a bad mood at the mention of this matter. His face darkened. That kid deserves it. At such a young age, he doesn't know how to do things. A kid will always be a kid, walking around like a fat sheep. There's no way he won't be targeted. Mu Haoqiang was very clear about Lin Fei's wealth. He originally thought that the brat would take the initiative to give him some benefits, but in the end, after a few days, all he did was talk and did not do anything. This made him very uncomfortable. Now that he was being targeted, it was no exception. The City of Death was extremely capable, so it was normal for them to know that Lin Fei had come. Mu Haoqiang didn't intend to do anything. As long as Lin Fei didn't give him any benefits, it would be impossible for him to accompany him to the Death City. He wanted to see how Lin Fei was going to get that piece of land. After the intelligence network was set up, Lin Fei spent most of his time in the inn, digesting the information about Wuxia City. He had to admit that the local forces of Wuxia Star Field were deeply rooted. None of them were easy to deal with. If he had another identity, Lin Fei would definitely fight and take the City of Death by force. With his current status, it was not suitable for him to do such a thing. When he came here, he thought that it would not be difficult, but he did not expect it to be like this. Although this piece of land had no owner and had already been occupied by others, the Wuxia Star region would not easily give up a piece of land. It wasn't going to be easy. If I want to obtain the City of Death, force is indispensable. I already have the reward and the proof of my fief. If I use force to crush them, even Mu Haoqiang won't be able to say anything. Lin Fei was used to fighting and killing, so he felt that it was easier this way. Lin Fei had plenty of helpers. After arriving at the Expeditionary Empire, through the system, they had recorded a large amount of data, such as energy guns. It was easy to pull out a group of people and destroy the City of Death. Even if the City of Death became an uninhabited fief, Lin Fei wouldn't care. Holy Maiden Qin Lan, what is the meaning of this? Why do you want me to pay attention to a nobody? On the other side of the Death Star region, in the territory of the Demon God Empire, Black Wind City. Black Wind City was not a small city, but a large city. It was also a heavily guarded city. Almost every year, small-scale battles would break out. This place was equivalent to a front line. Black One of the three great demon generals of Black Wind City, was in charge of a portion of Black Wind City's affairs. However, he was in charge of the safety of Black Wind City and belonged to a demon general without much power. In Black Wind City, Black One was pushed out. He didn't have many troops in his hands and lived a leisurely life. However, he lacked the opportunity to make contributions. Black One's original body was a mutated black bear. He was very tall and sturdy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face was ferocious and extremely savage. Putting down the letter, Black One was very surprised. Since when did Holy Maiden Qin Lan pay attention to a junior? That was a high and mighty Holy Maiden. Within the Demon God Empire, the competition was also fierce. Black One was a member of Qin Lan's faction. Qin Lan, who originally didn't have much influence, had done a few big things recently. Her status had risen very quickly, and she had the qualifications to compete for the Holy Maiden. It was unknown how many people were dumbfounded. If it was in the past, Black One would definitely have disdained it. But now, it was different from the past. He still cared about the Holy Maiden's words, but he couldn't figure out what abilities Lin Fei had to be worthy of Qin Lan's attention. Boom! Without any warning, a terrifying aura crushed down, as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. Black One was a 7th stage professional ranker. His strong body had blue veins popping out. He stomped on the ground, straightened his body, and tore apart the powerful aura. "You're courting death." He punched up into the sky. Life in Black Wind City wasn't easy. Black One didn't become bald and crippled. As usual, he cultivated every day, and his strength improved a lot. The power of this punch soared into the sky, as if he was about to break through the peak of the 7th stage professional. Such a terrifying punch met with a finger that wasn't too thick. Boundless power surged over and stabbed into the fist. Black One felt as if his body had been severely injured and he fell to the ground on the spot. His entire body felt as if it had been broken, and he couldn't muster any strength. "If I were you, I would obediently stay put. This way, you and I will be fine. Everyone is fine." A calm, emotionless voice exploded in Black One's ears. "Dangerous, extremely dangerous." With just one sentence, Black One's scalp went numb. With the innate perception of the goblin race, he knew that the person who attacked him was extremely powerful. Even an early stage 8th stage professional ranker might not be able to defeat him in one move. The person in front of him was extremely dangerous. Black One had no doubt that as long as the other party wanted to kill him, a single finger would be enough. "Remember, I will only say it once. If you like to play tricks, then you can go down and accompany your colleagues." The pressure on his body dissipated. Black One raised his head and saw a black-cloaked man sitting in his seat, revealing only his cold eyes. "A loss is a loss. If you have anything to say, Senior, just say it." Black One wasn't a one-track-minded person. If he didn't lower his head, he would die. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Logically speaking, the people outside should have known about the commotion just now. From the looks of it, there should be a formation set up here that isolated all auras. "Not bad, you're quite smart." The black-cloaked man was naturally Lin Fei. If he wanted to solve the problem of Peerless City, violence was the first choice. Lin Fei planned to use a borrowed knife to kill people, so as to stimulate those people, so that they wouldn't take him too seriously. Chapter 2468. Black One really didn't know when such an expert had appeared on the side of the Wuxia star field. There was no news at all. The two empires seemed to be peaceful, but there was always friction. From time to time, there would be small-scale battles. Everyone knew what kind of experts there were on the side of the Wuxia star field. The mysterious man in front of him had suppressed him with a single move. It was too terrifying. If the other party wanted to break through Black Wind City, it wouldn't be difficult. Even if the three great demon generals joined forces, they might not be able to last long in the hands of the other party. Black One could only be honest and admit that he was unlucky. He was a person without military power, but he was targeted by the other party. He was really a tiger that fell to the plains and was bullied by a dog. He was helpless, but he shouldn't be looking for him. "Do you know why I'm looking for you?" Black One himself wanted to know why he was targeted by you. "I have no fate with you." Of course, he wouldn't dare to say such words. "I don't know." "You must be very depressed." A demon general with no military power and is purely a decoration, why would he be targeted by someone? Lin Fei casually glanced at him. "I can only say that your luck has come." Black One's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe what he heard. "You said my luck has come?" "Not bad, your good luck has come." Lin Fei said, "I have no interest in your demon god empire, but my greatest interest is to see the common people and play in the world. I think you are a good person. It would be a pity to be a powerless demon general in Black Wind City for the rest of your life, so I decided to help you." Black One's mind was filled with the other party's words, especially the words of being a powerless demon general for the rest of his life. He constantly stimulated himself. If it wasn't for the great contribution, his life would have ended. His only hope was to rely on the holy maiden Qin Lan. Why should I believe you? Just because I'm sitting in front of you and talking to you. Lin Fei said, the opportunity is right in front of you, it depends on how you grasp it. You can think about it carefully. Before that, I can give you a gift. When the time comes, you will know how lucky you are. A gift? Black One was still thinking when the person sitting in front of him disappeared without a trace, leaving no fluctuations. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? Could he be a 9th stage professional? To be able to leave without a trace, even an 8th job transition expert might not be able to do it. Black One felt like he was dreaming. If it weren't for the pain in his body, he would have suspected that it was fake. In order to confirm things, he went out in person. It was quiet outside, and his subordinates were fine. They didn't notice any movement. At this moment, Black One was finally scared. That mysterious man was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Killing him was as easy as lifting a finger. After calming down, Black One thought of the mysterious man's words. My luck is coming? That night, Black didn't sleep at all. His mind was filled with those words. The gift came a little late. 2 days later, one of Black One's men rushed in and said, My lord, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Black One had become a nominal demon general, but he had never relaxed his intelligence gathering. He had always arranged for people to keep an eye on Black Wind City, and if there was even the slightest movement, he would know. The person who came in was Black One's trusted aide, Shao Qi. He specialized in collecting information from the outside world, and he would personally report anything important. This was the first time he had seen his trusted aide with such an expression. Shao Qi, what happened? Could it be that another human race expert has come from Peerless City? Black Wind City was the vanguard barrier, and from time to time, human race experts would appear. Generally speaking, when human race experts appeared, their side would have to send out experts to prevent human race experts from causing damage here. Shao Qi was very excited, My lord, something big just happened. Our Lord Human was killed on the spot by a human race expert from Peerless City not long ago. Black One, who was originally sitting, stood up on the spot. You said that Human was killed by a human race expert. He is an early stage 8th stage professional. There were a total of 3 demon generals in Black Wind City. Black One was the one with the lowest realm. The other 2 were Human, early stage 8th stage professional, and the other was Lang Xingtian, middle stage 8th stage professional. Human was a native of Black Wind City. He walked up step by step and was finally able to fight against the opponent. He was a very amazing person. He didn't expect to be killed by a human race expert. Human race expert, could it be that mysterious person? A thought flashed through Black One's mind. As soon as this thought came out, it was out of control. It seemed that other than him, no one dared to kill people in Black Wind City. It had only been 2 days, but a demon general had died in Black Wind City, and it was even at the 8th stage. There was nothing more coincidental than this. Black One instinctively felt that it was the mysterious man who did it. He couldn't even stop a single finger of the mysterious man, and Human couldn't either. It was normal for him to be killed. My chance has come. Black One was shocked that Human had been killed. He immediately realized that this was an opportunity to control the military power. If he missed this opportunity, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Bring them along, let's go to the city lord's mansion. Black Wind City had already turned upside down. Demon General Human was killed by a human race expert, causing an uproar within. As a demon general, Lang Xingtian was also frowning. With the death of a person, the situation in Black Wind City changed. Black One, who had been sent to the side, could no longer suppress it. Although Lang Xingtian really wanted to control Black Wind City and become a true controller, the Empire might not agree. They would definitely arrange for a demon general to come over and take away a portion of the power. I have to cooperate with Black One. When Black One rushed to the city lord's mansion and saw Hu Man's corpse, he put on an act. The two demon generals sat together and discussed things. One was to deal with the mysterious human race expert, and the other was to take away the power that belonged to Hu Man. On this matter, the two demon generals were surprisingly consistent. Then, with lightning speed, they divided up Hu Man's power, and Black One finally took control of the military power. This kind of thing was very normal in Black Wind City. It was normal for the dead to lose their usefulness, and the territory in their hands to be divided up and eaten clean. The demon race also worshipped the strong. Black One obtained a portion of the troops, but at least he took a step forward. In Black Wind City, he had a certain amount of authority to speak. He also became complacent and high-spirited. He had finally made a name for himself. General Black One, how is this gift? It's not bad, right? As soon as Black One returned to his room, a voice sounded in his ears. He saw the mysterious man in black. This time, Black One's reaction wasn't that big. You killed Hu Man. If I didn't kill him, would you have gotten the military power? Black One laughed dryly. Ha ha. Although you've taken the second seat, your position is not stable. If you can't make contributions in the future, you'll be easily taken over by Lang Xingtian. Chapter 2469. There was internal competition in the Expeditionary Empire, and there was also competition in the Demon God Empire, and it was even more intense. Black One was very clear about his own abilities. If a demon general with strength and background dropped down from above, it would definitely not be a good thing for him, unless he chose to rely on the other party. In the Demon God Empire, there were many demon generals, and it was not easy to become the ruler of a region. Every position required ability and background. Senior, please ask me. For his own position, for the sake of being outstanding, Black One simply put down his pride and asked for advice. Black One had thought that although he was a demon general, he belonged to the kind of person who didn't have anything, no background, no wealth, and belonged to the poor demon clan. It was not easy to sit in the position of demon general. It was very difficult to take another step forward, especially since Black Wind City was the vanguard city. Ability trumped strength, and this was the only thing that Black One needed to pay attention to. You're worth teaching. Lin Fei was still as calm as ever. He laughed in his heart. In order to deal with the City of Death, he had really spent a lot of effort. Black One could be considered to have fallen into the trap. Lin Fei didn't have much of a sense of identity with the people of the two empires. This was also the reason why he had to find a demon general to take action. Moreover, the City of Death was not a good thing. There were all sorts of people. The expeditionary guards chose to ignore them, and so did the Lord of Peerless City. Lin Fei decided to be ruthless and completely eradicate the City of Death. Once they were all dead, he could summon an army, and he didn't have to worry about the secret leaking out. Actually, it's not difficult for you to stabilize your position. You only need to send people to attack the City of Death and kill their experts. At that time, who would dare to question your ability? At the same time, you can also take revenge for Hu Man, killing two birds with one stone. And the person who killed you Hu Man is the guardian of Bai Zicheng of the City of Death. Black One suddenly understood. This senior was going to borrow a knife to kill someone. Black One was most familiar with the City of Death. That Bai Zicheng was very capable, and it was even rumored that Bai Zicheng had a certain connection with their Lang Xingtian. In any case, the people of Black Wind City would never deal with the people of the City of Death, which further verified this news. Senior, this method won't work. Black One said helplessly, Lord Lang Xingtian seems to know Bai Zicheng from the City of Death. Our Black Wind City has never attacked the City of Death. Even if we attack the human clan's territory, we would choose to attack some remote forces or peripheral forces. You're too cowardly. You're the only one who suggested attacking the City of Death to provoke Lang Xingtian and say that you want to take revenge for Hu Man. Unless he doesn't want to take revenge, his subordinates definitely won't agree. As long as you agree, as for the fact that you don't have any capable subordinates, this isn't helping at all. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a few more things appeared on the table. If your subordinates were all equipped with these things, what do you think will happen to you in Black Wind City in the future? Energy gun. Black One suddenly stood up, struggled for a while, and said, Elder, I agree. No matter what, I will force Lang Xingtian to agree to attack the City of Death. A few days after Hu Man's death, Black One, who had obtained military power, gathered the backbone of Black Wind City and held a meeting. When Lang Xingtian came, he didn't seem very happy. He didn't understand why Black One wanted to hold a meeting. It seemed that he didn't have anything to deal with recently, and Black One's behavior was a kind of overstepping his authority. Although Black One had the right to hold a meeting, he really didn't feel very comfortable in his heart. Today's meeting is actually held for Lord Hu Man. Lord Hu Man was killed by a human clan expert, and our Black Wind City must avenge him. Our Black Wind City cannot lose its reputation. If we swallow our anger today, in the future, the human clan experts will continue to come to our Black Wind City to slaughter. In the eyes of the people above, we are just a big hat of incompetence. Black One's voice was sonorous and powerful. It just so happens that I have already obtained the killer of Lord Hu Man. He is Bai Ziqing's subordinate from the City of Death. I have decided to avenge Lord Hu Man and choose a day to attack the City of Death. The faces of the backbone present all changed as well. No one had expected that this Black One would hold this meeting with the intention of avenging Lord Hu Man. Master Black One is right. The human clan experts are too arrogant. They killed our Lord Hu Man in public. We must vent our anger and send troops to attack the City of Death. A backbone supported him. I agree to attack the City of Death and avenge Lord Hu Man. Revenge, revenge. These days, these backbone members had been holding back their anger in their hearts. It had always been the demon clan who dealt with others. When had it ever been the turn of the human clan to kill the demon clan? In addition, these backbone members also had their own thoughts. If they could contribute to the attack on the City of Death, they might be able to fight for the position of demon general. Lang Xingtian frowned. In his heart, he had underestimated Black One's ability. Using the chess piece of revenge to attack the City of Death to stabilize his position, this move could be considered powerful. Lord Wolf, you are the person in charge of our Black Wind City. As long as you give the order, we will immediately organize our men and attack the City of Death. Black One said again. The other backbone members all looked over. They were waiting for Lang Xingtian's order. Lang Xingtian cursed Black One 100 times in his heart. This matter was really hard to refuse. He knew that the person who killed Hu Man was definitely not someone from the City of Death. Bai Ziqing was not that kind of person, but unfortunately, he could not explain. Brother Black, well said. Our Black Wind City represents the Empire, we must take revenge. I have been chasing after the clues of the human clan experts, but I have not found anything. On the contrary, Brother Black found the murderer in advance, saving us a lot of trouble. The City of Death dared to kill our people, we must vent our anger. I have decided to attack the City of Death in 2 days, does anyone have any objections? Lang Xingtian quickly made a decision. All the backbone members present agreed to attack the City of Death. 2 days later, attack the City of Death. Brother Black, you really have a good method. I still underestimated you. After everyone left, Lang Xingtian said sinisterly. Black One pretended to be confused and slammed his palm on the table. Lord Wolf, what do you mean by this? Don't you want to avenge Hu Man? Let the human clan experts act presumptuously here. What's wrong with me avenging Lord Hu Man, or does it have anything to do with Lord Hu Man's death? Don't you want to avenge him? Hearing this, Lang Xingtian felt like his blood was boiling. He said angrily, Black One, don't talk nonsense. Who doesn't want to avenge human? I just don't want everyone to be used by others. We all know the experts in the City of Death. Who knows where this mysterious human expert came from? What if this is a trap? Chapter 2470. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. In the Death Star field, on a desolate mountain peak. Lord Wolf, didn't I say that we shouldn't meet unless it's something important? Bai Ziqing, who was dressed in black, was wrapped tightly, revealing only his cold eyes. In the human empire, it was a big taboo for a human to have a relationship with a demon general of the demon clan, and it would lead to a miserable end. Even though Bai Ziqing had a powerful backer, he did not dare to be too obvious at this moment. If he really made a big fuss, he would not have a good ending. Bai Ziqing, when we first cooperated, you were full of confidence. Why are you afraid now? Lang Xingtian laughed. A trace of displeasure flashed across Bai Ziqing's face. Lord Wolf, if you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it. There aren't many people in the Death Star field, but we can't guarantee when someone will come. The Death City was able to stand firm in the matchless star field. In addition to having a backer, there was also the demon generals of Black Wind City, restraining them from attacking the Death City. After a long time, the Death City would be built into an important city, bringing them a lot of benefits. 2 days later, our Black Wind City will attack your Death City. Bai Ziqing was wrapped in black cloth, so he couldn't see the changes clearly. A trace of anger flashed across his eyes. Lord Wolf, didn't we agree on this? Why are we attacking the Death City? The relationship between the Death City and Black Wind City wasn't ordinary. Unless it was a special time, Black Wind City would only put on an act and wouldn't do anything to the Death City. Our Black Wind City's human was killed by your human clan experts. Black One thinks that it was done by your Death City, and he also decided to attack the Death City. You should be prepared first, so that you won't be caught off guard. Thinking of this, Lang Xingtian felt very uncomfortable. Black One. Bai Ziqing was very surprised. Impossible, Matchless City and our Death City have never sent out experts, it's impossible for them to kill your demon generals. This must be Black One deliberately targeting our Death City. Bai Ziqing knew that Black One was a nominal demon general. He had always been suppressed by 2 demon generals and had nothing to do all day. He had never taken him to heart, and his first suspicion was that this was a trap. No matter whether Black One did it or not, our Lord Human was killed by a human expert. You have a large number of experts in the City of Death, and Black One insisted that it was you who did it, so I can't do anything about it. Lang Xingtian was tricked by Black One. Apart from reminding you to be prepared, I also hope that there will be a group of masters. I don't like Black One's existence, I want him dead. Lang Xingtian didn't like Black One's explosiveness. Back then, he had been forced to agree, and after that, he decided to make Black One die a horrible death. If Black Wind City lost 2 demon generals in a row, it would more or less be a problem. However, there was someone behind Lang Xingtian. As long as he paid a price, he believed that the death of 2 demon generals would not be a big deal. Moreover, he had already thought of a countermeasure. Bai Ziqing laughed sinisterly. Then let me congratulate Lord Wolf. From today onwards, you will be the ruler of Black Wind City. You will no longer be restrained by others. You and I are partners. If Demon General Hei Yi is courting death, then he has no vision. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Black Wind City began to mobilize. The 2 demon generals, including the backbone, organized a total of 3,000 people. Among them, Lang Xingtian produced 1,500 people, Black One produced 800 people, and the remaining 700 people were shared by the backbone. 3,000 people carried out an attack, and no news of it leaked out beforehand. In everyone's eyes, they would definitely be able to catch the City of Death off guard. Let's go. Black One and Lang Xingtian took the lead, and 3,000 people left Black Wind City on their treasures. This time, everyone in Black Wind City believed that they would be able to make a great contribution. After passing through the Death Star domain and approaching the edge of the Death City, Black One and Lang Xingtian were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they quietly waited until night time, preparing to launch a night attack on the Death City. The news from the spies of the Death City showed that everything was normal. They didn't know that they would be attacked at night, which made the people of Black Wind City even more convinced that tonight's night attack would be successful. Everyone knew that the Death City was a place with oil and water. If tonight's night attack was successful, not only would everyone be able to contribute, but they would also be able to plunder the treasures of the Death City. At the scene, only Lang Xingtian smiled coldly. Originally, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Black One's actions were already a form of provocation, and it was just right for him to get rid of all the signs of power tonight. A dead Black One. From now on, no one in Black Wind City would go against him. As long as the plan was perfect, who would suspect him? It could only be said that Black One was unlucky. Black One, let's split up into two groups later. Before the attack, Lang Xingtian gathered his men and once again confirmed the attack route. The 3,000 people were divided into two teams, with two goblin generals leading one team and attacking from two directions. Black One naturally had no objections, and neither did the others. He didn't care how Lang Xingtian schemed, but he had the mysterious senior behind him. In front of absolute power, any scheme or trick was just a paper tiger. Attack! The two teams sneaked in and killed the hidden sentries outside the Death City. The Goblin clan scouts at the city gate immediately contributed to the city gate and killed the guards. The two teams rushed in from the front and back. Immediately, the Death City was in chaos. Kill, avenge Lord Hu Man. Our Goblin clan is invincible. Black One transformed into a busy general. With a giant axe, he danced like a tiger. With a swing of the axe, heads fell to the ground. He was extremely savage. Everyone, charge with me. Black One charged forward, and no one was a match for him. During this time, several experts of the 6th stage profession rushed out. With a few swings of the axe, their corpses were all cut into two, and they smoothly rushed to the city lord's mansion. Lang Xingtian also brought his men to the city lord's mansion. The two of them joined hands and broke into the city lord's mansion, smoothly rushing in. As a goblin general, their martial strength was still very high. If they wanted to suppress them, they would have to send out two 8th stage profession experts. Bai Ziqing, you will definitely die tonight. Bai Ziqing from the city lord's mansion rushed out with his men. Black One grabbed his giant axe and rushed forward, not giving them a chance to speak. Lang Xingtian surprisingly cooperated, not to mention fiercely attacking Bai Ziqing. Under the siege of the two goblin generals, the people around Bai Ziqing continued to fall, and even he himself was injured. City Lord, let's go. Bai Ziqing soon couldn't hold on any longer. Under the cover of his subordinates, he broke out of the encirclement. Everyone, chase after him. In the Death City, the most important person was Bai Ziqing. The others weren't worth mentioning. As long as he killed Bai Ziqing, his position would be secured. Bai Ziqing led his men away, and Black One took the initiative to chase after him. Lang Xingtian was no exception. Killing Bai Ziqing would be a great merit. Bai Ziqing, you won't be able to escape. Chapter 2471. Black Wind City's night raid was very successful. The City of Death suffered heavy losses, and many experts fell. Bai Ziqing himself was forced to enter the Death Star field to hide his whereabouts with the help of such a large star field. At first, Black One was cautious, but then he gradually let down his guard. The rumored Bai Ziqing might not be so powerful, but he was still chased into the Death Star field. Bai Ziqing, you have nowhere to run. Black One's pursuit forced Bai Ziqing into a sizable valley. Bai Ziqing, who was being chased, suddenly stopped and laughed out loud. Demon General He, you're really powerful to be able to force me to this extent. However, you seem to have forgotten something. Don't you think everything went a little too smoothly tonight? With this, Black One frowned and thought about it carefully. It seemed that something was wrong, but he had never noticed it. Bai Ziqing's words suddenly made him realize that tonight's night raid was really too smooth. Especially this Bai Ziqing, who was rumored to be tyrannical and cruel. In tonight's battle, the other party was retreating step by step, which was different from usual. If Black One had dealt with Bai Ziqing before, he would definitely be able to see the problem. Unfortunately, since Bai Ziqing became a demon general, he had only heard of Bai Ziqing's name and had never really fought against him. Bai Ziqing, do you really think I will believe it? There are only 3 people around you right now, and on my side, there are dozens of people. Killing you is easy. Black One said proudly. Bai Ziqing said gloomily. Is that so? Boom! An even more vigorous aura burst out from Bai Ziqing's body. Black One was like a lonely boat in the ocean, drifting with the wind, about to be drowned by the wind and waves at any time. You hid your strength. Black One said, was everything just now just an illusion? Bai Ziqing laughed sinisterly, you are quite smart. I am at the middle stage of the 8th transformation, how can you suppress me? Although you have more people, who said that I only have these people? Hua! The surrounding void fluctuated, and the formation dispersed. More than a dozen 7th stage professionals appeared behind Bai Ziqing. The situation immediately changed. Not good, I've been tricked. Black One was indeed not stupid. After seeing these people, he immediately realized that the news of their Black Wind City had been leaked. Bai Ziqing was tricking him. Lang Xingtian. After thinking about it, Black thought of one person. Only he would set up a trap. Black One, you're too stupid. At this moment, Lang Xingtian arrived with his men and blocked Black One's last escape route. It's you. Black One glared at him. You colluded with the humans. The people behind Black One were in chaos. They didn't expect that victory would be turned around in the end. Even they might be buried here. Lord Wolf, we are only obeying Lord Black One's orders, please let us go. A leader panicked and begged for mercy. We are willing to follow Lord Wolf. Lang Xingtian had brought 10 or so people with him, and all of them were experts. In order to get rid of Black One, they had put in a lot of effort. As long as they could get rid of Black One, everything would be worth it. You can go in peace. When the time comes, you will be the heroes of the Empire. For the Empire, you will make great contributions, and your loved ones will be proud of you. Lang Xingtian said. Black One, you asked for all of this. Originally, you should have been a good demon general. Who told you to be so ambitious and want to take away my power? Don't you know that Bai Ziqing and I have a cooperative relationship? You want to stand up, but I won't let you. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. For the sake of this matter, Bai Ziqing hid it from everyone. Taking advantage of the people of Black Wind City, he took the opportunity to kill many people who opposed him. Both sides were win-win. Lord Wolf, you can make your move now. Otherwise, there will be more trouble. Bai Ziqing said. Attack. Lang Xingtian and Bai Ziqing's men attacked together. The people on Black One's side were flustered. People kept falling down, and the whole place was filled with the smell of blood. Black One also became the main target of attack. Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian attacked together. Black One was basically at a disadvantage. Even if he used his original body, he still couldn't withstand the other party's joint attack. Move the real guy. Seeing that most of his people were about to be killed, Black One's eyes flashed with a cold light as he used his special weapon. This time, it wasn't Black One's trusted aide. Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian didn't pay attention to it at all. When there were only 20 or so people left, they all took out their special weapons. Energy guns. This was a good thing. In particular, the quality of these energy guns wasn't low. They were powerful enough to kill a 5th to 6th stage profession. Even a 7th stage profession wouldn't dare to take them head-on. As soon as they took out their energy guns, they surprisingly gathered together and pointed in one direction. The beam of energy was like a sharp sword, catching Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian's experts off guard. In almost an instant, the 5th and 6th stage profession experts were beaten into a hornet's nest. Damn it, that's an energy gun, and an intermediate energy gun at that. Bai Ziqing was dealing with Black One when he heard the commotion in the distance. When he looked over, it was as if he had lost his life. His elites were constantly being shot and killed by the other party. Especially after seeing the energy gun, he was no longer calm. Even he didn't have many of these special weapons. Where did the fiend race get their fiend generals from? After switching to the energy guns, these people formed a circle with their backs against each other. They covered a large area of effect, killing people from both sides and alleviating the pressure. Facing the intermediate energy guns, even Lang Xingtian and Bai Ziqing's people were helpless for a moment. Under the concentrated attacks, they had no chance to fight back. Lang Xingtian, Bai Ziqing, how does this intermediate energy gun taste? Black One could finally take a breather. The intermediate energy gun was one of his trump cards. Although these people weren't his, being able to threaten them was enough to make him happy. You guys can scheme, but so can I. Lang Xingtian didn't expect that Black One would scheme against them and silently get his hands on more than 20 intermediate energy guns. In the Fiend God Empire, only a few factions had them. Brother Bai, you go deal with them. I'll kill Black One. After this, we'll split the intermediate energy guns evenly. Lang Xingtian's eyes flashed. I'll go deal with them. Bai Ziqing also knew the threat of the intermediate energy guns. He freed his hands and attacked Black Clothed's trusted subordinates. He was also very angry. He usually schemed against others, but in the end, he was schemed against by others. Death Harvest. A condensed death scythe swept across the sky towards them, wanting to completely reap their lives. These people didn't panic. They took out something that looked like a scroll and formed a barrier. The death scythe collided with it, creating ripples. Attack. Chapter 2472. Bai Ziqing's attack failed and he was immediately attacked crazily. Even he didn't dare to underestimate them. He kept dodging and trying to attack, but every time he was forced out. The threat brought by those 20 people far exceeded Bai Ziqing's imagination. He never thought that holding an intermediate energy gun would be so dangerous. I don't believe that you have so much energy to consume. Once your energy consumption can't keep up, I will kill you. Bai Ziqing was also smart. After failing to attack, he realized that the energy of the opponent's intermediate energy gun would be a flaw. The more this kind of energy gun was used against an expert like him, the more energy it consumed. Once it couldn't keep up, he could find an opportunity to open a gap. This time, Bai Ziqing was destined to be disappointed. More than 20 intermediate energy guns constantly formed a huge net, firmly blocking Bai Ziqing outside. Bai Ziqing was proud of his strength, but at this time, he could only stare. These people were too difficult to deal with. On the other side, the battle between Black One and Lang Xingtian was also in full swing. Neither side could do anything to the other. Lang Xingtian also began to panic. It seemed that the situation on Bai Ziqing's side was not good. Black One, you hit it really well. If I'm not wrong, Hu Man's death must have something to do with you. Lang Xingtian came back to his senses. Black One's attack was big and wide. Axe shadows slashed out one after another. He looked like he was going all out, vaguely maintaining a balance. Lord Lang, you're really whimsical. What does Hu Man's death have to do with me? It's you who colluded with the human clan to murder the demon clan's powerhouses. Just this point alone makes it hard for you to escape death. Lang Xingtian had never taken Black One seriously. Even if the other party held a meeting to make things difficult for him, it didn't make him pay much attention. Black Wind City was not something he could control. As long as he was here, he would always suppress the other party, unless Black One left Black Wind City and found another place. It's not certain who will die today. I'm an 8th stage professional, and you're at the peak of the 7th stage. Lang Xingtian knew that the situation would be disadvantageous to him if he dragged on, so he directly used his trump card. Wolf God's Possession, Devastating Blow. Lang Xingtian became holy, and a gigantic illusory figure appeared behind him. It was incredibly huge and filled with boundless evil energy. The illusory figure opened its claws and grabbed towards Black One's position, causing 10,000 lightning bolts to appear. Black was already on guard and underestimated Lang Xingtian's attack. He was sent flying by his opponent's wolf claw, and a deep wound was left on his body. Black One, you're still too young. Lang Xingtian's face was slightly pale. In order to activate this move, he had consumed a large amount of energy, but he was still very satisfied. You can die now. Another wolf claw shot toward Black One. This was Lang Xingtian's ultimate attack. Normally, this kind of attack was very damaging to one's vitality. Unless there was no other choice, one would not use it. In order to kill Black One, Lang Xingtian was going all out. As long as Black One was dead, he would be able to obtain the intermediate energy gun. That would definitely be a huge contribution. Especially the intermediate energy gun, which was a very rare commodity. This kind of thing had always been in the hands of Tianji Hall, and it was rarely circulated outside. No matter why it appeared in Black One's hands, it would soon become his. Even if he only had half of it, it would still be something that he dared not even dream about. Black One was seriously injured by his opponent with just one move. The cold, sinister energy attached to the wolf claws was ravaging his body continuously. He could not muster any strength at all. I don't want to die. Black One had underestimated Lang Xingtian's strength. He had always thought that the difference was not big, but now it seemed that the difference was not small. Senior, save me. At the critical moment of life and death, Black One finally remembered that mysterious senior. Except for him, no one could save him. Boom! When the illusory wolf claw was about to fall on him, a shield appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of Black One. The wolf claw that could seriously injure Black One with one hit could not break a shield. Black One felt as if he had walked on the edge of life and death, and his back was covered with cold sweat. When that shield appeared, Black One knew that he was saved. There is someone else. Lang Xingtian's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. He had heard the word senior clearly, and he was very clear about Black One's background. How could there be a senior? The opponent's casual shield had blocked his attack, and that was his strongest attack. Go! Lang Xingtian was cunning by nature, and he knew that it was impossible to kill Black One tonight. Even if he could leave alive, it was still unknown. Lang Xingtian turned around and fled, not bothering to inform Bai Ziqing. Since you are here, you don't need to leave. A cold voice exploded in Lang Xingtian's ears. Senior, this is a misunderstanding, listen to me, Lang Xingtian tried to explain, but a big hand reached out from the darkness and slapped down. With a loud bang, Lang Xingtian was turned into powder. Black One was frightened, and his pupils kept shrinking, and his body was also trembling. Too strong. Black One mumbled to himself. Bai Ziqing also turned around and saw a scene that scared his soul out of his body. Lang Xingtian, who was almost as strong as him, was actually killed by a mysterious hand, and it was an instant kill. How terrifying was this? This is a trap, someone wants to deal with me. Bai Ziqing turned around and ran. He couldn't believe that these people had hired such a top-level expert to kill him. Pang! A cold wind came from behind, and Bai Zicheng kept changing his body, but he was still hit by a finger, and flew out like a broken sack, crashing into the valley. Killing 2 8th-rank professionals with one move, it really consumes a lot of energy. This kind of attack, even the rich and overbearing Lin Fei felt very pained. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, came out of the darkness and grabbed with one hand. Bai Zicheng was attracted by a strong force, and fell into Lin Fei's hand, and was thrown on the ground like a dead dog. Cough cough cough, who are you? Bai Zicheng kept coughing blood, and his breath was very weak. You are a loser, you are not qualified to know. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a spot of light fell into Bai Zicheng's forehead. Bai Zicheng's expression changed greatly, and he struggled in pain, which lasted for dozens of breaths. When he stood up again, there was no more resentment in his eyes, only obedience and respect. Master, I have already mastered this body. Bai Zicheng's voice was cold, and there was a big difference from before. Then you should first master this body. Lin Fei turned his gaze to Black One. You should know what to do next. You can hand over 2 intermediate energy guns, and I believe the higher-ups won't say anything. As for these people, I'll let them help you control Black Wind City. Do you have any objections? Chapter 2473. Without Bai Zicheng and Lang Xingtian siege, Black One took the gift left behind by the mysterious senior and incorporated the rest of the people. At the same time, he made up a good reason to return to Black Wind City. Although the losses this time were great, Black One was still very excited, especially that mysterious senior. His strength was unfathomable, and he must be a top expert of the 9th stage profession. What a thick thigh! Black One decided to hold on to this thigh, especially after seeing the gift. The heads of the 8th stage profession experts, many of which were experts of the Death City. With this gift and the intermediate energy gun, even if Lang Xingtian died, Black One would be able to make it seem like he died in the line of duty. The City of Death was filled with casualties. The night attack of Black Wind City caught everyone off guard. Bai Zicheng clearly knew the situation, but he concealed it and used the people of Black Wind City to take advantage of the chaos to destroy some people who were dissatisfied with him. No matter how Bai Zicheng planned, he still fell into Lin Fei's trap in the end. Lang Xingtian died, and Bai Zicheng was transformed into a puppet. Originally, Lin Fei planned to kill Bai Zicheng's men, but after thinking about it, it wasn't a good thing. If he left Bai Zicheng behind, he could secretly run his fief and use it to fool outsiders. That would be the best thing. Bai Zicheng was sent by Lin Fei to deal with the City of Death. The night attack of Black Wind City would definitely make a lot of noise, and the people of Peerless City would definitely come to investigate. The news of Black Wind City's attack on the City of Death spread throughout the Wushuang Star Field the next morning. This time, the City of Death suffered heavy losses. Many of the 7th or 8th stage profession experts died. It was rumored that the Death City's guardian had killed a demon general of Black Wind City, causing them to take revenge and attack the City of Death at night. As soon as the news spread, everyone was shocked. Such a large-scale night attack had not happened in the Wushuang Star Field for a long time. The death of a demon general in Black Wind City was also a big deal. When Mu Haoqiang heard about this, he cursed, "What is Bai Zicheng trying to do? Didn't I tell him to restrain his subordinates? Why did he go and kill a demon general? Now, it has attracted a large-scale revenge from Black Wind City." The City of Death had never been under Mu Haoqiang's control. Thus, he naturally did not have a good impression of Bai Zicheng. If there was nothing important, he would practically not go to the City of Death. Now that the City of Death had caused such a huge commotion, Mu Haoqiang was truly angry. Who knew if the people of Black Wind City would come for revenge next time? It was not that Mu Haoqiang did not have any enemies in his position. If small skirmishes broke out again and again and the domain lord found out, he would be labeled as incompetent. Bring some people to the City of Death. I want to know the cause and effect, and then tell Bai Zicheng that this matter must be dealt with properly. If something like this happens again, no one will have a good life. Mu Haoqiang called his trusted aide over and told him to bring people to investigate this matter. He also warned Bai Zicheng that even if he had a powerful background, it was best not to act recklessly. "Sir, that Lin Fei is here again." Mu Haoqiang was in a very bad mood. When he heard this, he waved his hand and was about to order his subordinates to send Lin Fei away. "Sir, this won't do." The subordinate said, "That Lin Fei said that such a big thing happened in the City of Death today, which is equivalent to affecting his earnings. He has the right to know what happened, and he also said that Sir will definitely come out of seclusion." Mu Haoqiang narrowed his eyes and understood Lin Fei's meaning. He coldly snorted, "What a cunning brat. I originally wanted to leave him alone, but with such a big thing happening, I really can't continue to leave him alone." The City of Death had been attacked by the Demon God Empire's Black Wind City at night and massacred. As the city lord, if he were to go into seclusion, it would be unreasonable. Take him to the reception room. Mu Haoqiang had a preconceived impression, so he naturally did not have a good impression of Lin Fei. Lin Fei quickly sat in the reception room. That city lord Mu Haoqiang had not appeared yet. If it was an ordinary person, they might be annoyed, but he was not anxious at all. He was very relaxed. Just like that, after an hour, Mu Haoqiang finally arrived. "Little Lin, I'm really sorry. With such a thing happening, there are a lot of things to take care of. I've made you wait for a long time." When Mu Haoqiang saw Lin Fei, his heart was slightly shaken. He was too young, and his impression of him was even worse. Lin Fei said indifferently, "City Lord Mu, you have a myriad of affairs to attend to every day. I can understand." A trace of displeasure flashed in Mu Haoqiang's eyes. Especially the words, "myriad of affairs to attend to every day," it was especially ear-piercing. He suspected that Lin Fei knew something and deliberately said that. Sigh, as a city lord, he was born to be busy. He didn't even have much time to cultivate, and now something like this has happened. Mu Haoqiang sighed. Lin Fei admired Mu Haoqiang's acting skills very much. He was definitely lying through his teeth. Those who didn't know might really believe it and not suspect anything. However, Lin Fei knew very well that there was a special creature here. "City Lord Mu, I'm here for the fief. I heard that there's a problem with my fief, but I don't know what's going on. When His Majesty bestowed the fief to me, he didn't say that such a situation would happen. I wonder how City Lord Mu will explain it." Lin Fei said word by word. Explanation? Mu Haoqiang was about to fly into a rage on the spot. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. If it was an ordinary person, he would have directly thrown them out, but Lin Fei was different. He was a noble, had a huge fief, and was also a junior brother recognized by the emperor. Mu Haoqiang was unhappy, but he didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. Giving him the cold shoulder was the biggest action he could take. "Little Lin, this is actually an accident. You just arrived and you don't know. The City of Death is too close to Black Wind City. I can't explain the reason for it for a while, but I can guarantee that I will give you an answer soon. I guarantee that you will smoothly obtain the fief." Mu Haoqiang began to bluff. In the past few days, Lin Fei had been in the inn. Mu Haoqiang's men had been watching over him, so he wasn't afraid that the other party would know the details of the City of Death. A young fellow, no matter how scheming he was still a young man. As for why his teacher would lose to Lin Fei, it was nothing more than old age and blurred vision. He accidentally fell into the other party's trap. Lin Fei wasn't here to listen to the other party's nonsense today. His face darkened slightly. "City Lord Mu, I don't want to listen to these empty words. That fief was bestowed to me by my senior brother the Emperor. Now, I am going to receive the fief. I hope that City Lord Mu will accompany me. It would be best if I can gather another army." Mu Haoqiang really wanted to refuse the other party. This kind of aggressive aura made him very uncomfortable. Chapter 2474. Mu Haoqiang naturally didn't want the expeditionary guards to interfere in local affairs. If this matter were to spread, he would definitely be the unlucky one. There was no need to offend Lin Fei at this time. In the end, Mu Haoqiang naturally compromised. His original mission was to accompany Lin Fei to receive that piece of land. If he insisted on not going, he was afraid that he would leave a bad impression. Little Lin, wait here for a moment. I'll get someone to mobilize the army to accompany you. Mu Haoqiang stood up and left, gritting his teeth in hatred. On second thought, he smiled again. The city of death is in a mess now. Even if the land is in your hands, you may not be able to control it. Mu Haoqiang's movements were very fast. He gathered a group of 3,000 soldiers to accompany Lin Fei to the city of death. Because the Wushuang star field was close to the demon god empire, the soldiers here were very good at fighting. They were full of energy and spirit. It was obvious that they often fought on the battlefield, so an army of 3,000 was enough. 3,000 heavily armed soldiers appeared outside the city of death. The city of death was already in a mess. When they saw the army, they panicked and didn't know what was going on. Call out City Lord Bai Ziqing. Mu Haoqiang didn't plan to enter the city of death. The night attack of Black Wind City had turned more than half of the city of death into ruins. Even now, the smell of blood was still floating in the air. City Lord Mu is here. Could it be because of Black Wind City? Did anyone notice? Who's that kid sitting next to Mu Haoqiang? It seems that City Lord Mu is very respectful. Mu Haoqiang's appearance only surprised everyone a little, but many people noticed the young man next to him. This young man was very unfamiliar. I remember now. That kid is Lin Fei, the rookie king of the Imperial College. He's here to take the land. No wonder City Lord Mu brought 3,000 soldiers. There was an uproar at the scene. This piece of land had been vacant for a long time. Who knew how many people in the Wushuang star field wanted to get their hands on it? Although it was a little dangerous, he was still a lord. In this piece of land, he was the king and had the supreme right to speak of life and death. No one expected that this piece of land would be taken by a youngster in the end. It was unknown just how many people were envious of this. This was truly a blessing from their ancestors. Ever since this uninhabited land had become a city of death, everyone had subconsciously ignored the feudal lord. This was especially so for the local factions, who had already divided up the land. Now that there was a successor, many people present were very unhappy. This was tantamount to hanging a sharp sword over everyone's head. This feeling was definitely not good. Subconsciously, everyone was very excluded from this Lin Fei. Governor Bai is here. The 5 patriarchs are here as well. There's going to be a good show. It looks like they're going to boycott Lin Fei. Soon, there was a commotion at the city gate. The higher-ups of the city of death, led by Bai Ziqing, appeared together. Each of them represented a faction from the Wushuang star field. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were boycotting Lin Fei. At the very least, they wanted to give him a show of strength. If Lin Fei had a powerful background, they might be wary of him. However, other than being a noble, he had nothing else. It would be very difficult for them to acknowledge him as a lord. Bai Ziqing, and the 5 patriarchs, you've come at the right time. Mu Haoqiang did not want to stay here any longer. Today, I have something to announce to you. Do you see the young man beside me? He's the new star of the Capital Institute, Lin Fei. At the same time, he's also the junior brother of His Majesty. He's also a noble conferred by His Majesty. You should know that from today onwards, the city of death will belong to Lin Fei. Mu Haoqiang's voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the entire city of death. At this moment, everyone stopped in their tracks. They were rather shocked that a lord had come to the city of death. From now onwards, this place would become his private territory. The city of death was too far away from the capital of the empire. Some people did not even know about the news. Only the higher-ups of the city of death knew about it, but they did not announce it. In the city of death, it was the first time many people had heard of it. Everyone was used to the city of death. Suddenly, they heard that someone had inherited this piece of land. From now onwards, this place would become their private territory. Many people could not accept it. The news came too suddenly. Bai Ziqing and the 5 patriarchs looked very calm and did not show any signs of anger. After Mu Haoqiang made the announcement, Bai Ziqing was the first to step forward. "Welcome, Lord Lin Fei, to the city of death. From now on, we are your people." Bai Ziqing revealed a rare smile. "That's great. We finally have someone here. We believe that from today onwards, the city of death will become glorious in Lord Lin Fei's hands." The 5 patriarchs all had smiles on their faces, and they spoke all kinds of praises. Mu Haoqiang also had a smile on his face. He knew the personalities of these patriarchs and Bai Ziqing. They would not tolerate another lord or city lord above them. The biggest possibility was that they would make Lin Fei a figurehead and become a city lord in name only. After all, Lin Fei had no subordinates. This was one of Lin Fei's shortcomings. Moreover, the people here were all natives and had powerful backgrounds. Dealing with Lin Fei would be a piece of cake. In the end, there was only one outcome. They would either leave with their tails between their legs or become a puppet. "Little Lin, let me introduce you. These are all from the city of death." Mu Haoqiang introduced everyone to Lin Fei one by one, looking very kind. Next, there were some formalities to go through. Mu Haoqiang was very enthusiastic, and soon, this piece of land had an owner. In the imperial capital, this piece of land was recorded in the records. Lin Fei coming here was just a formality. "Alright, the matter is settled. I'm going to leave too." After Mu Haoqiang took care of the matter, he prepared to leave the city of death. Although he wanted to stay and see Lin Fei suffer, he gave up in the end. "City Lord Mu, wait a moment." Lin Fei stopped Mu Haoqiang. "I have something I don't want to know. Please help me. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best." Mu Haoqiang said with a smile. Lin Fei pointed to the 3,000 soldiers not far away. "City Lord Mu, you should know that I have just arrived and the city of death has just been attacked by Black Wind City at night. I don't know if they will come again, so I want to ask the city lord to leave the 3,000 soldiers here for a few days to stabilize everyone's emotions. I believe that City Lord Mu will not refuse." Chapter 2475. Mu Haoqiang instructed his trusted subordinates and left 3,000 soldiers behind before returning. Lin Fei was also brought to the city lord residence by Bai Ziqing. To outsiders, everyone seemed to be getting along very well. Only those who knew the situation knew that things weren't as simple as they thought. On this day, Lin Fei was staying in the city of death. At night, Bai Ziqing and the 5 clan heads personally received Lin Fei. They expressed that they would respect him as the master of this land. As for anything else, they didn't say anything. Lin Fei was laughing the entire night. It seemed that he was happy. He personally patted his chest and promised that he wouldn't do anything to the city of death. In the dead of night, Bai Ziqing quietly entered Lin Fei's room. "Master." Lin Fei didn't seem to be drunk. "Have you completely controlled this body?" "Yes," Bai Ziqing said. At this moment, Bai Ziqing didn't look any different from the Bai Ziqing they met back then. Be it his tone or his actions, they were exactly the same. It was hard to tell if he was real or fake. This was the benefit of the system's modification. Bai Ziqing's consciousness had actually been completely wiped out. This was the Bai Ziqing after the system's modification. He was a completely new person. In fact, he was also a puppet. He was completely loyal to Lin Fei and would never betray him. Tell me everything you know. Understood. If Mu Haoqiang or the 5 clan heads saw this situation, they would probably be dumbfounded. No one would have thought that an extremely terrifying person in the hands of an outsider would be so easily modified and controlled. In the City of Death, Bai Ziqing's influence was the greatest. The 5 clan heads were actually here to split the benefits. Over time, they controlled a portion of the City of Death. Bai Ziqing's consciousness had been wiped out, but all his memories had been inherited. Other than those in the know, no one would have thought that Bai Ziqing was no longer the Bai Ziqing from before. Such a huge change was unimaginable. Bai Ziqing began to speak. He was very careful with every word. Some secrets that no one knew were now like ordinary things. He spoke for a full hour before stopping. Lin Fei's expression was very rich. I knew it had something to do with the royal family. As expected, it really does. The master behind Bai Ziqing is actually the 5th prince. Lin Fei had never doubted his own judgment. It was not surprising that Bai Ziqing was the 5th prince's man. According to Bai Ziqing, there were many people like him. They covered almost all the 38-star regions and earned a lot of money for the 5th prince. The 5th prince was ambitious. If he wanted to expand his forces and influence, money was indispensable. It was normal for him to recruit people from various star fields to work for him. It was only because of the 5th prince's people that Peerless City did not dare to interfere with the City of Death. Now, the future crown prince had not been confirmed. As long as one was not an idiot, they would definitely not offend someone at this time. The 5th prince had contributed a lot to the City of Death's current scale. Lin Fei also knew that the 5th prince had sent a message, instructing Bai Ziqing to get close to Lin Fei. The 5th prince wanted to plant a spy by his side. It would be best if the spy could become a confidant. If Lin Fei had not controlled Bai Ziqing in advance, then Bai Ziqing would have followed the 5th prince's instructions and relied on Lin Fei at a certain time. He would have helped Lin Fei control the City of Death step by step. He would have gained Lin Fei's trust step by step and become a confidant. The 5th prince had used this move very well. At the appropriate time, he would even push it a little. Those who did not know would definitely fall for it. At that time, no one would know, and the secret would fall into the 5th prince's ears. Of course, this was only one of the 5th prince's moves. He had prepared a few moves for Lin Fei, including slow-acting poison control. He would not allow Lin Fei to become someone else's helper. The 5th prince is really narrow-minded. In order to deal with me, he has really broken his head. Unfortunately, all of his plans are going to fail. Lin Fei sneered. Lin Fei remembered the 5th prince's dirty tricks. At the same time, he had a general understanding of the unparalleled star field. Even a native might not know as much as Lin Fei. Master, the 5 clan heads have joined forces with me to make you a figurehead. They are going to make you a puppet in name only. They are even secretly looking for people to extort money from you. Extort? Lin Fei smiled. The news of his wealth had been deliberately spread by someone. Who knew how many people were secretly eyeing this fat piece of meat, ready to take a bite out of it? Don't worry. Next, you will be like them. Let them have a good time. Lin Fei simply mentioned what was going to happen next and told Bai Ziqing to act as usual. Lin Fei really did not want to control the City of Death so quickly. He had no interest in this place. Even if he wanted to open a secret base, it would not be here. For a few days, Lin Fei's performance was very ordinary. The next day, Bai Ziqing and the 5 clan heads adopted the method of ignoring Lin Fei. Other than arranging for an errand boy, there was no one else. Lin Fei was so angry that he could only helplessly return to the temporary courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Ha ha ha, I knew this kid would not be able to control himself. A little kid dares to snatch back the fief from them. He is really thinking too much. Mu Haoqiang, who heard the news, immediately reported the good news to Master Yun Zhongqian. Good, that kid also has this day. Yun Zhongqian did not leave. He wanted to see Lin Fei's defeated look. Only then would he feel happy. Mu Haoqiang never thought that Lin Fei would be able to obtain the fief. How could a poor kid be willing to hand over the fief? That brat is also smart. He knew to leave 3,000 soldiers behind to instruct them and even promised them a handsome reward. He forgot that these 3,000 soldiers are my private soldiers. Without my orders, no one can mobilize them. In the end, that brat was given the cold shoulder and could only leave with his tail between his legs. Mu Haoqiang thought of another matter and couldn't help but laugh. The news of Lin Fei's defeat in the City of Death spread to the eyes of those who were interested. After listening to the news, the domain lord of the Wushuang Starfield shook his head. These people really know how to make trouble. But this is also good. It can temper that kid. Perhaps, this is what His Majesty wants. Unfortunately, this kid has no perseverance. His performance is too poor. The domain lord of the Wushuang Starfield naturally understood some of His Majesty's intentions. Originally, the domain lord of the Wushuang Starfield admired Lin Fei. After listening to the following report, he felt a trace of disappointment. Looking at the overall situation from the details, Lin Fei's performance was completely a guy who did not know how to use his brain. He was completely seduced by the temptation of the fief. The 5 local forces of the Wushuang Starfield were originally worried about Lin Fei. It was impossible for them to give up the benefits of the City of Death. The best way was to make Lin Fei a figurehead.